Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good people. Yeah, you know what it is. Hard worker, scrappy, unfiltered, and sometimes unhinged football content. Hard to explain, but you know it when you see it. Doing it daily our way. I don't know what you're talking about right now. Redraft and Dynasty Fantasy Football, we got you covered. You know their defense is ranked like 31st in the NFL? NFL draft prospects and rookies? Now you know you in the right place for that.
Absolutely.
All right, then stop saying it. Then we're done. And prop bets with my man JRich. Count that money, man. Now wipe the crust out of your eyes. Get you a cup of coffee. It's time to wake your ass up with Ray G. You honestly are making absolutely no sense and you sound silly as hell. GMGP, what's cracking with y'all? It is Saturday, April 27, 2024. Y'all decided to wake up, get up, stay up, come back to life to check out day 3 of the 2024 NFL Draft with yours truly, the entire Destination Devy team, and we are freaking excited. We're here. I feel good. I feel good. People like, Ray, you gonna wake up? Y'all feeling all right? Everybody coherent? I'm feeling great. JRich, I feel good. I see Kyle in the building. Let's effing go. Mason, Ricardo. Salute to you, Derek. Derek Lincoln been in the building with us all doggone day. Brandino said, speak it into existence. Ray, Dallas taking interior D-line. I'm telling you right now, I feel good about Dallas. I'd much rather Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe over Graham Barton. I think they did a good job. I'm good with it. Wifey in the building, GMGP. She is with my youngest at his T-ball game today. So, yeah, what's up, Daniel? How y'all doing? Congrats to a great draft weekend. Everyone on the panel killed it. All right, Jay, hit the music. 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 What's up? The day the magic beans are planted and we grow hopium. Yes, beans will be planted today. We are going to be going through rounds 4, round 5, round 6, and round 7. We got the crew in the background, but y'all know we got to bring up the co-host, the big dog, JRich. What's happening with you, dog?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Back here, day 3. This is when all the big picks happen. This is when you get your Amon-Ra St. Browns, your Puka Nakuas, right?
Puka Nakuas.
Yeah. The next Amon-Ra, the next Puka Nakua, the next Tom Brady, the next Antonio Brown, right? The next Stephon Diggs, another day 3 guy. This is where dreams are made of right here. This is where you inject the hopium straight into the fantasy community's veins. And I know you've been saying it, Ray. Feels like Troy Franklin's going to be that guy, even though he probably shouldn't be a second rounder. He's going to be a second rounder because he's going to get that. He's going to get that juicy landing spot.
He's going to go early. Watch him go early today, and then he'll get pushed back up. Real quick though, Brandino said it. Ray, the draft's been good, and then Lucas Anderson. Do you really feel good about Dallas? I honestly do. Like, real talk, to get, and JRich, you know I've been a big fan of Cooper Beebe, to lock up the center and your future left tackle to pair with Tyler Smith, Zach Martin, Terrence Steele on the right. You know, Maris, the linebacker, I would have preferred Peyton Wilson, but I did like him. I did watch him, and I do like his game. But I'm fine with what Dallas has done. I do believe they still need to target a running back today. You've got Audric Estime still on the board, JRich, Braylon Allen, Jalen Wright, Will Shipley. There are a bunch of running backs that, listen, I was listening to analysis this morning. There are still some spots where some players can go, JRich, to where, man, they could have some opportunity. So I'm excited about today. And the pick that has really just kind of been in my spirit, Jay, that I am...
What?
Like, I am kind of a little more in on than I thought I would be. Let me pull up a picture of the player. Do you want to take a guess on who it is? The rookie got picked from yesterday that I'm a lot more in on than I thought I would be. You know who it is?
Marshawn Lloyd?
This boy. Malachi Corley in New York. Let's go. Like, the more I think about this.
You saw the tweets, right? From Douglas and Salah?
Dude, those were photoshopped. I don't buy that shit.
Ari tweeted either last night or this morning that they were apparently real. Like, he did put out a tweet saying they were apparently real. Those weren't like photoshopped stuff.
Yeah, we're showing the clips of Corley here from the Senior Bowl. Got a chance to watch him, meet him in person. Massive receiver. I know he's not tall.
He's big, man.
But size, like, he is strong. He lives in the weight room, but when I think about Corley on the Jets, Jay, he does something that Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams don't do. I'm really liking that fit. But We've got about a few minutes until the draft starts, and there is somebody that we have been trying to get in the stream all damn weekend, and I don't know what was going on, but the captain of the trades, Ty DeClaire in the building. Ty DeClaire, we got him, Jay. Look at this. Ty DeClaire in the damn building. What's up, Ty?
About time.
How are we doing? Are we here?
Oh, he's on mute.
Am I here? Oh, man. Oh, boy. Here we go. Fumbled the bag already.
Man.
Yeah. How are we doing?
Okay.
How's everyone doing tonight?
We're good.
Yes, today.
We're good.
Good, man.
We're good.
How are you?
We're good.
I'm not bad. I found the polar bear that swiped the internet out of my walls over the last couple of days. So we got the igloo back up and running. We're good to go.
There it is. There it is. And let's bring on the man, the captain of the Dynasty Trades in 5 crew, the one that holds everything together. And I honestly don't know how he does it weekly with Shane and Scott. I don't know how he does it, but somehow he figures out a way. Clay Mosley in the building. What's up? Hammers, baby.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Clay?
Hammers. Yeah, rocking the Hammer shirt today. Yeah, and to just talk about that, how do I do it? Sandiford is how I do it. Without Sandiford as my right-hand man, this channel is maybe not alive. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would never quit, though, so it would just be crappier. What's up, boys? I'm looking forward to this.
Yes, sir. Speaking of being alive, he is here. I know people who have asked the question, is Cody back? Is Cody back? And not only is he back, he's feeling good. He's like, what are y'all talking about, baby? I'm ready to go. It's day 3. Cody Smith. Let's see if Cody Smith is awake. Oh, no. Cody.
Woo!
Let's
back
go,
from the
baby.
dead, boys. We are alive, ready, and well.
Cody Smith
Glad to see you
is
back,
in the
Cody.
building. Let's go. Let's go.
Be back.
Cody is
We're
back.
all-
He's feeling good.
On that bang this morning.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. So we will be all here today. We got more. We're not done. Who else is in the building? I see him chewing in the background, so I'm going to let him get that down. I'm going to let him get the grub down real quick. Now he's laughing. Gino, what's up, Gene? Gene in the building, Off the Line Fantasy. Oh, he's 1 second. He's doing okay. Excuse us. Let's let Gene handle important business here. I'm getting him off the screen until he's ready. Let me know when you're ready, Gene. Look, he's still eating. All right, Cody was cracking me up yesterday. GMGP, y'all. Cody, what's up, Clay? Glad to be a part of the team, and hopefully we'll get Sandiford on later. Look, let me just set the tone for everybody today. It's a long day. It's a monster of a day. You see, there aren't many people that even have the stones to step up and do this today. It is going to be a long day, and we're going to have people cycling in and out, but we are not going anywhere. We will be here all damn day, so feel free to hang out for as absolute long as you want. If you got to leave for a few minutes, that's okay. Hit the thumbs up button, like the content. We're going to have a good stream. We have plenty of things to give away still. Blake Corum, Sam Laporta, Puka Nacua, and Johnny Football amongst boxes. And if Brandon can get in, Brandon will be here a little bit. Before we wrap the stream today is when we will give away the 2 grand prize winners. I want to make sure that everybody's had a chance to enter. And if we can't do it the right way tonight, then JRich and I will announce that on Monday's Wake Up Show. Just depending on when we do it. And I know Trades in 5, they've got a lot of things going on, so stay tuned for any promotional things from Trades in 5, their community, and their show this week as well. We'll get through all of that stuff. There's a lot of time to promote things and to do stuff, but the one big thing that I have to ask everybody to do, we will be giving away 1 black box that contains one of the Destination Devy hats. All you have to do is go to Apple, Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts, subscribe to my new solo show, Hot Takes and Trending Topics. Just me, myself, and I. Thoughts about the sports world, football, NBA, a little MLB, track and field, life, being a dad, being a whatever it is. Hot Takes and Trending Topics. Go to Apple, Spotify, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, comment. And every single week on Monday morning on Wake Up, JRich and I will be giving away a box, sending it out to one of you who have done that. Contains one of the hats. So we got a lot of good stuff today. Luke said 10K back to back to back. Where's the Drake song? Back to back. We might try to go for it. It's a tough day on day 3, man. Like, honestly, today, it's not about, like, today is about y'all. You know, the first 2 days, we're here, we're promoting, we're growing. If we hit 10K, great. But ultimately, we want to provide content, actionable fantasy stuff, and have a good time. We're going to do trades, all kinds of things. So Clay will talk about that here in a little bit, but it looks like, are we live? Is the draft on yet? Have we started or not, Jay? I don't know.
I haven't seen it pop up. It looks like it's just about to start now, but I mean, who knows if it kicks off with a bang.
Clay, what are you watching on? Are you on ESPN, NFL Network? Where's everybody watching?
So I don't have a TV in front of me. I'm rocking guest room tonight. There's no or today rather. There's no TV in here, so I'm gonna have it on my computer. What's the fastest if I'm streaming on this thing? I probably won't even mess with it. It'll mess with my connection. We see how fast Ray is to kick people out. I mean, come on, you got like 3 seconds.
Yeah, I'll kick you out quick. If it ain't working, you will get killed. You will get kicked if it ain't working. But I've got NFL Network pulled up right now. What's up, Joe?
Yeah, I got NFL.
What's up, Joe? How you feeling, Joe? How y'all feeling? How's everybody feeling? We got some right here. Big day for Javon Baker and Aniyah Smith. Only real ones survive for day 3. Hell yeah, we in this joint. I have a 6-hour drive ahead of me. Be here the whole time. Perfect timing. What's up from New York City? Got New York City in the building. I have Spotify, but I don't have X. Do it on Apple iTunes. You subbed on Apple iTunes. I know you got that. I know you got that, Derek. Who we waiting for today? Gene, who do you want to see today get picked up? Who we waiting on?
I want to see Javon Baker. I want to see where he goes. I know a lot of people were high on him towards the end of the draft cycle, so I'll be interested to see where he goes and how the ADV responds to his landing spot.
Justin P. said Quorum taking over that backfield. Ty. Any thoughts,
Yes,
Ty?
yes.
I mean, you analyze and look at a lot of trades, and I think a lot of people have been on the fence, I'll say, about Kyren Williams to a degree. You know, I think most people are in, the opportunity. They didn't sign anybody. But Blake Corum coming in, like what is your reaction? We didn't hear anything from you the first 2 days. I want your opinion on a very popular player in a very popular landing spot with a very unpopular running back. So how does the math here, Ty?
That's fair. And I think if people were expecting Kyren Williams to come in, have no competition, nothing changed, just get another, absolute truckload worth of carries, I think they were probably fooling themselves. We all knew something was going to happen. They're going to bring someone in. Did we expect them to put round 3 capital into it? Probably not. I think we talked about it a bit afterwards too. I think the situation is going to pan out because that offense just creates touches in very creative ways. And Kyren Williams is going to need a spell at least one point during the season. So I think reality is going to fall somewhere in the middle. I think that round 1 underdog Kyren price is pretty crazy looking back at it now, right? So give me the spell for Kyren. If that means Kyren is a little more efficient and can play more games, then I'm here for it.
Korea in the building.
That is awesome.
What is up? DJ Platinum, what's up? Subbed all the way from Korea watching. That's dope. I'll just say this, Clay. What I'm seeing right now in the chat, people are saying that there's a lot of hate out there for old Keon Coleman, who is now paired with Josh Allen. JRich,
yes,
Keon
sir.
Coleman. Our girl Joe said, I am not standing for the hate. Like, don't come in here with that hate. I don't want to hear it. But a lot of people are saying the streets are not feeling old Keon. I like him. I like it a lot personally. But what do you think, JRich?
Yeah, so I mean, it's one of those things where the sentiment was already poor around Keon. He was already falling down mock drafts and boards. But it's kind of odd because you should see that Buffalo spike. Like, there really isn't many other landing spots that are better. And in my opinion, maybe even Kansas City isn't a better landing spot for Keon Coleman. Like, Josh Allen will want that big body receiver. He needs a guy that can win outside. We've seen the success with Gabe Davis. For everything Gabe Davis isn't, he's been underrated for like the past 3 seasons and where he actually finishes in fantasy. He's just a boomer bust asset. Can Keon Coleman be more consistent? At that point, he'd be worth it. And I think you should consider taking him. Like, mid-second for Keon Coleman is a pretty fair price for a guy who could be the wide receiver 1 to a top 5 quarterback in football. I think it's just the fact that people don't like him. That's the only reason why they aren't quite in on Keon Coleman yet. But the situation's good, and he will have a shot to be relevant for fantasy football.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'll chime in. So Keon Coleman, I'm always looking at is a player a lottery ticket in Dynasty? And know your lane. I'm not an X's and O's guy, so I'm not going to talk about that. I just like the idea. You got this monster guy, right? And he's with Josh Allen. Just like with Mahomes, you have that kind of built-in, liquidity. You've got that built-in insulation when you have a quarterback like that in the first place. And he's one of those guys who can put up some silly game, make it look really cool, and he all of a sudden is a live asset. So that's what I'm good with. I did hear Scott saying it sounded like it wasn't the best fit in terms of like route running and all, like with that style of offense. Again, stay in your lane, but those are my dynasty thoughts.
Yeah, it's the lack of ADV for Coleman. Even in that spot, it still didn't move the needle. It still wasn't enough for people to say, okay, I'm in on Coleman. And that's the hard part with him is as much as I think he's like an okay prospect, I didn't really want him on the Patriots. He could be fine. Like, it's just that Gabe Davis role for him would be good. Can he do more with that? We'll see. But the draft pick that he was selected, I think it's a good spot. Ty, how do you feel about Keon Coleman in Buffalo, and how do you feel about that like mid-second price tag? Because it seems like he's not going to be very highly drafted, and he's in one of the best landing spots in the NFL.
I mean, we were talking up this Buffalo landing spot the entire pre-draft process. It was supposed to be this honeypot, and whoever lands there is going to get shot up. But because the guy that can run fast in a straight line but didn't run in the way we wanted to in the other drills, we don't like him anymore. I don't know. I think there's a bit of an overreaction there. I think my biggest takeaway from the first couple of days is how much I love these second-round picks in this year's draft.
Okay.
Even if it, I think they might not maybe be worth more, or you still might not get people putting offers in your inbox, but you feel a lot better with the choices you have at those picks. And I think Josh said it well in our stream today in the old Discord. It's a choose your own adventure. And I think you can approach this draft in many ways, and I just want as many shots as possible. So Keon Coleman falls in that range where I'll take a shot on him in the mid-second happily.
Yeah.
Right? Because I think the opportunity is there. And like I said, if I was going to be okay with another spot of a person landing there, and if another name made me feel better, the team told me what I need to know on Coleman. So I'm just going to roll with it.
I don't even think he's a mid-second, man. Personally, I think he's higher than a mid-second. When we did the mock last night, 109 was 109 was Odunze. It went Penix, Brian Thomas, then Bo Nix, Bowers, McConkey, Leggett, then Coleman at 204. I'm taking Keon over Leggett. I'm taking Keon over Lad McConkey. I'm taking Keon over Bo Nix. Like, he's back into the first for me, honestly. I mean, he's back into the first. I don't, just my personal opinion, I think a lot of people just run with the narrative that they've heard, because it's funny. You go the first couple of weeks of the season, JRich, it was Keon Coleman, wide receiver 2, Keon Coleman, wide receiver 3. That, trust me, and I'm watching I'm tapped into college football. He was top 2, top 3 guy, right up there with Marvin Harrison Jr.
After the LSU game, right?
After the LSU game, that's how people viewed him. The athleticism, the size, the talent. What a spot. Pick is in for Carolina, though. Pick is in for Carolina. I don't think that they're done offensively. I would love to see them continue to build around Bryce Young and make things easy for him. Let's see.
Franklin would be a really good pick here.
But I do want to shout out we got France in the building. We got What's Up from France in the building.
Nice.
We got Jordan Red, Vegas in the building. Quebec, is that close to you, Ty? Is that you?
No, I'm farther east, but hey, we love a poutine. We love a poutine in here. Let's go.
But we don't mess with Quebec though. Nah, we don't. We don't.
You
mess
don't mess with
them.
Quebec. Okay, with these Canadian street gangs out here. This is their hoods, repping their Canadian hoods.
We don't mess with them.
What you're pulling up right now is like the coolest stuff that I'm seeing in the chat, because I'm always fascinated how we have a lot of Australia, Germany, this and that. Even
Taiwan.
if you're from the US, even if you're in the US, just put your state in there. I just like seeing where people are tuned in from, man. It's cool.
Same, Clay. We got Taiwan in the building. There's Scott Connor. Here's Scott Connor. I'll just say I'll end up with 50% Burton at his ADP. Yeah, we did a mock last night, and people legitimately forgot about Jermaine Burton.
Ray, hold up. JT Sanders to the Carolina Panthers.
I love it.
101.
Hold on. This was yesterday. I put the data out on this yesterday, Jay. I'm pulling this up. Put the data out on this yesterday, and I want to give the individual credit who also said this. Hold on one second. So I put this tweet out on the case for Xavier Legette yesterday. I'm going to share the screen real quick. I'm going to share the screen because I want people to know we ain't bullshit. And I put this out about the personnel groupings that Dave Canales and his offense runs, right? So we're going down, and somebody also, there was a Cade Otton. Here it is. Jack Cousteau. Cade Otton also had the highest snap share in the league. Whoever Carolina has in the tight end 1 spot won't come off the field. Great value there. Right there. In Dave Canales' offense, Cade Otton was on the field, a tremendous amount of time. Led the league in snaps. When you're talking about JT Sanders, JRich, is this a good spot for him? Is this a good spot for JT?
It's interesting, right? It's interesting because, as you mentioned, Cade Otton was a guy that we looked to a lot because he was consistently on the field.
On the field.
You have Bryce Young, Jonathan Brooks, Xavier Legette, Adam Thielen, Deontay Johnson, JT Sanders. We like Dave Canales. Ray, is all the pressure now on Bryce Young to figure this out and to be the quarterback that we need him to be? Because I think we would say this is a pretty solid offense. Is it, in the top 10 in the league? Maybe not, but they're adding weapons, and there's definitely enough playmakers to have a solid offense with Dave Canales at the helm. I really like this. And Denver just traded up to 102, so we'll see where they go. Could they be in the market for a receiver here? Interesting. Who they traded up for? Denver.
Yeah, Cade Otton ran 80% of the routes last year.
I have a feeling that we're going to be getting a lot of Bryce Young offers in our inboxes here because they are stacking him up with nice talent around him. He's got Dio John now as an absolute hog. Whatever, we know the pieces. He should be solid. Could he be like a Purdy even? I just pictured him like Purdy. I know it's a different offense, man. It's a whole different offense, but
Purdy
production wise. Oh, I know he's on this other level, tier 1. But that's my thoughts. I'm going to see some Bryce Young inbox offers. I know it.
I just hope he could do what Baker did last year. Baker had a good year last year, for everything that he's not.
Real quick, we got Brussels, Belgium. What? Let's go. Charlotte, North Carolina, Buffalo, New York, Louisiana, Indiana, Kingston. What's this? Is that Ontario? What's ON?
Ontario. Hey, another one. Another one, baby.
Hold on, we got another one? Okay, we'll get
another
back to
one.
that. We'll get back. I see Joe, Santa Barbara. We got Montana, Denmark in the house. There he is.
There he is. And Ray, not only do we have Troy Franklin in Denver, but we also have his quarterback.
Oh,
there you go.
It's perfect.
Oh my God!
Give me all the Troy Franklin I can handle, baby. This is ADV heaven.
Josh Reynolds has some words for you.
ADV heaven.
Hey, Josh Reynolds. Gene said Josh Reynolds has some words for you.
Look at that, my man.
Just north of Houston. Where you at, Humble? Alan, where you at, Humble? I lived off of Post Oak and Westheimer, man. When me and wifey lived down there, man. We live down in Houston too. Dallas, Texas. Pull up to the house, Jeff. Where you at? Come, get on 30. Come pull up. But
he's got a box for you.
Yeah, come get the box.
It's like if you drive to my house, I'll give you a hat.
Come get the box. Yeah, you drive over here, I'll give you all the hats. I'll give you every ad if you come over. Don't come to my house. I'm just kidding, but I got you. Jeff, you get a box. You're in Dallas. You get a box. Jeff gets a box.
All right,
Jeff.
Let's start with you, Ty. How do you feel about this offense now? Bo Nix, Javonte Williams, Cortland Sutton, Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims. Come on. That's not bad.
Oh,
how you feeling?
It's Bean City. It's Bean City, right?
Oh, boy.
Oh, baby, Bean City.
Oh, no. No.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
Hey, I'll give them this. Okay, they are an NFL offense. They will play snaps in the NFL. I need to see it before I believe it, but there's a lot of opportunity in this offense with a lot of prospects who we've liked, who have been poo-pooed in the space. So Sutton, Franklin, Mims, Javonte.
Oh no, Mims is dead now. He's dead now.
People are already saying Mims is dead. Mims is done.
You couldn't move Mims before this, anyways. Yeah, but yeah. Someone's gonna do something. Good luck choosing who it's gonna be.
Can somebody from the Cord see whenever Josh wants to come in? I'm just trying to see whenever. I see him in the chat, but trying to see whenever Josh wants to get in. Lufkin, Texas in the building. Real talk. What's this do for Bo Nix? Gene. Bo Nix is I don't really know. They have no weapons. Like, what do you think the community, not what Scott, not what Ray, what do you think the community is going to feel about this? Like, it really can't get better for both guys. Like, this has to be best case outcome for both of them, right?
Yeah, I would think it would be best case. You get a familiar target that you've been playing with the last 2 years and, breaking all types of records with. I'm not sure if it moves Nix in the first round of rookie drafts. I know people are kind of teetering with that. I definitely think that Troy Franklin is probably going to at least be in the middle of the second, because this is the guy we've been talking about where we've loved. Well, some people have loved, and they just wanted to see where he was going to land at this point. And I mean, everybody will make a case for him, but I think this is cool for Nix to find somebody that he's been comfortable with to grow in the NFL with.
Look at Ray. Look at Ray. He's like,
Ray. I think would you admit it's best case for Franklin at this stage in the draft? Like,
no.
Really? Okay.
I think it is better for Bo Nix than it is for Troy Franklin. I think it is better for the prospectus of Nix. Franklin's he's still a 4th round pick. He's not better than Courtland Sutton. I know people are saying Mims is dead, but he's going to be on the field. Like, don't forget that he was Sean Payton's first draft choice. Like, Payton traded up to get him. He didn't do a damn thing last year, but I don't know if that was because it was Marvin Mims or Russell Wilson in the offense. I just, I don't know how. It's got to be a bump for Nix, and it 100%. Has to be a best case hopium scenario for Troy Franklin. That's just my thought.
That's what I was getting at a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Is that playing with this quarterback gives you the quote unquote chemistry bump, right?
Oh yeah.
And especially when rookie minicamp comes along, it'll be all Bo Nix and Troy Franklin, all Bo Nix, because Bo knows how to throw to him and he knows how to run routes for Nix. So it's the ADV will be flying off the shelf. The Patriots took a guard from A&M, so no need to talk about that too much.
So I just have some thoughts. If this is an okay time, it's actually going back to something Ty said, dynasty wise. I think it was super sharp how he said that he likes the 2nd round picks now, and because you look at these landing spots, and if you do have a lot of shots to take, there are a lot of good profiles in good spots. But then my head goes the other way. It's like, okay, do you want to take a lot of shots and hope to hit, or do you want to capitalize on the fact that those seconds may be very valuable to the league? It's tough. It's tough. It's like you want to move a couple of them, but you're trying to thread a needle. But I think like Ty's saying, having a volume of 2nd round picks right now is the leverage. It's just what you want to do with that. So I just thought that was super sharp. And I feel like on day one, we were talking about how Bowers kind of did that. I forget who on the show was, kind of rapping with me about that, but his landing spot kind of bumped up the value of like the back third of the first, it seemed like, because everybody had him just sharpied in there. Right. There was just like people are just throwing whatever. I think it's even getting more so like that. I think the value of late first and all, we'll see. Do you want to kick? Hey, let's ask you this. Do you want to kick the 112 to 2025 right now? No problem. Yes. But do you want to kick the 110 to 25 right now? 12 team super flex, start 11, tight end premium.
No. And Clay, there's something that we talked about. I think you were on, or maybe this happened. It was last night. So maybe you missed this portion of it, but we were actually talking about one of the underrated things that we don't talk about in Dynasty when we're analyzing those back end first and trading them and liquidating them for future first is sometimes the player that you can select at that slot has more, whether it's fake value, but the perception is that player's worth more than a future random first. So I think there are certain situations. I mean, Clay, we just did a mock last night where Odunze was at the 109. Now, just imagine a world in which you're in a league where somebody took a Penix ahead of that and Odunze's sitting at 110. Just imagine that crazy world. I can guarantee you nobody would trade you they're Rome Odunze for your random 25 first-round pick. So,
No way.
I think this year is a great year to sort of play that game, man, to where that 110, 111, the perception of the player doesn't mean that the player has any better chance to hit and score you points, but the perception is that's better than what, Clay? The 25 class sucks. I don't want a random pick in 25. That class stinks. So I think it depends on the player that's sitting back there, right?
Yeah, this is really cool. Even the Bo Nix, even Troy Franklin Bo Nix combo, even that makes Bo Nix like a little bit more attractive. And again, like part of that, mid-second conversation. It just, for me, solidifies the fact that, mans, you want those top 3 or 4 picks.
Yes.
Top 3. Like, give me that. Give me the choice. Let me just take something confident off the board and figure it out. So that's why we try to do that every year, right?
Yes, 100%. 100%. Man, day 3 is starting off very good. I mean, the fact that we get right off the bat, you get Bryce Young adding Jatavian Sanders, and somebody in the chat said, talk about Bryce Young. We didn't talk about Bryce Young. Pork Chop said, talk about Bryce. I mean, we kind of talked. Clay, you said, I expect to be getting some inbox offers, but Gene, since I know you've got to run here shortly, like, how do you feel? Everything that Canales has done since coming in, 2 offensive linemen in free agency, trading for Deontay Johnson, bringing in Jonathan Brooks at running back, going out and getting Xavier Legette, now adding a tight end in Jatavian Sanders that can be deployed in line as a traditional tight end, or you can flex him as a Y move tight end. It's JRich said it. The pressure's on Bryce Young now. You either sink or swim now for Bryce.
Yep. And because of the first year stink, if he doesn't show any type of improvement this year, then he's pretty much Zach Wilson, in my opinion. But I mean, the weapons are there. The line is solidified. You got another running back with him, so the opportunity for him to really showcase what we thought he was coming out of college. This is his opportunity now to show us that, hey, I'm actually a competent quarterback. It was the environment around me last year for me not to be able to shine. So I like the moves a lot. I wish I had a little bit more Bryce Young. I know I have a share of Bryce Young in all my dynasty leagues. It was somebody in underdog. I got a lot as my third quarterback, so I feel good about that. But people that have Bryce Young, you should feel good. Like, you should feel a little more energized with that player.
My number 2 most rostered quarterback in underdog, Bryce Young, right behind Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
I got 14.8% Jaden and 14% Bryce Young. Oh, did y'all see this? Joe says she's quoting NFL. Who's this? Francella. Francella. I just got word as to why Troy Franklin is dropping so much in the NFL draft. Number 1, bombed his interviews. 2, serious questions about his passion for the game. May not actually love football. Listen, this ain't Joe reporting it. She is just the messenger. This was NFL Francella. So there's. I'm just saying.
I don't know.
I'm just reporting it, right?
No, yeah. I don't know historically if there's anything to back up, if there's any correlation between somebody getting, no passion for the game, doesn't have passion for the game, whatever that said, if there's any correlation to that, meaning that's a fail. It just, come on. He's in the NFL now. You think he's not pumped? He's been waiting his whole life to do this. You think he's I mean, JRich is shaking his head, but I just don't buy that. All I care about is what my league thinks about it. If they see that and they want to react to it, fine. I'm not.
Yeah. It's interesting. I tend to lean on the fact that he got drafted where he drafted is because he's not that good of a receiver. I don't think that the skill set warranted him being a first round pick. I never saw that on tape. Oregon's scheme is they just scheme players wide open. It just never felt like that to me. And I was on an island for a lot of the pre-draft process. I never said I disliked Franklin. I had him at like wide receiver 9, wide receiver 10, and you're just too low. But for me, I just don't think he was that good to go early in the NFL draft. But looks like the Chargers are shoring up defensive line. So they took a lineman from DT from Bama First team All SEC. And right before that, I believe there was a safety that the Arizona Cardinals selected from Texas Tech. So we haven't missed any fantasy relevant things. Clay, do we have any hammers, any trades that we want to look at while we've got some time? Do you want to do this?
Yeah,
or
let me text one to you. Give me a few minutes for that. But yeah, this is gonna be good timing. I'll grab one for you.
Sweet. What else is going on? Let's scroll the chat. Let's see what people are saying.
There's some sharp people in this chat right now. Just reading, I'm learning from the chat. And Joe is dropping bombs. She said before that Bo Nix got a baby bump. So that's so funny on so many different levels coming from her. Yeah.
Eddie Lacy didn't love the game. I mean, I don't know. You know, who the hell knows?
Ray, doesn't it feel like they just drafted Jerry Jeudy again?
Oh my God!
If you just hear about a guy who bombs, I mean, I'm not trying to say Jerry Jeudy bombed interviews. I don't know that, but more so speaking to if it's a knowledge of the game and Jeudy not being able to adjust his zone coverage in the NFL, and that's been his biggest downfall. His yards per route run against man and zone are like widely split, and you could see the same thing with Franklin. He can beat man because he's fast, but zone, the intellectual side, if it's not there, that could be one of the reasons why he dropped.
Let me just tell you this, man. If he does not love the game, I'm sure Sean Payton will. Sean
find out quick.
Will make quick work of that, and he's a 4th round pick. So, again, fragile asset. What's up, Terrell? Terrell Sandiford in the building. Sandiford is in the building. What's up, baby? What is up?
What's up?
All right, I'm going to try to actually do this kind of nice this time, Clay. So let me try this.
Okay. So
it's a two-part,
exactly,
right?
Exactly.
It's a two-parter. All right, it's a two-parter.
You got it.
It's a two-parter. Let me try to do this because, you know, we've got the capability to do some things here with some – we'll see how it goes, baby.
Oh, boy, Ray. Here we go. You don't sound confident.
What's up, Clay?
No, he sure doesn't.
It's day 3. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Oh, no, we're good, baby. We're good. Go ahead, JRich. Lead the way. What else is going on?
We're waiting for the Titans to pick, right? I'm curious how people feel about the Franklin pick, where he's going to end up. I'll probably take some shots, Ray. I'm just glad that the Denver Broncos saved my Patriots from drafting him. And I have to choose between a Drake May jersey and a Troy Franklin jersey. But it's interesting, man. I think that people are going to like the spot. The more you look into it, you're like, okay, there could be opportunity there. And I think the most interesting thing about Sean Payton of any of the situations is that I don't know if you can look at last year and say this is what's going to happen this year for the offense, because maybe it was protecting Russ, making sure he doesn't get hurt, being vanilla, not showing how you actually want to run an offense for the Denver Broncos. So we could see a bit of that. Ty, I see you kind of shaking your head. Do you kind of agree with that a little bit, that maybe Sean Payton's offense isn't what we saw last year?
Yeah, I mean, from the start, Sean Payton came in and was just ripping the situation he walked into and like what he was given. So we knew that it was going to probably take a year for him to start to get his guys in there and get his system in there. So I do think it could look different. Again, I came out pretty hot my last take there. So I will reserve my judgment. I will give Sean Payton a chance here to get his guys and get the system working. But it's one of those situations where even Sean Payton, it has to work. We have to see some kind of improvement year one. We have to see some cohesiveness, some step forward from this offense. So it's not a free pass year for any of them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with that. Cody, how do you feel about it?
I mean, if we're going to talk about the character concerns potentially with Troy Franklin, they've got the number 1 insight source that was just drafted in the first round of this team. Bo Nix is his quarterback. Do you think if there's really character concerns with him, if he's concerned about his love of the game, that he's not going to endorse a Troy Franklin pick, even if it is in the 4th year? I don't know. I'm not really buying into that. You've got the connection. I'll still buy into some Troy Franklin, but I was higher on him in the process early, so it may be a little bit of just a pre-draft bias on me.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not worried about a player bombing interviews. Like that's okay with me. Depending on cost, but that's one of the things that I could easily let go in, 3rd round of a rookie draft. Like if you bomb an interview, I've seen you do it on the field to some extent. It's just where's that price ultimately come about? The Titans took linebacker Cedric Gray out of North Carolina. That's actually a good pick for them. They could really use a good linebacker. So I like that pick. But yeah, I'm not worried about bombing interviews. And, you look at the gauntlet drill. That's concerning to some extent. But again, Troy Franklin's not that guy. So he wasn't drafted to be that guy, and we'll see how they deploy him. He may just be a deep threat. And I think in best ball leagues, you will want a couple Troy Franklins because he's going to get some shots, I'd imagine, at some point. And it's just, what does he do with them? All right, Ray, we ready here? It's a little dark. Can't really read it. And you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Oh, rookie.
I know. I'm just seeing what it looks like so then we could fix it, right? All right, we're
Make
gonna
it
fix
look
this
pretty or whatever. Yeah, you'll figure it out.
I got this. Don't worry about it. It needs a background, baby. That's what we need. We need some background on there so we could see the damn thing. We'll get it working.
Giants pick is in. Okay.
Giants pick is in. What do we got?
Did you see, Ray, they signed a running back that I think wasn't draft eligible. I don't know if anyone has more info on that than I do. My info is very limited. But I saw they signed a running back this morning who I guess wasn't eligible for the draft and will be on their roster. So that was really interesting to me to see them sign a back, because you'd think they would try and draft one, or there'd be one that's better and potentially available. But probably doesn't mean much, but does it mean they maybe don't go running back at any point in day 3 is kind of the big question. Do you see something you like there?
You're about to see the pick.
Ooh,
good for you for not saying anything right there.
Yeah, good job.
I didn't know I was.
He really didn't.
I didn't know I was. I didn't know I was ahead. I'm
Good
usually
job,
the one
Jay.
that's behind. I didn't know. My bad.
The Giants. I haven't seen it yet. Let's hit the sounder.
Amani Toomer. Okay.
Hold on. I got the chat. I see the chat saying good pick, so I'm not looking. I got to scroll up some. There we go. And I think I got the thing fixed. I just got to put the picks in now. I want to know what this pick is.
We're that far
he's
behind.
in Germany. Huh.
Can I say it now? Have you seen it yet?
Oh, yeah, I saw it. I just saw it.
Theo Johnson, tight end out of Penn State, pick 107 to the Giants. Is Darren Waller retiring? Because then there's a lot of opportunity there potentially for Theo Johnson, whether you like him or not.
All right, so I could do this.
It's a Waller clone.
He is
Good
very
night,
athletic.
Daniel Bellinger.
Very. Is his eye good yet? I remember when he got like smoked in the eye. I had to get like surgery and
How
stuff.
do y'all feel
Crazy.
about Theo Johnson?
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Fine.
Come on, man. How we feel about
It's
Theo
fine.
Johnson?
He's athletic. He can potentially make an impact at some level.
Let's make
But
it a little bigger.
Feels like he'd be a better blocker than receiver for the Giants.
Let's make it a little bigger. I want to go.
It was like a potential Dawson Knox situation.
Let's go.
It looked like all his highlights were blocking that they showed on NFL Network. So
who's that? Theo Johnson.
Yeah.
Well, Darren Waller is retired, right? Like that is confirmed. Darren Waller retired.
I haven't seen that.
No
we
idea.
can ask Brandon. Maybe Brandon knows, but I haven't seen anything to confirm that.
All right, Clay. Let's go ahead. We got the hammer pulled up. We got it all figured out. Let's go.
Yeah, let's rock and roll. So we have a 10-team Superflex, and Ty, will start with you on this one. 10-team Superflex PPR, it's 1.5 for the tight end, start 10. Quarterbacks are Allen, Love, Cousins, Rodgers. Kamara, Connor, Mostert, and trash cans at running back. Higgins, Christian Watson, D-Hop, Jacoby Myers, Palmer, Mooney make lists. Ingram and Musgrave and Fant at tight end. Pick-wise, we're looking at the 102, 5, 9, 201. And here it sounds like there's going to be 2 inbox offers. So it's the same team. Give the 201 and the 302 get a 25 first, which he or she is calling mid to late. And then, okay, let's start with that one, Ty. What do you think about that? 201 and 302, and you're getting let's call it a late 25 first.
Yeah, I put out a video right before the draft of 3 moves I was trying to do before the draft, and one of those was moving those late first for 25 first or 26 first where I could. Yeah, you get a future first for a pick that's not in the first round. Again, I've been pretty staunch the whole pre-draft process. I don't see a lot of difference from like that late first to like early second range, so it's very fluid in there. I'm just going to take the process here. Give me the first, especially on that team where I don't know if adding 2-1 really moves the needle there, but if I can use that first and pair it with one of those wide receivers or one of those running backs and try to flip something and, go up a tier and get some more wide receivers, I'm more so trying to go that way. But no, I'm taking the first there.
Sounds good. And we'll go to Cody for the second part of that. Ray, if you could throw that back up, there's another one. So it looks like this is the 105 and 109 and a couple future seconds. Or I'm sorry, what is that? Future second,
105.
just one.
Yeah,
Okay.
future second.
105.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the 105, 109, a future second, and you're getting a 25 first, 26 first, and London. And let me just mention this last part. It's low activity league, 0 future first. Only hesitation about trading the 105 is my wide receiver tight end room could use Bowers / Doomsday there. We probably, yeah. So what do you think? This one again, just real quick, clean it up. 10 team Superflex PPR, small tight end premium, 105, 109, and a second. You're getting 25 first, 26 first, and London, Cody.
I mean, you're saying you need a Doomsday or a Bowers, but what I like more is just give me Drake London there. I have no risk. I like the Drake London. So if you're going to give me 2 firsts and Drake London with that, I have to give 105, 109 and a second. I see 3 firsts at least of value on the previous side. And I would much rather just take the 25, 26 first, take Drake London, get me a little bit more liquid, de-risk from the potential volatility of one of the draft picks. Yeah, I like that side, honestly. And I like that more than the first deal that we were exploring too.
I think, yeah, it's great. It's excellent. You're getting Drake London and 2 firsts. There's not many trades where you're getting a really good piece and you're also getting 2 first rounders. And let's say it's that same owner. You've got that leverage over that owner now with their next 2 years first. That should not be undervalued. Ray, let's put up, I think there was another part to that one, right? Was there a second screenshot or was that everything? That was everything, wasn't it?
No, that's everything. That's everything.
Nice.
Everything.
Good job putting it in one thing.
Everything. That was everything.
And
So
I
we
just
got-
want to say thank you to that person real quick. It was 3 hammers from, I'll find the name, but thank you very much for those 3 hammers.
Play
You're awesome.
Trunk. Play Trunk.
Play Trunk.
Play
Thank
Trunk.
you. Thank you.
Shout out to Play
Appreciate
Trunk.
that.
All right. After that novel that we just went through, the Falcons have just selected Brandon
GT, right?
tackle, and then Kyrie Jackson went.
Loved that pick.
Yeah, it was a
Loved
good pick
that
by
pick.
Minnesota. That was.
Do you think they
moved
moved him to safety?
No. I know he's
Nah,
big as shit,
nah.
but no.
Yeah.
no,
That's
no.
what I was wondering with the pick if they try and move him
No.
to safety. But I like him a
don't think
lot
so.
inside.
Nah, let him play on the outside. Play Trunk, appreciate that one. We've got another one from White Lines that we'll get to here in a second. This one is a little shorter, and I'll get it all set up, and we'll get it loaded for later. Appreciate the hammers for everybody out there that's doing those. We've got a long stream today, so we are going to cover quite a few just different trade scenarios. And I think now is where, even though we're still waiting on the Will Shipleys, the Braylon Allens, the Estimes, I think for the most part, a lot of stuff has shaped up for us for our rookie drafts. And now people are like, okay, what do I do now? Do I move up now? We've been listening to trade into the top 4, top 5 for X number of months, or to trade out of these back end first. But now that we're getting some more of these spots, I think people are starting to really come to grips with decisions that they have to make. And one decision that everybody's going to have to make is their tight end 2. So I just want to ask the question. Oh, do we have another good pick? JRich?
Javon Baker at 110 to the New England Patriots. Okay, so Ray, who's the wide receiver 1 in New England in 2024? Is it Javon Baker or is it Jalen Polk? Give me your take, my friend.
I have no take right now. My take
ADV stock to the moon.
My take will come in a second. My take will come in a second. I am getting my take set up right now. So ask somebody else.
All right, Ty, how do you feel about Javon Baker going to New England?
Oh, man. I mean, throughout the whole pre-draft process, Javon Baker had my favorite nickname, Javon Baker, the touchdown maker. But, hey, opportunities abound there, right? It's Jalen Polk, it's Pop Douglas, and it's Javon Baker.
Bourne.
So, I mean,
Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about Kendrick Bourne.
Some respect on Kendrick Bourne's name, man.
Sorry. I forgot if he had 2 knees or not. It's all right. I think I'm just gonna lean draft capital here. If you're putting a gun in my head right now, I'll take Jalen Polk. But I think there's plenty of opportunity for Javon Baker to find something here. I'm sorry, Jay. Do you want me to be spicier?
Yep. Cody, what do you got? Polk or Baker?
Yeah, I would have Jalen Polk as my wide receiver one out of the rookies, but this just feels like they are admitting absolute beat of every wide receiver that they have drafted over the past like 5 years. Kayshon Boutte, you can probably cut. I mean, you bring in KJ Osborne, he probably plays over these guys for a little bit of the time. I mean, this is just a wide receiver room of wide receiver threes, wide receiver fours on most team, and they're trying to put them all together, 9 of them, and just throw them at the dartboard and see if we can actually get a wide receiver group for our new rookie quarterback.
Yeah, the Patriots think they're the Green Bay Packers out here. They're not. I'll tell you that. Gene, how do you feel about Jalen Polk and Javon Baker?
I mean, it's cool.
How is it for Drake May, actually, as well?
I mean, this helps him. This gives him another weapon. It gives him another weapon to throw to. It's just almost like the Bo Nix, how we were describing it. Like, doesn't really bump up that player of Javon Baker, just bumps up Nix to having another potential target to throw to. But again, like you named some veteran wide receivers that we don't like, but they're going to start in front of them unless they, go out there and kill it. So bunch of wide receiver threes, bunch of wide receiver fours. Do I want any of them in my lineups? Probably not. I'm not even sure if best ball wants some of these guys, but I mean, it's cool. We'll see how it shakes.
Here's what I feel about it. This is what I feel about it right here.
It took you long to find a picture of Magic Beans?
I had to find the right one, and this one fits. A handful of fairy tales from the fucking fantasy story bag. That's what I feel about this pick.
That's so good. That's a t-shirt. Put that on a white t-shirt right there.
Magic Beans, a handful of fairy tales from the fantasy fairy. That's what I believe. The fantasy fairy has delivered Magic Beans filled with hopium that if you just throw them on your roster, Javon Baker will grow into this dominant fantasy asset. I mean, good pick, and I don't feel anything until we see. I feel nothing, honestly. I feel nothing about him in an Alex Van Pelt scheme as probably at best the 4th receiving option, 5th receiving option out the gate behind Kendrick Bourne, Pop Douglas, Hunter Henry, the running backs. I don't feel anything. Not about him in this spot. Nope.
Clay, how did you like that pick?
It's when that pick was made, and I thought of a couple things. Yeah, we mentioned it with Bo Nix, how it's just more weapons. Sure, it's good. And we were also talking same kind of thread with Bryce Young. So that's good and all. But then it made me think of a friend of both of our shows, JJ Zacharyson, how he likes ambiguous backfields with running backs, but we don't want that at wide receivers, right? Am I speaking out of turn? But unless we're playing in deep formats, I don't want to touch these crowded rooms unless I have a ton of conviction that I'd rather look at the quarterback basically, or look at the 1Z position on the team. If it's a tight end, in the Panthers situation. So I don't know what it is about the Patriots. Every time I'm just grossed out by them. They have a stink. Maybe that's just my hate of the Patriots, but I'll stop.
Nah, man, you nailed it. There is a ton of stink. They're not good. We don't know what the offense is. Doesn't project to be good, and we'll see. Right? I wouldn't say I agree with the ambiguous wide receiver core type of thing, because that's when you can find a player like Terry McLaurin going to Washington that has a lack of weapons, and what do you know? He's the opening day wide receiver from the 3rd round. It's not going to happen every time, but ultimately there is potential opportunity. It's not to say that it's going to happen, but if you want to make the bet in the 3rd round that Javon Baker could maybe ascend up the depth chart, it's a possibility due to the lack of solidified talent at the top. We are not. Ray, are we printing cock diesel shirts?
Chris said he wants a cock diesel. Clay, have you heard of that? Like cock diesel? Like that dude's cock diesel, man.
Yeah,
like
yeah. But that was like decades ago, though.
What? But the issue was cock strong. It wasn't cock diesel.
Yeah,
cock strong?
I never heard cock strong.
You said cock strong last night before somebody came in the chat and said cock diesel, which is what we've heard. Yeah. I've never heard when you said cock strong. I was like what's going on here?
We need that new DD shirt, Cock Strong's Magic Beans.
Rank them. Patriots pass catchers. Chat. Whatever answer I see the best. Rank the Pats receivers. Cody, rank them. Pats receivers.
Kendrick Bourne, Jalen Polk, Javon Baker, KJ Osborne.
Where's Pop?
Oh God.
They forgot.
Yep, start over. Do it again. Let's go.
That's the problem.
No. Put him in right above KJ. Put him in right above KJ. Pop.
Wow. So fourth, you got Pop
Fourth.
Douglas behind Javon Baker.
Yes.
Ty.
Kendrick Bourne, Polk, Pop, Baker, KJ.
It feels like you kind of want to put Baker ahead of Pop, or no?
I'm closer to, honestly, I want to respect Pop because I think Pop did more in that offense than I thought he would last year. So I don't want to just necessarily discount him with more things coming, but he's not going to have as much opportunity as he did last year just with sheer numbers in the room. So I don't know how to feel, but Pop is what I'm having trouble with.
Looking in the chat, Bourne, Pop, Polk, KJ. Bourne, Pop, Baker, Pope, Osborne. Douglas, Polk, Baker. The point of this, Clay, is nobody knows. And I think what this means is there will be a window to either – I think you've got an opportunity to trade any of these guys. I'm seeing Pop, Baker, Bourne, Polk last. Behind, literally, one has got Polk dead last. I mean
all I want
this
to know, and you guys can talk, and maybe this is what we could do, go around the horn to answer this question I'm about to ask. Which of the 19 options we just mentioned, which has the biggest shot to spike in value? We're not talking about like a deep format where it's like, heavy reception, extra points or first down, stuff like that. Let's just say it's a 12-team start 10 vanilla. Which one has the best chance to pop in value? That's what I want.
I'll hop in here, and I appreciate you prepping it with Pop as the word you use there.
Exactly. It made me think of it.
But honestly, I think the answer is Javon Baker, simply because I know how this community wants Baker to do well, and they really want him to be good. So I'll say Baker just based on that. But there, any one of those options, if you look at it, I'm sure you could.
Ray.
Hold on. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it.
Oh boy.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick.
Oh,
Devontae Walker
interesting.
to the Ravens at 113, a player who described himself as AJ Green-like, and I have never, ever been able to get that image out of my head. Because I do like it a lot.
We'll get to Tez Walker. I want to finish this because my answer to the question, Clay, we're going around the horn, I think it's Jalen Polk. I understand that there are some people who have really pumped up Javon Baker, but I believe that with the capital that was invested in Jalen Polk, if he comes out there and plays well, people will be like, man, that is their high second-round pick. This is the number one for Drake May. I think the one that has the room and the runway to pop up in value, sure, Javon Baker to a degree, but I believe it's Jalen Polk is the answer. JRich?
So I sort of disagree with you, Ray. I think that people will take Jalen Polk reluctantly because of the capital and the potential upside like you're mentioning, but the player who will pop if they make a big play in practice, if they, score a big touchdown, it's probably not going to be Jalen Polk, and it would be Javon Baker for me.
Gene, where you at?
I actually agree with JRich here. I think it would be Baker just because of the built-in ADV of how people liked him towards the end compared to Polk. Polk was just a guy that was kind of like middling around. For a lot of people, they thought this was the wide receiver 3 for Washington, but he ended up, as you paid attention to people, giving them their assessments via film, Polk was the guy that people started really liking a little bit more. And then the 3, Bourne, Osborne, those are veterans. We know what they are. They're not moving. And then Pop is a slot guy that doesn't really do too much. So I think Baker's the guy, man.
And let me just ask you this: what did Drake May do? What did Drake May do with his slot in college?
Oh, those slots smashed.
Absolutely fucking peppered Josh Downs, right?
Yeah,
absolutely
you're right.
peppered him. And then the downfield big play threat in Tez Walker, he got fed. My opinion is this, Clay.
Go for it.
It's all based on perception of the player coming in, and it's just the feeling that I think Baker will have the Twitter love, but he just got drafted in round 4, 2 rounds after they spent a high second after trading up for Jalen Polk. Like
traded down,
traded down and got Jalen Polk. Like that's. Go ahead.
So
Cody.
where I'm at is we may have already passed this part, but I'm not looking at these types of players at this point. I'm looking at running backs, or maybe it's a team where it's like, give me some Bo Nix or something like that. We're past the point where I'm touching this position for the most part. I'm just not smart enough to be able to pick players here. So I'm either kicking, going quarterback or running back. Or hell, I mean, Jatavian Sanders, is he still around at a 1.75 tight end premium in this range? No, but you get the idea.
Yeah, people have him penciled in, looks like, as Kendrick Bourne's backup, which makes sense, right? Bourne's going to be the starter at the outside wide receiver spot, and then you have Baker as the backup, and we'll see how can he develop, and do they potentially look to bring him into the offense later in the season, at which point he could pop. But I think to your point, Clay, he'll be sitting on that roster for a while, and if you don't flip him in preseason, you may be sitting on him for quite a little bit, unless there's some injuries. But it seems like he would be the guy that have the first shot to make an impact of the players left on the roster at wide receiver. So it's a decent spot.
Good stuff. Look at Ray's chair. I'm so jealous. He's got such a cool studio and all, man. Did he have like an interior designer come and work? He probably did.
I think
yeah.
He did. There you go.
He's that dude, man. I need to travel to Texas and meet him. I'm always looking for a reason to travel. I got to meet Ray G, man. That would be good times. But yeah, so I guess everybody answered that one. We'll hit another hammer at some point. Oh, Cody, you didn't answer? Oh, come on, Cody. Best for last.
I didn't fully. I kind of answered it whenever I was ranking them. I'm still personally going to lean Jalen Polk, but if you want the community consensus, if he does pop in the offseason, it'll be Baker. So I'll still lean Polk, and I'll still draft him higher. But that's more player bias for me personally than it is community consensus built in.
Yeah, and I think it was JRich that was saying these are the types that may take like a long time, might be 2 years, and that's not what we want to use our roster spots on. Because unless you're super active, you're going to have those types of guys and maybe just clogging your roster and whatever, maybe they'll hit. But that's not what we want. That's I think a key
if you
point
pick him up,
here.
you want to flip him in the offseason, 100%.
You have to have the discipline. If you have a spot, right?
Yeah.
Is that you think that would be the sentiment for somebody like Rome, even though he was drafted in the first, that he's going to be behind 2 all-pro wide receivers?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, that's built into his price, right? Like he's not going ahead of basically anybody around his capital because he's buried behind some guys. But I think to Scott's point and Ray's point, like he will have a pass. Like everyone knows that he's probably not going to get targets ahead of Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. And so at that point, it's like, well, you still got to draft him because the talent is phenomenal. Everyone said he could easily be a top 10 pick. He was a top 10 pick. It's just a matter of time he gets that opportunity, but you'll definitely be willing to take the risk that he gets it at some point. Once they move on from Keenan Allen, he should see a lot of targets, but we still do have to see a little bit how that Bears offense looks and how Caleb looks in that offense and how he kind of delivers the ball to all of his receivers.
And he's like the exact opposite of that Troy Franklin tweet or whatever it was, right? Because he was first in, last out at the combine and all. He sounds like he is polar opposite in terms of that. Oh man, this is great vibes in the chat, by the way. This is man. What do we got? 23. We have 2381 eyeballs here. So quite cool. Yeah, we'll get a hammer going. And I see some people who have said that they like this hat. Yeah, man, we're doing a new merch store at Trades in 5. The folks at Fourth Wall invited us because it's a content creator kind of focused. And yeah, I owe all the big go winners from the other day merch, but I can like design as we go here. So if you're interested, just email clay@dynastytradesin5.com because we can kind of personalize it right now while I'm building this out. So yeah. Shout out. I'm going to stop talking. Who's got something to say? Cody, apparently you were trash last night is what the first 70% of the comments in the stream that I saw as we started was Cody
We were fairly zooted, honestly. We were fairly zooted, but we are back alive and we are ready to go for the next 7 hours here with y'all. We got the hammer in the building for y'all. Whenever the hammer streams come through, we've got the hammer in the building. So we'll go there. But no, the question I want to have, like, what's everybody's running back they want to come off the board next? Because we still got a lot of guys here. Honestly, my personal favorite's Jalen Wright that's still on the board here. We still got Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving, Ray Davis. I mean, we got a lot of running backs here that can still fill in day 4 and be pretty high up into potentially even the second round, even though they're going on day 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we just had Eric All drafted to the Cincinnati Bengals, so Scott's pumped, right? Mm-hmm. Scott's pumped. He's got a new tight end in Cincinnati, which is a great spot. But in terms of running backs, I think for me, it's probably Ray Davis. What we saw from him at the Senior Bowl was very intriguing. He has a skill set that can work on all downs. He's a decent pass protector as well. So I'm curious to see where he ultimately lands, because I think there is a lot of versatility there. And then Jalen Wright would be the other one just because of the speed, right? Who's the team that wants that explosive playmaker, change of pace back that could be great for fantasy potentially, and as well just for the offense as a whole? He's definitely a game breaker that you want. Ty, how are you feeling about the running backs, and who do you want to see go next?
I mean, yeah, my answer is Jalen Wright as well, but I'm really interested to see where Will Shipley lands. I know we were talking about that Casey Lanyon spot. It's still alive, you know, so it's it'd be interesting where that goes. Also, for those catching up, Jaguars just had 2 picks back-to-back. Jags at 114 took Javon Foster, tackle, and they took Jordan Jefferson, D tackle. So they're beefing up. They're supporting that offense as well. So, yeah, I think for me, Jalen Wright, but I'm really interested like Will Shipley, and I'm curious where Estime ends up slotting him up amongst all these backs. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me ask you guys this, if I can jump in. So early on in this, we were talking about Kyren with, you know, the competition. Now, where my head goes when you have a talented running back or talented wide receiver go to a team, I don't see that as a negative in terms of competition. I always look at it more so as, is the offense going to be better? And is the player that I, you know, have hopefully going to be the goal line back in those cases? But I just like the idea of an offense being able to score more points, because that's a problem when you had like the Bryce Youngs and all last year. They're just never in the damn red zone. So just give me a good offense and we can go from there. What are your thoughts on that? Because we also like the built-in, it seems like the dynasty market, especially in sharper leagues, is all these teams are going to draft wide receivers and running backs. And there's like, you know, there's a lot of talent. Of course, there's going to be competition coming in, but that is the NFL now. And I see it as a positive. Anybody have thoughts on that?
I mean, I can start if you want, Clay. I think the only concern, right, is that when you have a player like Kyren Williams, who is so dominant from a touch perspective, of course I can come down and that's okay. But I think, Ty, you actually hit on this a little bit earlier when we asked you about Corum, is that it's not that they drafted a running back, it's that they drafted a running back that we know is good and we like, right? And you talked about the goal line work. Blake Corum's a goal line monster. He didn't score a touchdown, I believe, over 8 yards in college last season, and he had like 23. And so you're like, okay, well, where can he be successful? He can probably be pretty successful at the goal line. And if there's a world where maybe Blake Corum takes goal line touches away from Kyren Williams, that would make him a between the 20s back that still would see a lot of volume, but you'd lose that touchdown upside. And with Kyren, it was every week, 1 touchdown, 2 touchdowns, right? So even though he's going to get the bulk of the opportunities, I still believe that if for some reason Sean McVay decided to use Corum more at the goal line, it wouldn't be a benefit for him. And if I'm being honest, I think that Corum would be a better goal line back for the Rams than we'd see out of Kyren. But Kyren's good as well. So it's not so much the competition as a whole. It's the specific player, because he's a player that could work in tandem with Kyren, and especially at the goal line could be a bit of a problem. And it just depends on how they ultimately decide to work that out at the goal line. It wouldn't be characteristic of McVay, but we have seen a little bit in the past him change things up at the goal line.
2,500 real quick. Nice. 2,500 on day 3 on Saturday. 2,500 in the building. Day 3 on a Saturday.
Yeah.
You guys are talking. I'm sorry. You guys are talking about the Rams.
No. Yeah. What I had brought up, Ray, was how I don't see competition, you know, talented competition coming into a backfield. Let's say we're talking about Corum and Kyren. I don't see that as a negative. I like it how it just makes the offense better. But with Corum specifically, he's got a lot going for him, and I see him as a quote unquote buy or I'll draft him if I'm on the clock. Got a few things going for him. Herbert, he's got the insulation with the offense, and people have liked what they've done. Getting and then he's likable. Everybody wants him to succeed.
Yes.
He's such a likable dude. Okay. Yes. And he's like the new hot thing. And it's almost as if people have been wanting a reason to not like Kyren or something. There's things like, I don't know. I want me some Corum, and I'm fine having Kyren too, because he showed he can ball, dude. Why wouldn't teams want the ball in his hands if he can handle every single play? If he couldn't pass block and stuff like that, again, I'm not X's and O's, he wouldn't be out on the field the entire damn time. Yeah, exactly. So I love it. I love it.
Cody, how do you feel about the situation?
This is why I've been saying to I still really like Kyren Williams, but there's been absolutely zero chance that I'd ever be buying throughout this offseason, because we saw this coming. They needed another running back. They weren't going to run out Ronnie Rivers and Zach Evans as their RB2 on this team. They were going to take somebody, and his value will fall because of this. But now is the time where I'm going out and buying Kyren. This is where now he's probably not even worth a first anymore to most people, if you're going to say that this is a split work backfield. And so I'm going out and I'm actually buying the Kyren now that I haven't been able to buy and get myself to stomach the price that we've had to pay all offseason before the draft. Now we actually have a price where I think I could go out and buy some Kyren, and I would do that over Blake Corum. Obviously, you're going to have an expected lower of points because he really excelled last year with those touchdowns, right? And you probably won't have that. Blake Corum will probably still be the goal line back now, but he's still going to be very, very good for fantasy, in my opinion, for Kyren. So I'd go out and try to buy him now.
What would that look like in terms of how you're going to acquire him, though? I know there are 743 different variables here, but is it a type of thing where you'd be comfortable tearing down from, I don't know, a more popular name and getting a piece on top? Is it that, or would it be like a cross-positional thing? How would you do it? Because I know you don't want to put a first on him. You're not going to, I mean, shit, Cody, would you even give a 26 first as part of a package for him?
No, honestly, at this point, like the only way that I really want to do that.
Yeah. How would you acquire him?
I want to pivot between different running backs. Like, can I pivot off of the Devon A-Chain, JT, Travis Etienne's? Can I pivot off of them and down to Kyren Williams, pick up the plus, and then get a little bit more liquid for a running back that I think personally can still provide that type of upside at the position in terms of points scored? That's probably the way I would go. Or maybe it is, let's go a little bit lower and then tier up. Can I throw with a third on top of the Rashad White, looking through rankings on KTC here, Josh Jacobs, James Cook? Can I go up to Kyren Williams from that, but put a little bit of a tax on top of it?
That's where I think it gets tough, though, because then your league mate knows that they have the leverage. You're adding a piece to try to get up to Kyren, so it just throws up flags. But I got you, man. Again, there's 100 different variables at play here, but yeah, we're just talking through how to do it. So good shit.
I like this one in the chat: Kyren or Jonathan Brooks for everybody out there.
I'll take Kyren.
I'll take you. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. Real quick, this is completely unrelated, but I'm looking at some super chats, and I'm going to clear this up. We have got to clear this up. Here is the definition for cockstrong: a type of physical strength that is not derived from the weight room, but rather from having balls of steel. Usage example: although Bobby didn't look like much, that cockstrong little bastard whipped the shit out of 4 guys at the same time. I know I ain't crazy. I just wanted to clear this up today, that this is real lingo that is dished around out in the streets.
Straight from urbandictionary.com. Great job, Ray. Great job.
I missed a couple of picks. I do want to touch on Tanner Bordellini, who was selected by Indianapolis at pick 117. This is a great pick by the Indianapolis Colts. This is a great pick. This player can play all 3 of the interior offensive line positions, center or both guard spots. All I'll say, good boost for Jonathan Taylor, good boost for Anthony Richardson. Great pick here. And my goodness, Eric All. JRich, we need the Photoshop of the beans, and I need that in PNG so I can just have that overlay.
Just send it to me.
I don't know if y'all discussed it.
Just give it to me too. Give it to me too. I'll throw it up on our streams,
This
right?
is from the Fantasy Fairy. Let's get the beans on the screen from the old Fantasy Fairy. Yeah, a handful of fairy tales from the fantasy football story bag.
Keep it up for a second. Keep it up for a second. I'm gonna take a screenshot and tweet it. Hold on.
Just straight beans with Eric All in Cincinnati. The Fantasy Fairy is coming to deliver hopium to everybody who purchases these beans. I'm gonna get these up on the website. We're gonna get some beans for sale and just sell beans all season long. Mason McCormick, Pittsburgh went with another O lineman, y'all. Another
Yep, they did.
offensive lineman, Mason McCormick, and a lot of people talked about this kid out of South Dakota State, offensive guard. We've been saying it all draft. They're going to run the what out of the ball? The piss out of the ball in 2024. So, yes, slamming it up the A-gap with Najee and Jalen Warren. So, back to the program, y'all.
Back to the beans.
I'll tell you
Arthur
this part.
Smith's 6 to midnight with all these offensive linemen he's picking up. Hey, it's just gonna be something else. Yeah,
Man,
fire up the running game in Pittsburgh, please.
it is going. It is going. It is going.
This is one thing that I struggle with, and I need to start. I need to start watching more tape. I don't have time for any freaking thing, but is just like with these picks, with the boring, tackles and all. I guess I have to find the right source to where it's like, okay, I'm going to trust this person to tell me that, Najee Harris. I mean, Najee's kind of awesome now. I don't know. He's he's kind of like, I like him as my little RB2.
So do I.
But that kind of thing, like who's really getting a boost from these boring picks? Like, how do we get an edge where people they don't realize who's really improved?
Well,
what do you think there? Who's good sources too, besides the people in this room?
I mean, me being one source, that's a good source right there. But I mean, you've got phenomenal people that do incredible work. And of course, the Dane Bruglers of the world reading his analysis on those players. But I mean, even people within our space, Clay, the Draft Network, I really, Keith Sanchez and Damian Parson and Ryan Fowler and that crew, they do great work. This is their job to scout all positions, right? And I think a lot of times, if you're tuning in here and you are here because you love fantasy football, you enjoy the game of Dynasty, I really do encourage you to listen to prospect and team analysis from people who do not primarily deliver fantasy football content. I would highly recommend go to the Joe Marinos and the Kyle Krabs. Go to NFL people and just, not that they are 100% right, not that they have the crystal ball, but they view the game much different. They don't have the hopium and magic beans for Javon Baker that we do, for Eric All that we do. So I would encourage, Daniel Harms is a good guy. He's a supporter of our work, but he just grinds fucking tape, Clay, like Russell Brown. They just want to, they like to grind center tape. Nobody on the screen is grinding center and interior defensive tackle tape the way that they do. So I would just highly encourage you, take some time, step away from all the fantasy hot takes and this player is going to be great and go listen to just some NFL content and what they're saying about everything that Pittsburgh is doing and how this offense might look. And then, Clay, you could sit back and say, you know what? This is the fourth time I've heard people say Pittsburgh is really going to be improved in their offensive front. I think I'm going to put a feeler out there for a Najee Harris.
I dig it. Appreciate that.
Somebody said Miami traded up to this pick. Somebody said they traded with Philly for this pick.
It's good one.
Pick is in.
I'm not sure. Pick is in, though, but I think they traded up. Miami, Seattle, Chicago, Philly, San Francisco, and Tampa Bay next on tap to draft. All right, Clay, I am going to get this next hammer loaded up. I don't have it in there yet, but I'm going to go ahead and get that up from White Lines 34. I'm going to get that up, and there's some – I'm looking at the trade now. There are some big names in this trade. I'm seeing some Mahomes, some Stroud, some Fields, some Achane. Let's get this loaded up. All right.
Yeah, and for people who are wondering what hammers are, so it's
Yes.
essentially we moved our super chats at Dynasty Trades and Five over to Buy Me a Coffee, and we call them naturally hammers because that's very brand appropriate for us. But buymeacoffee.com/trades in five is where you go and you can donate hammers to us and leave your trade question in there, and we will answer it on a live stream, which is quite cool. So yeah, and there's a little bit of a delay on that, but the reason I'm also mentioning this is because we'll have some sort of giveaway today where you're going to have to know how to get there. So buymeacoffee.com/trades in five. That's going to be linked in. So,
all right, Dolphins are up. And when I was stepping away, I had to help my son. I think he just got bit or stung by something outside. His eyes all swollen up.
Oh man.
I know, crazy, but it'll be all right.
And you're laughing about that?
No, it'll be all right, man. Boys, you gotta be tough. Shake it off, man. Shake it off.
Rub some dirt.
I wanted to get some JT Sanders talk. I don't think I may have missed any, but I wanted to just get what people are saying. Oh my God! Wow!
Woo!
Wow!
Woo! There you go.
Wow! Wow.
We said we wanted to see where he went. Jalen Wright.
To
the Miami Dolphins.
The speedster out of Tennessee goes to a backfield.
Because they know Achan's going to be hurt for a decent amount of the season, so they want two speeders.
What a segue, Clay, because we got some Achan in here. So let's just hit it real. What a segue. Let's go.
It was just teed up. It was meant to happen.
Yes.
So White Lines 34. Thank you so much for the hammer. Appreciate it. Let's start with Mr. Cody, who's hiding down there. No,
I just want to make it big real quick.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. So Cody, we have a 12-team super flex PPR 1.5 for the tight ends, start 10, and it's a 6-point per passing touchdown. Mahomes, Burrow, Fields, Darnold at quarterback. You have Achan, Kamara, Ken Walker, and Pacheco at running back. Mm-hmm. Lamb, Smitty, Ayuk, DK, Nico, and then Kincaid at tight end. As you could imagine, pick-wise, a little light, has the 210. And then this comment here is traded Stroud for Lamb and Fields. Interesting. 2 of 2 has got third last year, looking to win it all this year. Activity is the type to where I have to initiate it. Well, good for you for being the aggressor. Yes. Should I look to get another hammer somewhere or use a receiver to gain flexibility? So let me just clean this up real quick. Cody, it is a 12-team super flex, PPR start 10, 6-point. What do you think here? First off, do me a favor. Address that traded Stroud for Lamb and Fields.
Yeah, this is where we got to start, right? But you have the ability to do this because you have Mahomes and Burrow, right? You're overexposed to holding on to these top 6 quarterback assets, and you're trading Stroud at potentially the highest he's probably ever going to be. I don't think most people would do it, but I actually like it in this scenario for this specific team to go out, get yourself another hammer in CD Lamb, and you have another potential upside shot of buying low on the Fields. Whenever he does start, you'll be able to flip him again. So I actually like that. I don't think most people would do this, but in this exact situation, I actually like this one.
It's tough, right? Because Stroud could be ridiculous in a 6-point per passing touchdown. He's like a very low priority in terms of moving. But I hear what you're saying, man. He had the flexibility to be able to do it, and getting CD was the goal, maybe roster construction wise, and that really helped that wide receiver room. Ty, you got any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I agree. Lamb fits this roster better. Yeah, I would have loved to find probably a different way to maybe do that.
I'd have tried to move Burrow. I'd have tried to move Burrow instead of Stroud. I would have even added a little to Burrow to keep Stroud, but go ahead.
Yeah, and if it was I need Stroud to get the deal done, I probably would have tried to add in maybe Nico, and instead of getting Fields back, see if I can get something else back that I really want, sell that Houston stack and get something real nice coming back. But end of the day, I don't mind it. You desperately needed a CD Lamb in that room, so you filled that need, but now you have to figure out what you're doing with the rest of that quarterback room in Fields. Fields, that's a good room for Fields just to sit in and bake until he has to start, but you got to have a plan. So yeah. The other part of that one there, Clay, can we pull that one back up, Ray? Yeah. So, activity, you have to initiate. Do I want another hammer? Yeah. I mean, I would probably that Nico DK range, I'd probably try to see if I can't pair up that 210 in one of those picks and try to go higher.
Oh,
Go ahead.
the best
Here we
punter
go.
in college football history, baby. Let's go. The Bears, Torrey Taylor. I mean, I don't have much punter analysis.
He
But
is
when you
an
talk
animal.
about a leg,
Animal.
I mean, he is a beast.
so
I mean,
good.
the way that he could pin. I mean, this is insane that we're even breaking this down, but this is how much of a college football nut I am. I mean, his ability to pin the ball inside the 5 it's unreal. Like
It's just
it's a
stupid
spectacle
good.
when he punts. Like people love watching him punt. It's crazy, and it's Iowa, so they don't score a lot. But he is
It's like
legit.
the Justin Tucker of punters, who's just
punters,
gonna
man.
be
Like this is
You want to
punter
get
goes
Thor
round
Nyström
4.
excited? Talk
Yeah.
about him.
This is-
Thor absolutely loves this kid. Like,
Hey, this is a dope pick.
It's crazy.
This
It's a really
is
good pick.
Somebody,
It's a
Alex
really good
said,
pick.
guy got in a lot of reps at Iowa, so he is good. He's no Johnny Drop
he's
Leg
cock
Johnson.
strong. He's cock strong. Like
Punk God 2.0. He is cock strong. Absolutely, he is cock strong. Let's finish out this hammer, though. Oh, sorry, cock strong. There we go, hammer.
Yeah, this roster needs a little more cock strong in it. Like we need to get a couple more hammers in there. So, yeah. Again, this is more of a pay to brag than anything. Your team set up really well. If you don't do anything, you're probably still going to be okay. But this is where, this is one of those teams I'm trying to consolidate up. So pair up a couple of those receivers. Again, Achan's going to be interesting to view going forward. But yeah, you got a good team. Try to tear up if you can.
See what the Texans are doing. Thank you for the hammer. Thank you for the hammer.
yes, thank you.
Keep them coming. Ooh. Okay, the Houston Texans. Tight ends flying off the board. Cade Stover from Ohio State going to pair up with Houston, who surprisingly, let me take a look at my old notes right here. Their second most deployed formation in 2023. Most teams in the NFL, I'd say probably 85% of teams, their second base formation used is 12 personnel, which is 1 running back, 2 tight ends. Unfortunately for Houston, they do not deploy that often at all. 10%, which is one of the lowest rates of 12 personnel in the league. So, we'll see how this works out.
5th tight end here in the 4th round that's gone so far today. Kind of crazy.
Is that 5th?
Kind of crazy. 5th tight end that's gone in the 4th round so far. So good luck parsing through those options in your dynasty drafts. I hope you have a lot of shots in the 4th if you're looking to fill out at tight end.
You know what's interesting about the more you look at how offenses work and the deployment of different personnel groupings, it really just speaks to what those teams want to do, right? It speaks to that. And when you think about just screw all the X's and O's, but when you just think about Houston, why on earth, right? Why on earth would a team like Houston want to deploy 2 tight ends on the field at the same time? It literally is taking away from the greatness of CJ Stroud. Like it is better to deploy more receivers than it is tight ends. So this pick of Cade Stover sounds cool, but honestly, I've got little interest for fantasy. It's Dalton Schultz until it's not Dalton Schultz. Good for Houston to have a better backup behind Dalton Schultz, probably a better option than Brevin Jordan. But from a deployment situation, they ran 2 tight ends on the field, honestly, less than 15% of the time in 2023. So good for CJ Stroud for some security, but not much that I want to do. And we've got our man, one of the most active patrons that we have in our Discord. Josh is in the damn building. What's happening with you, Josh? Good to see you, baby. Good to see you, Josh. You are on the stream. Welcome in, big dog. That's my guy. Josh is in the building. I'll just say this. Josh has been in the Dynasty game for a long time, consumes a lot of content, and is very methodical in his approach and how he analyzes these landing spots. He is very much in tune with situational-based outcomes, value, production, very sharp. This is my brother. I love Josh. He is a fantastic addition to the DD community. He's not a content creator. He just loves fantasy and has no fear or shame to give his thoughts and opinions out there. So, Josh, what are the streets saying this morning, Josh? I'm coming in hot with you. It was JT Sanders is dead, and then he goes pick one here on day 3 to Carolina. And in Dave Canales' offense, we know how often Cade Otton was on the field for Tampa Bay. What's the sentiment out there? What are people saying about Jatavian Sanders right now, Josh? And then I want to ask you about the beans of Javon Baker and the receivers that were Troy Franklin that were selected.
Well, I appreciate the kind words, Ray. So I think the streets are excited about what Jatavian Sanders can do. I think everybody is excited for what Canales brings to that team. And there's just an uplifting of the assets that are inside of that group. And I think that Sanders, he's an exciting player that they need some spark. They need some athletes out there. Bryce needs people to get open, and he's going to be able to do that for them. There was too many times last year he got back to the end of his drop, and nobody was open. The only thing that was open was Adam Thielen 5 yards down the field. That was it. And we got a lot of players now for them to get open, and Sanders is just going to be another weapon for them. So I think it's going to be fun to see how people decide between Sanat and Sanders for me, and seeing what they do in their selections probably in the second round.
Clay had to go take a call real quick. He'll be back in about 10 minutes. What are the streets saying about Troy Franklin, Bo Nix? Any bump for Bo? Any hopium for Bo Nix? And I just have to share this. JRich is awesome. We have the P&G. There it is. There it is. The magic beans. There it is. We got it. Fantasy football fairy tale hopium. They are the magic beans. So are there any beans out there for Denver, for Franklin, for Bo Nix? Are we planting them hopium seeds out there, Josh?
They're dancing in the streets with their magic beans. They're throwing them everywhere. They're sprouting up stalks all over the place for Bo Nix and this pairing with his receiver in Denver. Franklin is back. We can't believe it. It happened, and he's going to be their top receiver. Everybody wanted him to go so much higher, and now we got a spot that people can honestly tell them a real narrative that he could be their top receiver in that team. So good for the Franklin truthers. Good for the people that wanted Franklin to do something. We'll see how confident they are in that decision come draft time.
Joe says streets is talking.
Joe.
JRich loves this. JRich loves this. Joe, we got a box for you because JRich, this is the first.
I'm a big fan of The Wire, so this is fantastic. Streets is talking. Go put the word out.
Go put the word out. Franklin is back up. Joe,
go put the word out. We back up.
Joe, you got a box coming. Joe's got a box coming. Joe, you got a box coming. Joe, we got
the word out.
California, we got a box coming. Put the word back up. Franklin is back.
We back up, baby. We back up.
Oh shit.
Speaking of the streets talking, I got a Dynasty Fantasy Football Reddit notification. Lad McConkey.
Oh, Ray! We got another one.
Wait a minute.
We got another one.
It's Fast and Furious.
Another player out of Oregon, baby. Who is it, Ray?
Bucky?
Bucky, baby!
Oh!
Bucky! Oh,
Rashad White competition.
Together.
So dead. He is dead. R.I.P. Rashad White. Dead.
What?
That pass catching role finished.
Wait, who says Rashad White's dead? Cody and JRich?
Bucky Irving's fine, man.
Bucky.
It's fine.
Get out of here. No. Josh, bring some
honestly,
reality.
Ray, though, pretty good capital for Bucky Irving. I didn't think he'd be a fourth rounder.
Hold on. Who had Bucky Irving going over Estime?
Nobody.
Braylon Allen.
Nobody.
Cody Smith. It's been an adventure for Cody Smith this draft. It has been an adventure from start to finish. But at one point in time, this man right here, did you have Bucky Irving as your RB1 in this class? There was a point, right? There was a point.
In the offseason, he was RB1 just by pure film grades because Jonathan Brooks was hurt. He was RB1. He since dropped to RB6, and now he's probably back up to RB3 or RB4.
Sounds like
Bucky
Cody's
too.
telling you to put the word out.
He's telling
He's
me to
back
put the
up.
We
He's
back
back
up.
up.
We back
I
up.
mean, his play is good. Like on the field,
Yeah.
you just turn on the film and watch the tape. Bucky Irving is good. I believe I had him top 5 in my class, like going into the pre-draft process. Just contact balance is phenomenal. I think he's a good player. I actually think this is a good pairing with Rachaad White in Tampa Bay. I think, Josh, for nobody expected White to receive
Oh
and
my
then
God, Dan
sustain
Campbell jerseys. Look at that.
the level of volume
That's-
that he did last year. Like he sustained it. Probably not going to get 100% of the work this year with Bucky there, but this is solid. I like the capital, and people said it's decent capital to where you've got to at least respect Bucky Irving now.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is it the Kentucky offensive coordinator they brought in? I think they like to get people into space.
Okay.
In that group. So I think Bucky's going to be a nice complement to what Rachaad White does. Rachaad White was not an efficient runner. Bucky is an efficient runner. He's good up the middle, even for his size. You know, we saw that in the film room evaluation that we did. So
Yep.
I think they recognize that's his deficiency, and they got a guy that can complement and do some of the things on the field when Rachaad White's not there. So I think that's a great pairing for Tampa, and it makes the Baker, play that you have on your teams even stronger.
Agreed. We're getting some. I mean, it's still round 4. It
This
ain't
is
like we're not in round 7, y'all. Okay. Yes, it's day 3, but we're not in round 7. It's not the last 2 picks of the draft. Like this, these guys are still in the mix. That Tampa Bay backfield is not solidified by any stretch of the imagination, Ty.
No, I agree. And I think the most valuable work that we've done this offseason is trying to understand what these offenses do, what these offensive coordinators, what their tendencies are, and trying to see how players will fit into the offense. And I think we've been pretty consistent this whole offseason that the running backs in this class, they will have roles to fill in the NFL. But I also want to keep this class in perspective because, Ray, you've said multiple times, this 2025 class, if any of those cats are in this class, they are clear-cut RB1, clear-cut. You know what I mean? So I think the community here that we want to push these running backs up, and some of these have fallen in good spots, others in very interesting spots. But no, I'm interested to see what's happened. I like the spot for Bucky. I don't know how it's going to shake out, but Rachaad White is not dead. He's not dead.
He is not dead. He is not dead. And we have 3,000 in the chat. We have 3,000 watching the stream. 3,000 across all socials in the stream. Day 3. We're excited. The Lions made a pick, I believe. The Lions have only drafted corners, and I love it. They got Terrion Arnold and Enos Rakestraw, 2 players who were at points in time both mocked in the first round, and the Detroit Lions needed secondary help. This is a very, very good draft for Detroit right now. We are going to give away the Blake Corum jersey. We are going to give away Blake Corum.
Let's go.
Let's go. Blake Corum will be signed. Blake
in
Corum.
LA, but for the Rams.
Yeah. Signed Blake Corum jersey. We're giving that away. Let's get this Lions pick in while I get the board set up and see who is going to be the recipient of this bad boy. All right.
Yeah, Lions traded up, so we'll see who they want here with this pick.
All right, let's shuffle it around. I'll just spin it. I'll spin it. Well, we can wait. Well, fuck it. I spent it. Let's go back. I'm trying to wait. We spent it. Let's see who won the jersey. The intrigue is gone. Oh, here you go.
Good.
Here it is.
You got this one, right?
Well, I was gonna do Laporta because the Lions are up, but I said Corum already. So D-Good. We took the email off. D-Good is the recipient. I'm taking a screenshot. Blake Corum, D-Good jersey. Thank you so much for your support.
Is that Danny?
And
Danny?
we'll do Laporta. We'll do Laporta next. I said Corum, and I should have done Laporta. So we got.
Ooh, I think you're right, Josh.
Laporta. So Sam Laporta is going next. We're not going to do it right
All
now.
right, the pick's coming in now.
What'd you say?
Pick's coming in right now.
If they go offense, we'll do Laporta right now. We still got a lot of shit to give away. If they go offense, we'll do Laporta right now. I kind of want to keep this Laporta. It's kind of clean.
You can get another one.
Nah, man, pockets is light, man. I was looking at some tickets for some. I'm just praying that whoever wins, they don't want to go to SoFi Stadium. I don't need them to go to SoFi. I did some price shopping last night, Jay. I was like, ooh, SoFi is not going to be cheap. So we need somebody to win that lives in Jacksonville, Carolina,
Cleveland.
Cleveland. We need one of those guys to win. All right, looks like Clay is back. Let's get the pick for the Lions. Let's get the pick. Luke McCaffrey went in day 2. Just continuing to talk about that. We're gonna do a mock. Clay's back too. We're gonna do a first round mock once Clay gets back. Once Clay gets set up and he gives me the thumbs up. I'm not bringing you on, Clay, till you get loaded. $700,000 people attended the draft. It's incredible. A record. Talk about the influx of just economic, just capital flowing into the city. Like unreal. Unreal.
Good for Detroit. Good for the city.
Good for the city, for real.
Good pick.
Good for the city.
Good pick.
Oh, that's a British Columbia. Let's go. My home province. Canada, stand up.
What is?
Let's go.
He is huge, man.
I have no clue. What is this? What does British Columbia mean? Did he play in college? Okay.
What you're looking at there. What you're looking at there. This is CIS football. This is Canadian University football. They're playing on University of British Columbia.
What are we watching?
Right there.
Wait, we legitimately drafted.
This is a company that grinds the tape.
Yeah, this is Canadian University football, right?
Oh my gosh. Oh my!
The lowest of the low.
Oh, Josh,
crap.
We're not giving away Laporta yet. That we're not.
Oh,
this is the Dan Campbell pick through and through, though. A nice Canadian grinder. Ooh. Let's go.
He's like 6'8", 340, man. A monster.
I don't know, man.
Oh, Ray!
It's a wild.
Oh
pick.
Man, this is interesting.
What do you mean?
This is interesting. We just got a 5-star prospect off the board.
Oh,
I have not seen this pick. I have not seen this.
Oh,
pick.
shit.
Oh, there we go.
My RB5 is off the board. Oh my goodness.
What are we doing with Saquon Barkley now, right? We got White Lightning in the building.
Dead. Sell all your Saquon. Lightning is in the building. CMC 2.0. Danny Woodhead.
Damn right.
What other white running backs can I name? They are in the building. Clay. Will Shipley.
Peyton Hillis, stand up.
Peyton Hillis. Yeah, we need Peyton Hillis. Wow. Will Shipley to Philly.
White Lightning. Love it.
I love it. I love the yeah, it's a great spot. It is funny. Scott was mentioning it the other night, I think on our Tuesday stream. No, what the hell? I don't know. Whatever.
How is this a great spot?
He was saying,
Ray, we got another one.
No,
we got another one.
He mentioned the fact that we took Shipley. We took Shipley and then Balmer and then Ray Davis.
Love it.
Awesome.
You guys talk about the pick. You guys talk about the pick.
This is a great pick. Turn around.
Wow.
Ray Davis to Buffalo. That is a great pick.
You talk about action on day 3. How are people not tuned in? Hit the like button on YouTube. Hit the like button. Go buy a coffee. I know you all have trade questions flying out of your behind right now. Like, what's the site? Just say
that, Ray.
What's the
let's
Clay,
do a giveaway.
I'm gonna load this up.
Do a giveaway.
Yeah, let's do something, Clay.
So here's what it is. Let's see if we can find a clean stop time. Okay, you have until 1:45. I'm Eastern. Hi. So that's whatever. We'll give you a gentleman's 15 minutes. Let's call it. Go to buymeacoffee.com/trades-in-5. buymeacoffee.com/trades-in-5. Buy us coffees. We call them hammers. We've got 6 of us up here. We're going to need 6 coffees. So get that in. Let's give it some time, man. I'm going to give people a heads up on this. This is kind of a big deal because I'm going to give out something big here. So let's get until 2:00, and I'll remind everybody every once in a while. We'll buy 6 hammers because we all need to wake up here. And then, you're going to be in the running for something kick-ass. Let's do a live roster review with Shane and Scott, baby. Come on.
Oh, my.
buymeacoffee.com. Yes. buymeacoffee.com/trades-in-5 and buy us 6 coffees and let's go. You'll be in the running. We'll do the drawing after 2.
I mean, seems like a pretty good value to me. You get your roster reviewed live. That is phenomenal. You've got some time. Get them in though. Let's go. Get those coffees in. We had Will Shipley to Philly. We had Ray Davis to the Buffalo Bills. Y'all, it ain't round 7. It's round 4, folks. These picks matter. You're going to get starters. You're going to get contributors. I'm not saying you're getting all pros and RB1s and wide receiver 2s, but you're getting players who should be on the field. When you look at the Buffalo Bills right now, I mean, it's James Cook. I believe they have Ty Johnson. They still on the roster. Latavius Murray. I mean, Ray Davis feels like a Buffalo Bill. This feels like a Buffalo Bills type pick. And then Will Shipley with Saquon Barkley. My immediate thought is, if something were to happen to Saquon Barkley, it would be silly season for Will Shipley.
Let's go. And that's part of it.
I just being real, like I'm trying to see the pathway, unless
there's no
Saquon, unless Saquon isn't the 80% guy and they're going to deploy him more like a 65, 70% guy due to the age, the usage, and Philly's goal, much like I believe with Baltimore. Baltimore's goal is not to get Derrick Henry another 2,000-yard rushing crown. It's to have him healthy and peaking when they enter the playoffs, to have him ready to help them win a Super Bowl. And I believe that's Philly's plan. It's not to show the world that Saquon can run the ball 400 times a season. It's to keep him fresh for their playoff run. So tough spots.
I think with lineup leagues, though, we're at the point again in the draft where I'm not necessarily counting on these people to be scoring fantasy points at my starting lineup unless it's super deep, 12, 13, something like that. I want someone in a good offense, and you can see the narrative. We know the Saquon Barkley injury stuff. He could be nuked with something that could be a less severe injury for someone else where they'd be fine. You get the idea. I don't know. I want that offense. That's like a big kick of mine. And we'll see if that ends up being a fail, but I'm fine with crowded backfields this year because I love the spots. This second round in terms of rookie drafts is fire now. I can't wait to see the next mock. Look at all these studs through the whole second.
And Shane chimed in, and Shane said, y'all, they're killing me and thinking all these fourth rounders are going to be productive NFL backs. Again, for me, and I think the reason why people tap into DD is every one of my fantasy takes, at least when I deliver content, it is always grounded in the foundation of real football. Like what is the team's deployment of this player? What's the outlook, the potential range of outcome for the deployment of this player? And as much as I do love Will Shipley, and I do believe that, especially in a lineup league, that is a backup you want to roster. That is one you want to have. I think in best ball, you still want to have him. I don't see a pathway where there's a lot of opportunity early, not with Saquon Barkley, okay? Maybe if this were DeAndre Swift or Miles Sanders, sure. But with Saquon, he's a high-leverage backup.
Or Kyron kind of thing.
Not
Yeah,
with Saquon.
I got you.
Even Clay, JRich, to a degree, Ray Davis in Buffalo, I feel a little better about what he can do early on opposed to that of Will Shipley, even though I love Will Shipley.
And again, we want that offense, right? They're going to these places where you've got liquidity and insulation tied to awesome.
Oh my God!
QBs. What happened?
Hold on. It happened.
Wow.
It happened.
The speedster himself, Isaac Guerrero, number 129. The 49ers trade up
to San Francisco.
Look at that.
Straight
Triple
up.
running backs, boys. 3 running backs. I love
Braylon
this,
Allen
man.
is still on the board, and this happened.
Josh, how long have I been saying not a fan of Braylon Allen's game? I put in the work, folks. I'm watching the tape to be as big as he is. He doesn't run physical. He's not a pass-catching running back. Sure, he's a runway running back. If you give him a lane and there's a runway, he will exploit it. But other than that, Damian Parsons said it best. He has no counters for traffic. There are no counter punches to his attack. He's not going to make people. That's not his game. Like, I'm not shocked to not see him off of the board. Not at all. Gene is back. Let's get Gene in the building. Gino is back. What's up, Gene? Isaac Garindo, though.
What up?
In Kyle Shanahan's offense, he's fast. He's fast as hell. I mean, he ran a 240-yard dash, something like that, 4.3 at 220 pounds. What do we think?
I mean, you talk about a running back who used to be a wide receiver who probably needs time to bake into a good system and build his skills as a general running back. I think this is a perfect landing spot for him. The only other spot I would have loved to see him go is Miami for clear reasons because he's fast. But no, I think, the third round of our rookie drafts now starting to fill out with some interesting options. You are not going to be left hanging there with, I don't know where to go with any of these picks. There's going to be hopium abound to move some of these things.
This is crazy. Garindo. Wow.
This is awesome because again, it's another offense that every single pick, I feel like it's bolstering the hell out of these.
Travis Kelce replacement right here.
We got the Kelce replacement.
The $1 trillion booty, Jared Wiley.
Okay. Jared Wiley.
This might be more fun than the third round. This is way more fun than the third round now.
It's way more fun than the third round, Josh.
I'm sure
we're going to do a mock here. I keep trying to wait for a mock, and there's no space to do it because, everybody's going. Brandon's in. Let's get Brandon in the building. JRich just left for a second. I'm about to get my kids food. What's up, Brandon?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Oh, you sound good,
What up,
too.
B?
You sound good.
How are you,
Smooth
sir?
voice. Smooth
He came back at the
voice.
perfect time. He heard Mark, and he was like, yeah, I got to get in.
Hold on.
Cody's.
Javon, here's a quote from Javon Baker. I make people in wheelchairs stand up. Man, talk about confidence. Talk about confidence right there.
He's got that dog in him, baby. He's looking for those Drake
got that dog in
May
him.
deep balls right there.
Plant a couple more beans, please. Couple more beans.
I'll wait till Ray can hear me. Hey, Ray.
What up?
Cody is blurry. Boot his ass out of here. Boot his. No, I'm joking.
His
Because
camera's
you're
drunk
always
now.
funny with the audio. No, you're good. I randomly thought about you putting the horns down. I was like, and he's blurry. This is the time. Nah. So I had a question. I'll wait for Ray to come back. That way I can try to find it too.
The
Dude,
Lions traded
Cockstrong.
up.
Cockstrong is the hashtag of this stream thus far. Cockstrong.
Brandon,
I'm not gonna read that one from Patrick Price. Yeah.
Brandon, welcome back to the stream too. Good to have you back on. We've had a run of running backs here. We have honestly, I think the Philly pick of Will Shipley here. It was a pretty scrappy pick. It's a gritty, cerebral player, first in, last out. Probably going to be really like having another coach in the locker room there.
The disrespect.
I like that for the Eagles. But Brandon, how do you parse through these running backs? All of them just went very similar capital, some decent landing spots. What do you think?
I'm just getting caught up in the last few minutes, but I mean, I like Ray Davis to the Bills.
Yep. That's
They
my favorite.
tried. They literally tried Lenny. They tried Latavius Murray. They tried a whole bunch of dudes. They've been trying to patchwork that behind James Cook. And this is somebody who could easily walk right into 8 to 10 touches, possibly even on the goal line. Like, for lineup, sure. For best ball, all the way in on that spot. Because here's the other thing too, Clay, is like they are going to have to figure out how to tailor their offense without like throwing the football all over the place. And so if they turn around, and they've been looking for somebody to kind of take the load off of Josh Allen too, this could be like somebody who could be very valuable to them.
He seems like such a good fit for Buffalo, and he's great size for running back. Isn't he exactly like what you're looking for? What is he? I'm looking right now, 5'10", 216. Isn't that like ideal? Yeah. And gosh, what was my freaking question? I lost it. Move on to somebody else. It was, I want to say it was a good one. That's why I lost it, right? But I feel like also maybe you guys, yeah, help me out with the X's and O's here. I feel like the NFL is really telling us, and I feel like we were ahead of this, but this is how running backs are now. Again, we knew everybody was going to take one, and we were hoping that we were going to be able to get a lot of shots, a lot of quality guys. And I just remembered my question, and this is perfect because we have a lot of best ball players on here. Ty, starting with you here. Does this not seem like an ideal draft for best ball with running backs? Because a lot of these guys who are coming off, you see the touches. They're not those dead zeros on your lineup. But talk to me about best ball here, the implications.
Yeah, so it is interesting because in best ball, you do not want to roster those zeros. And in general, I'm less likely to draft those running backs in best ball because I want to feel confident in what I'm seeing. But I think one of the things that I've really come to realize over this offseason too is in best ball, I'm never probably going to be 100% efficient, and that's especially so in the offseason. So I'm more willing to take some of those shots and take some of those beanie picks, get a little magic beans in the lineup. So I love the second and third round in this draft so far, and I'm sure that's only going to continue with some of the names we have left. So I'm very excited in those drafts where I prioritize shots in the second and third for sure.
Josh, how do you and Josh, yeah, is a stud. For anybody listening who's not in this room, that's like the benefits of our Discord, patreon.com/all gas, or better yet, the combo tier, the Destination 5 tier. You can access that by going to destinationdevi.com and you'll find it on there. You get the kitchen sink, man. It's an obnoxious amount of content that you should be taking advantage of. But the Joshes of the world, the Scott A's of the world, they are the value in the Discord. I mean, we could throw them up on the screen. They can find our brand all day. Okay, so that's I just wanted to throw that in there. And yeah, there goes the train of thought again. Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, it seems like also I was going to ask you, Josh, how do you like to build your teams? Because historically, I know I do, and I'm pretty sure Shane and Scott generally are like this too, but do you build to where you like to take running backs with your late seconds and stuff to where you're kind of lean on them and you just draft a bunch of RBs there to bolster your bench?
Yeah. So I think every year is a little different. And then of course, if it's best ball versus lineup, it's different. So if we're just going to talk about
let's take a lineup, 12-team super
right?
flex, start 10,
because it is
premium.
Yeah, it is a legitimately different strategy between the two, and I think that's important context that we talk about. So in lineup, I think the other day I kind of said that the round 2 running back was a little overvalued because I think we were still getting receivers that have some opportunity for some hopium going in round 2, and we still kind of see that. But then we're going to see a lot of running backs kind of pop off in late day 2 and in day 3. And I think that's what we're seeing here. So if somebody wants to take Corum in the second, but Ray Davis is going into the third, I think you have a very similar bet between the two. And in my opinion, a better prospect than Ray Davis. But I think in general in lineup, you're looking at a lot of these guys coming in as backups, handcuffs, small roles that could possibly expand into bigger situations. But your third round, I think this year is going to be littered, with those guys. And so I think you can, take your hopium / ADV receiver, in round 2, and then come back around and get another running back, in 3 this year. And so I think that's the value of this class is in lineup. You have plenty of running backs that are going to be added to rooms where you got some opportunities. And then you can just pick your favorite ones, from that standpoint. I'm not going to argue with anybody if they want to take Shipley over Ray Davis. They're all in very similar situations.
Yeah, Ray, we were just talking about, and you probably caught on the end there, but just the implications of all these running backs in lineup and best ball, because it kind of seems like a dream situation in best ball where these guys aren't going to be zeros. They're going to get some touches. I'm loving this draft. Again, I want like the top 3 or 4 picks. I want the really high ones, or just, I want 1 million of these second and early thirds in some leagues.
I love this comment by Joe. Love me some hopium sometimes. Listen, we all have gotten hit with the beans from time to time. Like you do. Like, and part of you, I think part of it you do have to kind of project and wish
Ray.
cast a little bit, right?
Hey.
Watch this one.
Well, we got to
Oh,
pick the
yeah.
Jets.
Oh, yeah. Jets.
Braylon Allen.
Just bury
Brees
him.
is dead.
Just bury
Brees,
him.
sell that Brees. Sell
Yeah,
that
he's dead.
Brees.
No,
No.
yeah.
Single
I'm kidding.
first. Any first.
Abandoned Canada dead.
Again, it's
No,
these
that Izzy.
teams, they're-
Is Izzy.
They don't care if they have
Wait.
a stud running back. They don't care. Go ahead.
What the
Josh.
guy that went to the Lions? He's a running back or is he a safety?
So
He
he's
played
a
both.
safety
He played
running
both.
back, but he was announced
Okay.
as a running back. So
Yeah.
He was announced as
Yeah.
a running back. Okay,
he was
All
announced
right.
as a running back. So
Everywhere
that
I'm-
was interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He's gonna play
that is
safety.
interesting.
He's gonna play. He needs to
Yeah,
play
he
safety.
should play
He needs
safety.
to play
Yeah, he's
safety.
way better at safety.
He should play safety.
I'm looking
He
through
should play
Brugler's list and I'm like, he's a safety. I'm like, wait a
Yeah.
minute.
Yeah, he should play
He'll
safety.
come in.
He should,
He'll be their running back 4 when everybody
he'll be
falls
the,
apart.
the emergency.
Emergency.
If something happens
he-
to
is he-
everybody,
Kick returner game? Is that
no.
something that he
No.
can do?
No.
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 Okay. I'm just
No.
I'm just trying to see if they're doing anything outside the box here. So
He's a
All right.
safety. He should be a safety.
And
Should
that's
be
the
a
Jets'
safety.
third pick in the draft.
Yeah, Josh.
Man.
Utah ran out of running backs, and he just stepped in and just started taking carries. Like literally, they ran out of running backs.
dude, I want to see if people have drafted him as a running back and underdog. That would be hilarious. So
Was he even on the
Okay.
list?
Can't wait for that one. 18th round sleeper.
I don't know if he was on the list pre-draft.
And Derek said Allen gone. I'm done. Cowboys WTF. I'm
They're
just
going
going to
Zeke,
continue
man.
to say this. I would love, and Marcus Mosher, I'm not taking credit for this. He said he would love for Dallas to go trade for Dameon Pierce from Houston. Again, don't think Houston would give up their backup running back who has cost them absolutely nothing. It would be stupid for Houston to make that move, but at this point, I'd take Dameon Pierce over any of the remaining running backs in this class. The only one that's left,
Oh, Ray.
Audric
turn around.
Estime. The 49ers? Did they take
Jacobs
Brendan
Edwards.
Rice?
Nope. Think inside.
It's a good one.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Ricky Pearsall dead.
Ricky
Debo
Pearsall
and
died
Ayuk
before he
getting
could even
traded.
fly.
Man, these are just
Oh,
int-
yeah.
You know what's
Oh,
Clay, you know
yeah.
what's good about these picks? You know here's the real talk about these picks right now. Most people, if we're being honest, almost 3,500 eyeballs watching us. Thank y'all for being here. Most people have never even seen a fucking Jacob Cowing play in their life. So right now it's just Braylon Allen, heard the name, he's on the Jets. Jacob Cowing, oh, he's on the Niners. Isaac Garindo, oh, he's on the steam that these later picks are going to have just off of the perceived landing spot is going to be insane. And we've got 8 people on the screen. We're doing it right now. So everybody get a pen and pad out, get a tracker out. We are going to go through 2 rounds, and it's got to be, I don't want any analysis. We'll give you, I'm going to give everybody about 2 minutes to get a list up, but we're going to go, there you go. I said a pad, but a sheet of paper will do. We will give
Could
everybody a
somebody
couple
share
of
their
minutes.
list?
What'd you say, Clay?
Could somebody share their list with me? Could
Where's
somebody
the
hook me up
list
with
at?
the list?
I
You know
was
what?
keeping a list.
Clay,
so that,
I'll type it in the guest chat for you.
Thank
I'll
you.
take
I'm
it.
trying to
I'll take
outsource
it.
a
all right,
list.
keep it
Go ahead, Ray.
going. All right, Ty. We're going to go super.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Can I real quick jump in here, Ray? Because we did drop this or mention this earlier. So the buymeacoffee.com/trades-in-5. At the time, there was only 6 of us on the screen. Go to buymeacoffee.com/trades-in-5. If you get us 6 coffees, okay, 6 coffees, you can put a trade question in there and all. That gets you in the running for a free live roster view with Shane and Scott. You are an hour with these guys, one-on-one in a room. You could be like, oh, you think I should split Allen with this crappy team? Nope, nobody wants to do it. That's the kind of value. So buymeacoffee.com/trades-in-5, donate 6 coffees, And yeah, you're in the running for that. Since I was so late on mentioning it again, let's let that go to like 205, 210 or something. Then we're going to cut it off. Go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Somebody said get a graphic up. This is y'all got this. Ain't the we are a low level production over here. This is very difficult, but I'm going to try to do something as we go. So let's do this. I don't think I can type it in and then we can post it later. So I'm not doing any of that shit. Just listen and write it down with us. 101, go Ty. That's too much. 101, who you taking?
101, Caleb Williams, Chicago Bears.
All right, 102, I am sticking with who I picked last night, Jaden Daniels, 102. JRich?
Oh, okay. Then I'll have Marvin Harrison Jr. I didn't realize I was looking at a list at 3.
All right, Cody?
Gonna go Drake May, quarterback 3.
All right, 105, Brandon.
Malik Neighbors.
106, Gene.
JJ McCarthy.
All right, so far, Caleb, Daniels, Marv, May, Neighbors, and McCarthy. Clay, 107.
Quick question. Is this a 1.75?
Yep, 1.75. Yes, sir.
That's tough. Let me go at 107. I will take Roma Dunze.
All right, Odunze, 107. 108, Josh.
Xavier Worthy.
Worthy and Josh, you're back up. We're going back the other way. We're snaking it. So you took Worthy at 108. Who would be your selection at 109?
Brock Bowers.
All right, there goes the 1.75. Brock Bowers off the board. Clay, 110.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, I know. I need to give me a hot sec.
Yeah.
So,
Let's go.
Oof. I always have to
Look
look at our
around.
list.
Take your time.
Let me,
Take your time.
So
You said
what's
it's the process play,
110?
okay? What's the process
What's
play?
the process play is I am gone at this point. No, I will go. I'll go McConkey, man. I'm digging it. I'm digging it again. I like the insulation.
All right, look, McConkey is off the board. 111, Gene.
Let me take Jonathan Brooks.
Brooks at 111. All right.
I'm just going to stay on brand. 112, Michael Penix. I feel like I've taken him all weekend.
Penix at 112. All right, we are at the 201. Cody, who you got?
And I'll take the quarterback that should have been taken at that pick, Bo Nix, ahead of Michael Penix.
Nix at 201. JRich, 202.
I will take Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
BTJ at the 202.
That's good value, man.
2 spot. Wow.
Yeah.
All right,
Good
203. I will select Keon Coleman. Ty, 204.
At 2-4, I'll take Roman Wilson.
Really?
Whoa.
Okay.
I like the spot.
Okay.
I like the spot.
Spicy.
I like the spot. I like the spot.
I like Arthur
I like the
Smith
spot.
wide receivers ahead of.
Hey, don't say a damn thing. Let him have this.
Yeah,
let him have this.
Let me cook. And I'm going to take X Leggett at 2-5.
Okay, X.
Would you flip
2-5.
those though? Would you actually take
No,
Roman
he's-
Wilson over X?
He had the shot.
I got the turn, Jay. Let me cook.
All right, at 2-6, I am going to take Ricky Pearsall.
Damn. Oh, Ray, why you got to do that to me?
2-7. You're up.
2-7.
And it is 1.75 tight end premium. Remember that?
Keon's going. I'll take Jalen Polk at 2-7. I think it's decent. You could go running back. I think I will stick with Polk and the draft capital and the potential opportunity.
All right, Cody, Polk is off the board, 208.
Fighting between running back and tight end, honestly, here. I'm going to go Trey Benson, though. I'm just going to go
Benson.
to running back. Trey Benson.
Damn it. That was the one I was going for.
Benson
Wow.
at 208.
I almost took him. I thought about it.
29. Brandon.
Ben Sinnott.
Ben Sinnott at 2-9. Ben Sinnott.
Not my tight end, too.
Yeah, I probably would. Okay. All right, Gene.
The forgotten wide receiver, Jermaine Burton.
Burton. That people forgot him again.
I was just like Cody. This is tight end or running back land here for me. I'm gonna go Hook 'em horns. JT Sanders, baby. Let's go.
Love
At
it.
the
Love it,
212.
Clay. Love it. Round us out, Josh. 212.
Jalen Wright.
Interesting. I was looking at him. All right, Jalen Wright. So players that would be available in the third round, and I just want comments or thoughts if anybody would switch their pick in for Ray Davis, Bucky Irving, Will Shipley, Isaac Garendo. The fact that Malachi Corley wasn't taken, to me,
A.D. Mitchell at
Corum?
52 overall.
No A.D. Mitchell, no
AD should have been
Malachi
drafted.
Corley, no Blake Corum, no Marshawn Lloyd.
Look at how deep you can get into this. If you blew up your team, okay, if you blew it up and the smart move is to not try to consolidate it and buy, man, you can just take a lot of shots here.
Dude.
I don't know. I have a couple teams last year where I got lucky with just having a lot of picks, hitting on the H-hands, hitting on lots of Laporta. You get the idea, man. I don't know. Look at how deep this thing goes, man. Is it because of landing spots? Yes, right? We said that so much was going to be
100%.
depending on landing spots, and man, they hit. I think the market's going to be live, boy.
You're telling me I can get the Jets, first pick in the third round, Malachi Corley, who does things completely different than Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams at the 301, the 30. And it doesn't mean that these players in the third round are any more guaranteed to smash, to come in and start. But there are some phenomenal names. Javon Baker's still around that lands in New England. Like the ADV, artificial dynasty value that's built in, because the reality, a lot of times in life, perception is reality. And the perception is there are a bunch of players that we didn't even take that are in spots that can be fucking fantasy gold. Blake Corum can overtake Kyron and be a monster. Javon Baker should be the one. Luke McCaffrey, you guys didn't mention him. You didn't take Malachi Corley. You guys didn't even talk about Jalen McMillan, who went in the third round to Tampa Bay. It is deep. I want all these picks, not because I want to roster them all and think they're all going to be great, but people want these names. It's a crazy class.
It is, and I just want to mention this. I think I mentioned it on night one. We do need to always keep in mind our format with all of this, and we need to make sure we bring this up with Scott, who can talk about the roster construction aspect of it. I know a lot of us can on here too, but let's just keep thinking about our format and if these players are good fits and who the league likes. You know, we draft likability, but let's not forget that. All right.
And you know who else didn't get picked in this spot?
And stuff.
Clay, Penix didn't even get picked.
Penix
Went 112.
No,
He went 112.
He went
112. Okay. He went 112.
Yeah.
He went 112. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I drafted straight on format, like 1.75 time in premium. Like that's why I took the tight end. I know that maybe there's people who don't like Sanat and would prefer Sanders, but at the end of the day, a tight end, what was I, 208? Like that's where I'll start taking shots.
209.
That's
and
where
I
I'm
got
gonna start
JT Sanders at
shots.
212.
All right. I want to know 4 and 5 were May and Neighbors. Garrett, I want to know what the adjusting needs to be. He said yikes to the lack of adjusting. Tell us what it is then. Don't just say that and just say what should be adjusted. Talk about it. I want to hear it, Garrett. Talk about it. Bring that back up. See you later, Tater.
Mm-hmm.
See you later. We'll see you tomorrow, Tater. See you tomorrow.
Nice.
Zeke, the biggest vet winner as far as increase in value. Sanat, easily over Sanders. Easily. That's what Ricardo says. Easily over Sanders. What do you think, Jane?
I mean, again, I know we've talked about I can't remember who talked about this. Oh, it was Scott with Ertz. Ertz is a guy that's trusted. I mean, this is going to be the second go around for him playing with Coach Bro. There's a reason why they brought him in. So he'll be eased in. And again, I know I made this comparison. He's basically Kyle Juszczyk. He played H-back. He played fullback. He played tight end. He's versatile, but I mean, I would be interested to see what the plan is. I know, I mean, it'd be interesting because I know Coach Bro wasn't really a tight end guy in terms of targeting tight end, but in the circumstance of Kyler when he played with Ertz, he had no one else to throw to, so it should be interesting. But I wouldn't say easy. I wouldn't say easily.
All right. We went through that mock. Everybody had an opportunity to do what they. If I can go through and adjust, I definitely think Adonai Mitchell should have been in the second round.
Yep.
I would take Adonai, and I love Roman Wilson, but I'm taking AD Mitchell over Roman Wilson pretty easily. I honestly can't argue much more. I mean, Jermaine Burton versus Corley, Jalen Wright, I definitely get it. I haven't given any analysis on Jalen Wright, so I want to talk about him. He's a Mike McDaniel running back. He's fast. He's a runway running back. I don't believe it impacts Devon Achane or Raheem Mostert much this year. I don't, at least going into it, I believe those are still the two primary ball carriers. You will see some Jalen Wright, but Raheem Mostert's like 33. He has not been the perfect model of health and consistency. When he's on the field, he's going to produce, but if there's an event in which he gets hurt, you've got a natural replacement in Jalen Wright that can come in and do that. I definitely think he's a second-round pick. Like, I 100% agree with that selection of Jalen Wright. He should be inside that top 24. The situation is prime. Any running back on a 53, and he's got the talent to produce in that offense, and it's not going to take a lot of volume. So I like that one, but I do think Corley and Adonai should have been in this mock somewhere.
Ray, where would you have put him?
Yeah.
I guess that's really like not trying to put you completely on the spot because I'm sure a few of us have nodded our head. Like where would we put that? Where would we slide them in?
I would put
tight end
Adonai
back
at 2-4. Like I would take Roman Wilson out of the 2-4 spot, and Adonai Mitchell would go there or in that range somewhere.
Okay.
175 tight end premium, honestly, y'all, doesn't really do it for me to that degree. Yep. So I could honestly knock out Jatavian and Ben Sinnott in this mock and replace them with Malachi Corley and or another running back, if that Ray Davis or something like that. Just for me, 175 doesn't do it enough. It's right on the cusp of really, really mattering, and where it really matters is on the elite level tight ends, the Kelseys, the Laportas, the McBrides. I'm not penciling in Sinnott or JT Sanders to be that right now. So that's just my thought on it.
Fair enough.
That's that middle second round. It's pretty flat, pretty damn flat.
All right, Garrett said RB should be higher than 111. So that was Jonathan Brooks, and he says he should be higher than that. So is anybody taking Jonathan Brooks over Ladd McConkey?
Nope.
I can make the case for that.
I can make a
I
case.
see it on certain builds. I would select Brooks over McConkey potentially.
Yeah,
but
same. So let's just say we could put Brooks up to 110. Is anybody taking Brooks over Worthy, Bowers, or Odunze? The answer for me is hell no. Absolutely not. So there's not. Okay, move him to 110. I mean, I don't know if that was I don't know if that fits his narrative of yikes to the lack of adjusting if one spot for one player is what we're kind of and he said Brooks wheels up with every running back that goes. I'm still not taking him over Bowers, Worthy, Rome, JJ McCarthy, Malik Neighbors. So
either. I think Pearsall is the one I've struggled with the most.
You said Pearsall?
I don't. Yeah, just because of the way that San Fran operates their offense, I've really struggled with that one. Because I want to put him into this second round, but my immediate reaction this morning did not really have him there, and it is largely offensive driven. It's not a player take; it's just how they run their offense, and so. That's one I've just really struggled with. I don't blame people like for taking him there. It's just that San Fran offense for me.
Sleeping on RB with it's one. I don't know if anybody is sleeping when he went 111 and you're saying move him up to 110. Nobody's sleeping on Brooks. Nobody is sleeping on Brooks. It was a selection. Move him up to the 110. And that should cure all ailment.
I've got a couple thoughts on this. So my guess is, what was it, Garrett, right? He thinks that a couple of these other running backs should be ahead of, a Pearsall, a Polk, a Leggett, because there was a gap. What was it? Yeah, 111 to 208. I agree though. It's also like how you dynasty different. Like everybody dynasties differently, and this is how we treat running backs. And then another thought was, I don't know if Garrett's in the Destination Devy community or in our Discord, but there's going to be no less than 743 mocks that are done this coming week, and we will see. It's going to be good, strong data from sharp folks where the running backs are really slating in. This was on the fly today with no lists. Yeah, man. Just stay tuned. We appreciate the engagement.
Brooks is RB1, no doubt for me. He is RB1. Joe said Brooks over Ladd. Discuss. I'll just say this: I could see a pivot. I do think that tempering the expectation for Ladd. I don't believe he's Keenan Allen. I don't think he's coming in and doing Keenan Allen type shit. But I mean, this is DD. Like, we are not big RB over everything. The hype and enthusiasm in the dynasty space is draped in wide receiver hopium. Like, that's just where people are placing their chips. That is where the value is. Move Brooks to 110. I think people are out over their skis a tad bit, and I love me some Ladd McConkey. I would be fine with Brooks at the 110, but I'm not taking him over any of the blue chip players in this class that everybody knows are just rock solid, fundamental, flexible building block type assets. So I think it's all situational, but wide receiver is where that's the dynasty game today.
Where the money's made.
And that's the cycle. I've played dynasty long enough to remember when it was all running back. Remember when you don't even it was just running backs galore. Yep. And then there was an era where super flex, you would be insane to consider even the wide receiver one over a quarterback. And it was just it's just the cycle of fantasy football. It's the cycle of dynasty. And I'll just say this about this running back class. I'm just going to say this. I'll be releasing an early look at the 25 class next year. The RB6 in next year's class would be the RB1 in this year's class, and it ain't even close. The RB8 in 25 would be the RB1 in this class. When I say deep, I mean it is deep. So just be mindful of all the Garindos and these fourth-round running backs, and shit looks sweet today until you got to deal with Nicholas Singleton, Quinshon Judkins, Travion Henderson, Ollie Gordon, Austin Genty. You got to deal with all them cats in 2025. It looks sweet now, but the backfield next year, Omarion Hampton and company, it is legit, and they're all prototypical size. So it's going to be fun in 25.
It kind of feels like 2023, right? We were saving up all of our 2023 first to smash running backs, and then all of a sudden, who was it? Like Zach Evans, fell. We had a bunch of names that we were excited to draft. What is this? Yeah, RB is absolutely stacking. Oh, that was my question. And Ray, we'll just go right back to you. In terms of, so this class, we got all the way through, up to the third round in a mock. This class compared to, let's just go to last year's class, a little bit of recency bias action. Let's not worry about 25. What were your thoughts on like the quality? We know there's depth, but talk to me about that. This one versus the last one.
I think there's tremendous quality in this class. The wide receivers are legit. The quarterbacks in this class have the potential and the opportunity, more importantly, to be impactful for us for fantasy. I mean, you've got Caleb Williams and McCart. It was a record number of offensive players in round one. You got receivers that hit landing spots with elite quarterbacks. For me, it's crazy to see people, now that Worthy is on Kansas City, it's like, I'm taking Brooks over Worthy. I don't know about Worthy. It's just, I think we're a little scared. PTSD from San Francisco, from failed receivers in Kansas City from the past, but dude, we're literally talking about legitimate people that players had as the top 3 receiver in this class going in the third round of rookie drafts. I mean, the class is incredible, man. It's incredible. But let me say the bigger takeaway is it's a great class. However, I don't think it's going to mean great fantasy outcomes for the rookies per se. But the class is so good that what people aren't talking about is how it strengthens the already existing players in the NFL. How adding JT Sanders to Carolina was a great pick for Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers. We'll see if it works out for JT Sanders in the future. Jalen Wright, good pick for the Miami Dolphins that could bear fantasy fruit for us. So, Clay, the class is awesome, but I think what we need to be paying attention to is how it impacts the veterans that are currently on those teams.
Interesting. Ty, you got any thoughts on this? Or Cody? Cody looks like Cody's dialed in. You got any thoughts?
Yeah, go ahead, Cody.
Dialed in more to this draft. Cedric and Granger going off the board right now. Definitely know who that center is. But no, I think that there's a lot of depth to this class. And normally, I do really like the second round that we just went through. I think normally we're looking at a lot of draft classes where we would say, move that 110 back to the 25 first. I think I would actually just take my 110 and take 2 seconds in this class. I feel really good about just taking darts here. I want volume. Outside of like the top 6 picks in this class, I just want volume here because we're seeing it. There's so many guys that I could easily see stepping into a role and improving their production enough to where they jump in dynasty fantasy football value for at least a couple of weeks. And it's going to be it's a incredible class for players that everybody knows the names of and that they're going to have those beans, those hopium that they will throw 25 picks at during the season when they're producing. So I just want volume here. I love this class. We've gotten some really good landing spots for both running backs and wide receivers here.
Yeah, and Ty, I'll shoot it to you, but yeah, that's my thought just generally is, I mean, this is a pick your poison, pick your strategy kind of draft. That's what the depth at least gives you. I feel like this kind of draft could be a league equalizer. Like, I don't know, that's just a feel on it. You can do whatever you want in this draft if you've been waiting to grab the Bo Nix types, and there's liquidity to be able to move back. Excuse me. I was also going to say that I don't think many people, like Cody, you were saying, are going to, move back or are going to accept a trade where you're giving the 2-0. Essentially, you're not going to get a couple second rounds. Nobody's going to be packaging up 2 or 3 thirds to move up, or 2 or 3 seconds to move up to like 201 or 112. If anything, it's going backwards unless it's a really shallow format. Ty, what are your thoughts on this class, man?
Yeah, I think I really like what Ray said. I think it's important that we take things into context. The more that I learn about Dynasty, the more that I learn how to use tools like the Trinity Tracker, DestinationDevy.com. Taking these players into context of how they're going to fit into their offensive systems and what that opportunity looks like and how efficient I can project them to be in those opportunities, I think it's really important. I do agree that a lot of the picks we've seen today, they help already established fantasy producers more so than helping the individual asset themselves. So I'm really excited for what this class does for the NFL in general. And I do think that there is a lot of depth that we can kind of parse through and pick from. But Ray, I wanted to ask you, earlier in this stream, you said, I would keep my 110 over a 2025 first. We just said Brooks at 110, Worthy at 110. Are you sending let's say a late 25 first if you're projecting it out for someone like a Jonathan Brooks in this class?
I'd do that. Brooks, Lad McConkey, give me one of those guys right now. Yes. Yeah, okay. I would. Yep. I would.
And
absolutely.
And if you're taking that player, you're not just, I'm going to plug that player in my lineup and they're going to give me X points per week. You're drafting that player for what you can do with that asset.
I got a plan.
Yeah.
The player probably is, there is some production upside. They're a good player, but y'all know how I play, man. I got a plan. There is a plan when I draft a player, and there's no untradeable asset. None. I'll trade whomever for the right price. I'm reading the chat. This is round 1. Everybody's on the same page. Round 2. For the most part, we're all on the same page. Little disagreement about where Bo Nix goes. And as much as we talk about how insignificant day 3 is and the historical hit rate, this is the day that shapes the rookie drafts because now it's all kinds of discussion in the chat. OTG Bets, longtime supporter of the show, like literally was like, how on earth are we still playing in standard leagues? Why on earth would you take a fucking running back over a round 1 receiver in today's fantasy? But we got people, Ricardo Martinez might have the most Jonathan Brooks conviction I've ever seen. He is not just going to be the rookie RB1. He is going to be break LaDainian Tomlinson's record here this season. He is going to go full LT. But real talk, there's some people who are like, y'all are crazy. Jonathan Brooks is about to be fed. So this is where stuff is going to start to shape, because now you're looking at some of these later picks. CBS gave Javon Baker an A+ for the pick. Now does he creep in to the back of the second? This is what people are going to talk about, right? For the next 3 months, this is what people are going to talk about, where to place these 4th and 5th round picks.
Do you guys agree that the leverage is with those who decided that they were going to acquire a lot of picks, as opposed to previously, having their early tiers in their heads, moving the 112 and the 202 for the 108 or 109? It's just yeah, and Ray, check your text because I can't even talk. That's how hungry I am. But yeah, I mean, it feels like that's the thing. Like those with volume, those who have the picks have the leverage right now. And
right.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm out of here, dude. I can't talk.
All right.
Thanks,
now,
man.
what a lightweight. He misses the whole day yesterday. Comes in for an hour today. I am just pooped. I gotta go eat.
He's famished.
Must have had a long
I'm watching
night.
him in the
Must have had a
back
long
too.
night.
He's laughing as he's going off. Well, he'll be back here in 45 minutes, man. He's got to go eat and take a nap and read the paper or whatever else the hell Clay has to do.
You gotta get that blood sugar leveled out.
Yeah,
Gotta get a little food in.
He's over there shaking. Blood sugar is low. Fucking round 5. He can't. Man, Cody Smith went to freaking, I don't know where he went last night, but
went
he's
to sleep
back.
on stream.
Yeah,
Cody was real hungry last night. Real hungry.
But check
He
this
went to
out.
Funky Town quick.
Check this giveaway we got. Remember I was telling y'all about like a cool little, they sent me some incorrect size product, and we got this.
Give us a full screen here.
We got the,
if you don't
want
mind.
the full screen?
Yeah, kick us off. Kick us off the screen.
Give us
Go
a
solo.
full screen.
Well, if I do this,
If you
then
don't
I'm gonna
want
have
to.
add everybody in manually, but I'll go solo. So we're giving this away today. Sent too small of a DD, brand new all black bomber.
Oh, the gold
Medium.
zipper too is
Yeah,
sick.
gold zipper, all black satin, members only, right here. Gold zipper, DD, brand new. It's a medium. So if you win it and you're too big, then I'll send you a hat.
Tough.
But we're giving this away. They sent some wrong products, so there we go.
Oh.
There we go. Let's add everybody back to the screen now. Shit, I gotta do all this. All right, there's Brandon. Let's get Cody in here. Josh, JRich. Where's Josh at? There's JRich. Ty. Anybody off? Do I need to add anybody? Are we good? We good? Let's get Brandon
We're
off.
good.
Gene here, or did Gene leave?
There we go. All right. Where's Gene at?
I thought Gene was it. Did Gene leave?
Gene must have dropped.
Legit.
Gene must have had a drop.
Yeah,
All
he
right.
dropped.
Falcons just picked. So Anthony Gold, wide receiver from Oregon State, speedster. He went to
On
Indianapolis.
returner.
So yeah, returner. I think my kid's crying.
Returner.
Hold on.
Not draftable.
No. You don't want to draft him. JD Bertrand, good pick for the Falcons, though, a linebacker.
Yeah.
Notre Dame. That'll be good. Good for
Looks
them.
like the Bears are. Ooh, the Bears just traded back up. They're coming back.
Who the hell do the
They're gonna
Bears
come-
want? They got to get Will Reichert now. They got their punter. Time to get their kicker.
they gotta get their kicker. They gotta get their kicker.
Yeah, they got to get Will Reichert.
Spencer Rattler to the
Legend.
Bears here. Let's go.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
we could have somebody double dip on the QBs with Rattler, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if one of those teams did that today.
The next Kirk Cousins, Spencer Rattler. Are you calling it here on stream,
right.
Josh?
That's right. Let's get Rattler and Bo Nix into a room with Sean Payton. Let's see how that plays out.
And Zach Wilson.
That'll be hard knocks right there. Yeah.
Rattler would win that job for sure. For sure. He looked better at the Senior Bowl. Way better than Bo Nix. Way better. Wasn't even close.
You know what I've been
crazy.
thinking about today as you guys have been sitting on stream. I just jumping in. Like Josh, we've had numerous conversations within the Heisman voice chat about like stacks for best ball, right? For underdog. Use that promo code DDD. Or you can use all gas, I guess now, right, Jay? You can use
any code you want.
Any code you want. Just get yourself a first time deposit match and get yourself in there, really, because BBM 5 is probably going to drop today, tomorrow. But Josh and I all week have been talking about these like stacks, right? These cheap stacks you could get. And I'm just looking at all the players that are going today and how those cheap stacks or the guys that maybe have been just kind of lingering at the end that are rookies that you're just like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I could take a shot on it. And it's like, there's going to be some cheap stacks in BBM5 that I'm really looking forward to. Like that Josh Allen early with some Baker and Keon Coleman, like fire me up.
I'm cooking up some Denver stacks for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Garrett Zimmerman said
talk to
DD
me
is the
about Denver.
best because of the interaction. Goat stream, you guys are the standard. And the real comment is right here, Goat chat. The chat is dope. Like, yeah,
chat's crazy.
we're gonna do it. This is what we do all the time. Like if you want to be a part of a real community, and the reason why this stream has been strong for 3 days is because it is a community. Like, come to DD, like try it out. I promise you, this is what we do in the Heisman chat every day, literally every day between trades and 5. DD, there is some level of engagement like this happening every day. So go to patreon.com/allgas, check it out. And you will not be disappointed. It's a GOAT community. Like, everybody, all the opinions, Steve, Ricardo, Joe, Garrison, like, this is what it's about. Like, this is what it's about. The community, everybody in this chat don't agree with everybody on the screen, and you shouldn't. Everybody on the screen isn't going to agree with everybody, but it's the conversations that we're having and how we discuss and talk about this. This is where it's at. So, all right, where the hell did Josh go? Wales.
Josh had to go.
Oh, Josh had to drop for a minute? Okay.
I don't know.
No, because he was about to say something. He might have just came out. So,
yeah, he was talking about Denver and who he liked for the stacks.
Rattler and Caleb again will be funny. Booker. What did we miss? Austin Booker. Okay, out of Kansas to Chicago. Austin Booker goes to Kansas. Edge rusher, and then the Falcons took J.D. Bertrand, linebacker from Notre Dame. So we've got Denver, Tennessee, Denver, the Raiders, and the Bengals.
Who did Denver go here? Pick is in.
I have no idea, Jay. Like, I honestly have no idea. Yeah, Josh is back. I knew he wasn't out. I have no idea where they go.
Let me get Johnny Wilson.
No clue.
Johnny Wilson?
Did they?
No
idea.
Josh,
no
you were
idea.
talking about the Denver stacks that you're looking
sorry.
at. What would you be looking at in a Denver stack right now, kind of as the draft is unfolding, and who you'd be looking to pair, I assume, with Bo Nix?
Yeah, so in that grouping, I mean, they're all just going to be going kind of late. I think Troy Franklin will be the one that gets steams up. But I think you're just going to mix and match a tight end and any of the receivers that they've got back there. It's going to be part of your kind of like late stack portfolio, the one that people aren't enthused about, but it's one where you're going to have players that are going to get on the field. And I mean, it's not a prioritization between like Mims or Franklin or, Cortland Sutton, but it's one that you can correlate well. And it's going to be one that, depending on when the schedule comes out, you're going to be pairing up with Kansas City because everybody's going to be taking Kansas City. So if they get a good schedule spot at the end of the year with Kansas City, it's going to be a great opportunity there. Paired up with the Chargers, people are going to stack with that group. And so it's going to be a great correlation stack that's very low cost and can be really rounding out your portfolio.
Gage says, can we talk about Brian Thomas Jr.'s slide? I personally think he should be over, some of these players that we're taking. And just for those who may be joining in, we did a 2-round mock draft on the show with just the people on the screen. And Brian Thomas Jr. went at the 202 spot after Bo Nix, Michael Penix, Ladd McConkey, Jonathan Brooks, Brock Bowers, and Xavier Worthy. And ahead of that, the big 7. Y'all, I mean, this was everybody's wide receiver 4 for the most part, consensus going into the draft. And now he's coming off of the board. Still in that 4, 5, 6 range, but back at the top of the second for. Can anybody? Can you make the case for Brian Thomas over Ladd McConkey?
I think you can. I think you can. It's not the direction I would go personally, but I think you can. But Ray, like you mentioned, you talked about the names. Really, the only 2 guys I think you're taking him over. If you want to take him over Bo Nix, be my guest. But if you want to take Bo Nix, he's the quarterback and 12th overall. I like that as well, but it's Ladd McConkey and Jonathan Brooks. Those are the only 2 guys that I see you can make the case to take BTJ over. But everyone else, they're basically solidified. I think it's just one of those situations where it's on Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence is the quarterback. There's a lot of playmakers there, so we don't know what the role is going to be. We don't know the volume is going to be. And so maybe there is a bit of a value on BTJ for the long term, but the short term I'd say is okay at best. It's easy to make the case for Ladd McConkey over BTJ because he could be the wide receiver 1 there. That's probably not going to be the case. He could be, Ray. He could be. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, but that's not saying anything. I'm not saying you. That's not saying anything. It could fucking hurricane out here tomorrow. It could. I think this is.
We're talking about within the ranges of outcomes, though.
I think the more probable outcome is, it's still a rookie wide receiver going into an offense, and I know nobody likes Josh Palmer, and definitely nobody likes Quentin Johnston. But to just think that he's going to walk in and now he's guaranteed 125 off the rip, I'm not going there. If it happens, great. But it's. Right. I'm not arguing your take, man. So you don't got to. I'm just saying I'm not predicting that for Ladd McConkey in that Greg Roman, Jim Harbaugh office in year 1. Like, I don't believe he's going to be the. I'll just say it now. I do not believe Ladd McConkey will be the wide receiver 1 in Los Angeles by season's end. It has nothing to do with what he can become in the future, but we do this shit every year. Just the new guy. JSN, he's going to overtake DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett out the rip. Ladd McConkey is going to be the wide receiver 1 off the rip. At what point do we just say, you know what? This is a really good spot for Ladd McConkey. There's good capital invested in Ladd McConkey, and he's a good player. He's still got to come in, learn new shit, adjust to the NFL. I'm not going to project or wishcast that in my mind when I make this pick, I'm getting 130 targets out the gate. Because what will happen if you do that, if it starts out slow, he's a bust. He's not getting any targets. I thought he was going to get 130. He's not getting anything. Just don't do that. Just at what point do we stop doing that? The only players that I'm expecting to walk on to their NFL team and be fed as the one out the gate is Marvin Harrison and Malik Neighbors. That's it. That's just me. You ain't got to agree. But the only 2 that I am penciling in to walk on the field from day 1 and just get absolutely peppered are Marv and Malik. Other than that, I'm tempering expectations, but I am optimistic for their outlook because they're in good spots. And
okay, Ray, so I want you to expand on that.
I don't think that's a crazy take. I don't think that is unfair.
No.
I'm not being dismissive of the players. It's just football, man. The shit just don't work like that, and it happens every year.
Yes, okay, but what you're speaking in is a little too general for my liking. So I do want you to add some context here, because you're saying you like the situations, you like the spots for a lot of these players. But in terms of what you've seen right now, we have a lot of second-round receivers, third-round receivers. What are the situations that you would project potential fantasy success? Because that's what we're doing here. Like you mentioned, there's 2 guys we expect to get a lot of volume and B1s. Even Rome Odunze, don't expect him to get the volume. But where's the situation where you would have a tiebreaker or take a shot on a guy who could potentially see the volume to distinguish between who you would take and kind of why you would take them? Ricky Pearsall is the guy we're not taking because the volume seems like it could be low. Who are the guys you think you could project to potentially see volume as potential tiebreakers in that middling tier at wide receiver?
I think it's Brian Thomas, Keon Coleman, one of Jalen Polk or Javon Baker, whichever one you like. I think there's opportunity that they could fall into early. Ladd McConkey is another one. Xavier Worthy. I do believe Josh, JRich, Brandon, chat, I am not anti-Ladd. It's just I'm trying to bring some tempering.
So where
expectation.
Where would he fall in that pedigree, though? Because for me, Ladd is pretty high up there. Well, because you're just saying names that are all in the same tier. How do you distinguish from players in those tiers for you?
Situation.
If Ladd comes out,
so that's why I'm asking you. What's the good situation?
Go ahead, Josh. I don't know what you're asking me, dude. Like I'm serious. I must have missed the setup. I don't know what you're asking. I don't know. Go ahead, Josh.
So I guess if Ladd comes out with 92 targets, 700 yards, and 2 TDs, is that a success?
I think so.
Depends who you ask, right?
I would say that'd be a great season.
That's good.
I think people would be disappointed because they're going to take him in the back of the first round, and that's Josh Downs. That's literally his numbers from last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a realistic outcome, for somebody that's in this offense. And that's probably a best case outcome in this offense. And with the already existing receiver room in Palmer and QJ there. So I don't think it's something that I think to kind of, in my view, like I get why people like Ladd, and I get why they're looking at that room, because they don't like any of the other players there, but I don't think it's realistic that, he's coming in, with 120 targets right from the rip, with the room and the offense there. So I see why I have tempered expectations there. And I see why, people are interested, but also where it could fall poorly for us in year one.
Ooh, Ray, turn around. My
Okay.
friend. You have a draft pick.
Okay,
We have a big pick here.
We also have Odunze as the alpha in Chicago. Ricardo is coming in hot, and he is going to get a package delivered to him from the Fantasy Ferry. The Magic Beans, you have got them, Ricardo. They are on you.
Give him the 10 business days.
Audric Estime, there it is.
Okay.
Audric
Been waiting for this one.
Estime to the Denver Broncos. What an uninspiring landing spot for a talented running back that tested quite poorly. This
just screams Sean Payton, though. Sean Payton loves these guys, these grinder running backs. He really does. You look back in the Saints' history, they got so many grinder running backs.
Yeah, this screams
So
like
many.
Latavius Murray.
I
Like,
wanted
just
Estime
turn
in
around and
Dallas.
Estime on the
I
goal.
really
Chris
wanted him in
Ivory,
Dallas.
like
Oh yeah, right. Turn around goal line. We're waiting for Javonte to score a touchdown. It's estimate back there.
I wanted him in Dallas.
Like that's just what this is.
Hey, y'all, there are more people watching this stream than the fucking Washington Commanders stream.
let's
Pretty
go.
cool. Pretty cool. That's the power of the community. That's the power of Moggs, Ricardo's crazy ass, Mason, Bayou, Joe, Ryan, LS, Dan Edwards, Steve, Patrick, Adam OTC, Rhonda Commander, Derek, Ja Webb, Ricardo, Greg. That's the power of the community. Cool. Greg said estimated Denver. Womp, womp, womp.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's
Don't
fine.
forget. Don't forget about McLaughlin. Jaleel McLaughlin is still there.
Jaleel is safe. I want some McLaughlin. He's
Yep.
neither of those running backs do the thing that he does.
This is Javonte. This is Javonte backup situation right here. So, yeah, Jaleel's in a different world.
I'm looking at the chat. Estimate's got the speed of Zeke at this age now.
The disrespect for Zeke Elliott. He's just quicker than fast now. That's all.
So now we need
Quicker-
the
he's quicker
estimate.
than
We need
fast.
the
Oh, yeah,
estimate
that's
garbage can. We need the garbage can tweet where he's just diving from garbage cans, and we're all good.
Ooh, 3,800. We're getting close to 4,000. I like that. I want to see if we can get to 5. Can we get to 5 today on day 3? I know people tap out, but can we get to 5? Ladd, wide receiver 4. Rattler there for New Orleans. Jaleel with Bo. Bucky 2.0. Year 2-3 breakout for Odunze or Brooks finishes top 12 in 2 years. That's a great question. I would lean on my temperament of Odunze is literally for year 1. Like it's literally this season and this season only. I would feel very confident in saying year 2-3 breakout for Odunze before a top 12 finish out of Jonathan Brooks over the next 2 years. I think both outcomes can definitely happen, but I would put the mortgage on Odunze breakout year 2. Anybody feel differently?
No, that's pretty much where I'm at too, and it is interesting because then that kind of brings Brooks and that brings Ladd. Like that brings a bunch of people down into that just flat non-consensus having tier that we have from the late first into the early second, and having conviction on some of these cats, and again having a plan with the picks that you use. If you're choosing someone like a Jonathan Brooks, like a Rome Odunze, like you have to understand that it might not be exactly what you want out the gate. And if you're gonna pick that guy with that pick, like have a damn plan, please. But I think this class is just very flat. So having conviction on some of these picks, especially that early second, is going to be really important.
Agreed.
I do think it's pretty interesting that we absolutely buried. I mean, we just went through the process. We just buried Brian Thomas. But because of the situation, I think because it was mocked here a little bit more with the Dunze, he doesn't fall at all. Even though he's going into a spot where we really don't project that workload to happen in the first couple of years, I think you could see the same path line brought out for Brian Thomas over the course of the time. But it's interesting, just that slight bit of tier difference actually makes it to where he's able to be pushed down the board so much more. No, Dunze just has this stable capital where he's still going to sit in the top 6 or 7 picks.
Let's see what else we got here. Sean Payton, overrated. Jaleel going to get 4 carries instead of 10 now. Odunze clearly better in 5 years, but 2. Jalen Wright, RB. Okay, let's address this. I like Ryan Kearney. I believe that's how you pronounce his last name. Apologies if not. Jalen Wright, RB 2 through 4 to me, locked in. Rather the dart on him than any other of these guys besides Jonathan Brooks. Any thoughts on that? Ryan is just saying, I'm just shooting for the upside. I don't give a shit about the stability of Ray Davis. I don't care about what you guys are saying about if Saquon Barkley gets hurt. No thanks to Will Shipley. Estimate, he's laughing at that pick. Bucky Irving wants no part of that Bucky in Tampa Bay. Jalen Wright, what do you think about him being a locked and loaded RB4 at worst in the class? Let's just pencil him in at RB4. We'll put Jonathan Brooks at 1, Trey Benson at 2.
Trey Benson. Then whoever you want, right?
Then,
Jalen Wright can easily be RB3
for me.
Can Jalen Wright be the 3 in the class?
Absolutely.
I mean, you can put whoever you want wherever, but is that strategically, does that align and track with what's happened throughout the draft?
I'd say so, yeah.
He's RB2 for me. I don't see it. Yeah. I mean, I think all of these guys are in situations where they're not going to start right away or have potential workload right away. And the person that comes out of this group that has probably the best outcome for more workload is Wright and Corum. I don't think it's Benson. I think they put somebody else in there for Connor, not Benson, if they're looking for someone that's going to handle a lot of the workload. So I think Corum and Wright are the 2 that have the best opportunity when they would be getting that their opportunity when their chance comes on game day where they're going to get the workload.
I think also too with Jalen Wright's skill set and what they want to do in Miami, we saw how fast Achane went from 3rd round cast off because he's too small in the 3rd round to shoot by week 4 when he dusted the Giants for 2 touchdowns and 5,000 yards. Like he was multiple firsts. Like all it takes is 1 hamstring pull from Raheem Mostert and he could easily be on the field seeing meaningful touches. Like I think he has a real chance to get to meaningful opportunity quite quickly. And I think that's why people are going to be probably pretty high on a guy like Jalen Wright over a Marshawn Lloyd, like Josh just said, a Trey Benson, like because the opportunity in the offense could literally strike gold.
If you were hoping for a volume-based bet in 2024, this probably isn't the draft for you at running back. Put it this way. Mostert re-signed. I think they're going to just run him into the ground, get every ounce of production they can get out of him. Achane's going to fill in, and Wright's going to be brought in slowly. But I think the touches that Wright can get, he will be efficient. He will be that breakaway guy. So I like the bet on a Wright in RB 2 to 4, but he kind of falls in that Jonathan Brooks. I'm not expecting it out the gate, but I like the long-term prospects in the situation that he's in.
Hey, does this change anybody's feeling? I'm going to show you.
Ray, turn around.
Ray,
turn around. This is the pick we've been waiting for.
All right, Saints, a pick we've been waiting for.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Oh, the Rattler.
Oh, yeah.
The
Damn
Rattler.
Right. And in a good spot.
Love it.
I like it.
This
Love
is
it.
a 3rd round pick if I've ever seen one. There is no shot Derek Carr starts beyond next season.
Hey, does this change anybody's feelings right here, though? Does this change anybody's feelings about old Keon? Agent 0. There's the Coleman jersey.
That could be.
Are you saying he's a 0 at receiver?
Oh, Stop it, Josh. Stop. Let me ask y'all something real quick. I want to know who the biggest chat, and I want names. Biggest Hopium players right now. Who are the beans being dedicated to right now from this draft? We got Troy Franklin and Javon Baker are already loaded.
Yeah, they gotta be.
I need 2 to 3
loaded.
more Hopium players. Just call, any names popped at the top of your mind where you're saying the profile ain't good, the capital ain't as good as people think, the situation ain't there, but people are still all in. Where are the Hopium beans getting placed at? I gotta tweet something out. I've only got Baker and Franklin right now. Who else is Hopium Island? Who is it?
I mean,
Y'all know mine is
don't we
mine.
have some right here?
Rattler?
Don't we have some right
No.
here in New Orleans?
No way.
Nah, I kind of like
Ray,
I
I'll
kinda
be
like
Ray, I'll be honest. I like the fit, but I do think there is definitely some hopium with Jalen Wright. I really do. He may just be
Ooh.
Achan's backup. Like Achan's not going to be the most durable back in the NFL. He may just be his backup, and I think that's a real possibility. Like
Eric
I view a
Hall.
lot of these guys as handcuffs and backups. Like Ray Davis, I think is a great backup to James Cook.
Eric
But
All.
is that gonna be much of anything?
Corm's a great backup to Kyron too. So I mean, they're all great.
Great
backups,
backup. Right? It's just again, where's the opportunity to come from? But if Jalen Wright's going to be the highest drafted backup, maybe that's a situation where I would trade down or just take another running back and get some capital later and not spend that higher pick on a Jalen Wright simply because he seems like the better option when all of them could have opportunity at some point. But if I see the analysis of why Wright would be that high. But I also see where maybe it just is a little bit of hopium and you're overdrafting him a little bit compared to the other guys.
All right, let's. So Bruce Mattson, shout out to Bruce. Work with Bruce at DLF. He does phenomenal stuff. He said Aldrich Estime got a fan base that don't care. So he's like, they don't care. But we got one right here. Best fit, Roman Wilson. Some names that are popping up for hopium. Right. Joe said, yes, right. I'm sipping his opium. She said, I already planted the beans and I've already ground those beans up into a delicious drink. Patrick said, every tight end not named Brock Bowers. That's actually a good one. Eric All, JT Sanders, maybe even
Josh
the
Wiley.
senator himself, who Jaden Daniels, go look at how much he targeted that Mason Taylor at LSU. And I know systems are different, but just take a look at JD and that Mason Taylor. Adnan Mitchell, Will Shipley, Big T. I think I kind of poo-pooed on the Will Shipley hopium early, and that's my boy. A lot of people agreeing with Jalen Wright, Xavier Worthy, Ray Davis, Jared, Tez Walker.
It's Malachi Corley.
Tez Walker.
Oh,
You think
hold on,
Corley?
hold on.
Okay.
You said Corley
Yeah.
feels like hopium, Josh? Or who's that? Ty?
That was me. Yeah. I mean, again, I agree with, I like the spot. I like what he can probably do there, but I do think there is a lot of hopium built in there too. A lot of people liked Corley pre-draft, and they probably didn't see him falling behind Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams for the 2.5 games he'll play this year. They probably didn't see him falling behind there, right? You got Brees Hall there, and now you got that big bad man, Braylon Allen, in there too. So I think there is some hopium built in there.
Got Javon Baker, Troy Franklin, every tight end not named Brock Bowers. I think those are Spencer Rattler said, people said Spencer Rattler went up. Hopium went up. The beans got ground up with Rattler. Interesting. Just very interesting, the names.
Because there's going to be people that think he can beat out Carr at some point this season.
It's not about him beating up Carr, but Carr could easily be benched if they wanted to make that move. I don't think anybody in that locker room would be like, no way, we can't bench Derek Carr. He's our quarterback. Like, there's just no shot. And if Spence is as good as I expect him to be coming in and just like working, he could easily, like, Derek Carr could easily play his way out of the starting role. And then you're just kind of in found money on Rattler. It's just, can he produce or not is the big question.
L. Wood said Ladd McConkey's on the list.
You could put him on the list if you want to. You could put him on the list.
Elwood's been around. I'm just saying. He said Ladd McConkey's on the list.
You could put him on the list. I do not disagree with that at all. You could absolutely put him on the list because there will be people like Josh was saying. They don't know what the expectation should be and what is a good season for Ladd McConkey given his circumstance. For sure.
There's a lot of people saying Corley in the chat because of Aaron Rodgers.
Corley.
I sort of disagree with that, man. I sort of disagree with that, because the thing with Rodgers is that he could easily walk into 30 passing touchdowns, and if Corley is his guy in the red zone that he really likes, it could be better than you think. Like, it's funny when I look at Corley, I see the pick that and the outcome of what Elijah Moore should have been for the Jets, right? Like that dynamic playmaker that they've been dying for years. I think that's what Corley could be for them. It's not necessarily going to be a super fantasy friendly role because of his targets that he's going to receive, but I definitely think there could be some ADV with Corley quickly, like we saw with Elijah Moore.
Let me just say this. The report is, and I think I saw, Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, but on Underdog, I saw one of the things under Mike Williams' bio that said should be ready by week 1.
And that's the factor too, right? He gets hurt all the time.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, who said neighbors?
So wait, are we saying that Corley is going to have hopium and that we're not buying it? Is that what we're saying?
JRich is saying that. I don't think there's hopium. I don't think there are beans with Corley. I think that is a legitimate spot to where I'm not telling myself a fairy tale of how he's utilized in that offense. My opinion. I don't think there are beans there. Any love for Eric Gray? Brandon, I'll let you tackle this one. Eric Gray?
They told you last year.
Yeah.
They told you last year what was happening when they threw Tommy DeVito out there and weren't even putting Eric Gray out on the field. No.
Here we go. Answer the question. Ja Webb, who is the unexpected high bust? Who's busting?
Probably going to be a quarterback. Probably going to be a quarterback by just the way drafts are shaking out, right? We got to have 4 in the top 6. One of those quarterbacks, like just by rule.
Yeah, I'll throw Jaden Daniels. That'll be
Jaden Daniels.
Yep.
I think it's probably AD Mitchell.
Yeah, but is he even drafted high in drafts? Like, I'm thinking like top.
He was drafted 52nd overall.
Y'all are starting to clam up. We had 6 quarterbacks in the top 12. Well, how many? Let me just ask this question: how many of them do you think will actually become top? I don't care about top 12 because QB 12. You look at the war on that, and just like you can go find a QB 12, like you could find that production. How many of these quarterbacks realistically do we think have a chance to finish as a top 8 fantasy scorer?
2, maybe 3.
1.
I'd say 2, maybe. Oh, Brandon's got balloons back there.
Hey, what is that?
I don't know what just happened.
The hell was
My birthday, apparently.
1.
Is it? Who says 1? Cody?
No, Josh did.
Josh?
1. Yeah, honestly, over the first 3 years, probably 1.
Receivers that can finish top. I don't even want to say. We're not even going to go there. We're not. How many receivers do you think could ultimately become top 8 fantasy receivers by the end of next season? Not this upcoming season, but by the end of 2025. How many of the receivers from this class do you think are going to overtake? Well, let's play this game. Let's play this game. And let's pull up who's coming out. Because if we're going to put players in, then some have to remove. Do we feel confident over the next 2 years that Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, and Amon-Ra St. Brown are secured as top 8 options over the next 2 years? Good. No argument there. That's 4. Can I add A.J. Brown to that? Top 8 A.J. Brown next 2 years?
Probably.
Yes.
Yes. Puka Nacua, top 8 next 2 years?
Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
That's 6. All right. Tyreek Hill, 2 years?
Probably.
That's 7.
Yes.
That's 7. You want to stop there? Do we want to insert Marvin Harrison now over every other receiver that's left?
I was going to say 0 from this class, to be honest. And it was because of that, Ray.
Do you want to put Marv at 8? If you put Marv at 8, that means Smitty, Olave, Ayuk, DJ Moore, Devontae Adams, T. Higgins, Jalen Waddle, all out of the picture. All out. all out.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's hard to be a top 8
I think-
receiver, right? Like,
Yeah.
It is Drake London out. That means all the enthusiasm you got for Drake London, he ain't in.
I mean, is Garrett Wilson in if Aaron Rodgers is healthy?
Garrett Wilson, I didn't bring him up. Garrett Wilson. The point of this exercise is you can talk all that Odunze, and it is difficult to become a true difference maker from a point per game perspective in fantasy football. It is not easy. It ain't easy, and that ain't no shade to none of these guys. But I'm just saying, you got to knock some out. You got to take a Tyreek out. You got to take a Garrett Wilson out. Those guys are out of the picture. No Drake London inside that top 8. It's just interesting to go through that process to say if we're going to put Odunze, Neighbors, and Marv into that difference maker range, then you've got to pull 3 out. You feel good about saying Odunze next 2 years outproduces A.J. Brown or Garrett Wilson or Puka or Amon-Ra? I don't. It could happen, but it's just managing the expectations. So it's interesting exercise, man. Interesting exercise.
I only have confidence with the top 4. I think anybody else could fall out.
Justin
Give me
said
Jefferson,
Odunze and
Lamb,
Neighbors
Chase,
won't be
Amon-Ra.
top 12.
I wouldn't say even Jefferson, man, if his QB play is bad,
Yeah.
you never know. Outside the top 8 is not crazy. Like, he's unreal, but at the end of the day, you still need a quarterback. It's the reason why Neighbors are going to get held back until he has a quarterback. He's
Okay.
targets only.
Chris said no Brown or Tyreek inside the top 8 next 2 years. Said no thank you to AJ. And remember, A.J. Brown just got $100 million or whatever he got guaranteed. But Chris said no Brown or Hill. Garrett Wilson probably. It's just interesting stuff, man. It's interesting stuff. And this is a very good point. Mr. B said PPG or value. Very different.
2 completely different
situations.
questions.
And that's a
very
very good distinction. Who's going to score? Who's going to be more valuable? We got to trade.
Sounded like you said points, though, right, Ray? Like you want the actual points, not the value.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
Marv's already there.
Yeah,
For value.
my setup was who's going to be top 8.
We got a homer pick in.
Oh yeah, we got a homer pick. There's a new list, new running back to the Hopium.
Oh, Howie's cooking some schemes up right now.
We got
That's
another
true.
running back to
How
Philly.
would they take a running back?
Yes.
There's-
Oh,
yes.
he's going to be used he's going to be a slot wide receiver.
Weapon.
They're just going to
Anias
use
Smith.
him as a weapon.
Anias
They drafted
Smith,
Anias
running back.
Smith?
Oh yeah, they
Receiver.
already took Anaya Smith.
Yes.
Yeah, they already took Anaya Smith with their
Oh,
last
I
pick.
mean,
They
I
just
didn't
traded
see it.
up.
I'm up here yapping.
They just traded up, and the pick is in.
Is
They
Kellen
traded
going to
up
use him
for
though
him.
correctly? That's the other question.
He's not even that good.
Yeah, I'm not even waiting. Now I'm just looking on ESPN, so I could see the picks now. I'm not even waiting for them to pop up. So they took Anias Smith, but they're on the clock now for another pick. So
Yeah, they came
And
up.
Coming up right now.
on ESPN, they do have Anias Smith listed as a wide receiver, natural fit as that third receiver in Philly. They lost Quez Watkins. I believe they brought in Paris Campbell, I think.
Yep.
I think
Correct.
Paris
I
Campbell
mean, he
is
could be a
there.
good kick returner, right? He could do
kick
kick returns.
returner. Yeah, kick returner, specialty utility guy.
Maybe he works his way into the role of wide receiver 3-4, but I think he probably starts on special teams.
Yeah. Better
Yeah, Ray,
NFL
they have
fit
Paris
than fantasy
Campbell
stuff, right?
and Devontae Parker.
Oh, Devontae Parker's in Philly?
Yeah.
Apparently,
Let's go, Devontae Parker.
He's taken that
He's-
Jordan Matthews trajectory.
But that's two guys they've added now that are yak players underneath targets between Paris Campbell and Anias Smith. Both played running back and receiver in college. That was
Mhm.
certainly a profile they went after between those types of players then. So it's an interesting change in some of their receiver room that's different from the rest of the group. So how they deploy those guys with Shipley, who can split out as well, they are cooking up a different type of scheme this year.
That's
good pick.
a good pick. Good pick.
Pick.
Oh, that's a great pick. Great pick.
Good pick.
Well done, Howie.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
They
Great
have put
pick.
together a very quality draft. I mean, I just want to go to the Eagles real quick. They have
All they
they
need is a
have
DC
done
now.
some work this
Quinion
draft.
Mitchell at 22, cornerback
Dijon.
at pick
Yep.
40, Cooper Dijon at Jalix Hunt at 31, Will Shipley at 127, Anais Smith at 152, and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. at 155. Yeah.
Man, wasn't Trotter like in the pre-early 2024, like first
second
round
pick?
Like,
first round, second round pick. But I mean, that linebackers in today's NFL, you know?
Yeah. Wait till tonight at 8.
NFL.
Wait till at 8 p.m. tonight when the Draft Network drops their too early 2025 mock. Can't wait for those.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm seeing people talk about Jaden Daniels. In the chat. Devontae Park. What we got, Brandon?
Dynasty startup. Who are the top 5 quarterbacks in order? Mason just put that in. That's a good question. Top 5
rookies are in like all over across all NFL.
No, I think he's.
I'm assuming startup, so it's
startup.
It's overall.
Yeah, everything.
I think who they are right now.
In order:
Allen, Mahomes, Stroud, Jackson, Hurts. I don't even care which one I get.
Yeah, I mean, does anybody have
Allen,
a different fifth?
Lamar,
I think those are my
Hurts.
5 too.
I think Stroud's probably the only guy I'd say I wouldn't have at 3, simply because of the rushing ability. But if you have him at 3, I don't care. Good for you. It's fine. I have no issue with it. But that's your top 5. That should be the top 5. If I'm in a startup and I have any of those guys, I mean, I want Mahomes first, Allen probably second, and after that, I'll take any of Stroud, Lamar, and Hurts. And if you want to put Hurts up there, Lamar up there in the tier 1, I'm fine with it. But I think that's your 5. That should be your 5.
Oh, Justin said Hurts, Mahomes, Josh Allen, Rich, Stroud.
Rich, if Rich hits his ceiling,
so he's taking Lamar out though.
Yeah, he took Lamar out.
That's a high floor quarterback.
Yeah. I was gonna say if you take out Stroud, I could do Burrow.
That's mine. Actually,
I'm not moving Stroud for Burrow. It's lateral to me. They're the same guy.
Allen, Mahomes, Lamar, Hurts, Burrow. I've Stroud at 6.
Yeah, I don't have Rich in my top 5 either. Not yet.
Why do you have Stroud or behind Burrow?
I just think that he's purely the pocket passer, and I'll build on the 3 years and the connection with Jamar Chase that we have in Cincy to say that there's more stability there than with Stroud.
So there's more stability on a worse roster?
Adam, I was going to ask this question. Anybody, I am just a conduit of what I've seen and heard. Towards the end of the season, there was a lot of people starting to get a little ants in their pants with Jalen Hurts. Oh man, I don't know. Philly looks a mess. Hurts is shit in the bed down the stretch. Once they stop the tush push, he's cooked. Anybody have the courage of their conviction to say Kyler Murray top 5? Anybody willing to go that far to go Kyler over Hurts or Allen? I'm just asking the question.
I personally can't, but I wouldn't fault someone in that 4 or 5 range just to vault the person that they want up there, right? You got to have conviction there. I can't hate it, but I'm not going to be the one to put him there.
I would say if you're going to take Kyler, if you're going to put Kyler in, who are you taking out? That's more
Josh Allen.
That's
probably.
why. That's
like
no. I don't think I know why you're saying that, Jay. But I don't think there's no way.
I don't feel that way. But if we're talking about scoring points for next season, like Kyler would be the guy, and Josh Allen probably falling out.
Can we have that talk about Buffalo and the shift in the offense from Ken Dorsey to Joe Brady? What we saw happen with Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis down the stretch, and the fact that yes, Buffalo addressed wide receiver early, but nobody is foolish enough to say that Keon Coleman is a 1-for-1 replacement for Stephon Diggs. Is anybody a little concerned with how, and I do believe Josh Allen over the last, 4 years has the most turnovers as any quarterback in the NFL. I believe it's pretty damn high. Is anybody concerned about his situation, the weaponry, and the fantasy production Josh Allen can produce this year? And this is, again, I'm just talking about the situation. We know he's a rock-solid scorer, but there is no Diggs. There is no Gabe Davis. We've replaced these guys with a Keon Coleman and a Curtis Samuel. Are we not a little bit concerned about his scoring outlook in 24?
Yeah, so Ray, I mean, to your point, and kind of why I brought this up, it's not that I'm worried about Allen, but definitely if you're talking about a guy who maybe isn't a top 5 quarterback simply because his team just isn't good enough, I could see a world where maybe that's the case. Absolutely. I still like Curtis Samuel. I mean, Keon Coleman is what he is. And the biggest problem people need to understand is like Joe Brady is a fine OC, but all the stuff that I've heard about him is that he doesn't know how to scheme players open. So if you have a player like Keon Coleman that doesn't naturally separate and naturally get open the way that Stephon Diggs can, which again, like you said, he does not naturally get open, and you have an OC that cannot scheme him open and make plays for him, that's when it becomes a problem. Can Josh Allen overcome it? I absolutely believe so because he's a phenomenal talent, and he does have potentially a higher rushing floor in this new look offense. But I mean, we'll see. I still believe in Allen a lot, but if you want to tell me there's a world where he's not a top 5 quarterback because his team simply isn't good enough for him to get there, I could see that being the case for sure. For sure. And then for anyone who missed it, Jamari Thrash just went to Cleveland at pick 156. I like Thrash, but it's a rough spot for a receiver, honestly.
Well, speaking of Cleveland, in honor of the Cleveland Browns, I think we should get their former number 1 overall pick.
Oh, let's go.
Johnny Football.
Johnny Football.
How many likes do we have on YouTube? We got to run those up before we go. Joe likes Thrash. Joe, I remember there was a wake-up episode where you were talking about he reminds me, Ivan Compton, our guide, reminds me of Jacoby Myers. Got some Jacoby Myers to his game. I like Thrash
He's very
as well,
slippery through the route. Very slippery.
Man,
We got 200.
Cleveland's a
We got
rough
2.
spot.
Well, it's getting run up now. We're up to 307. Can we get to 400?
350, we'll give away football. We'll give away
250.
football. And, man, this is nice. This is fucking nice. This is a nice one. Yeah, Thrash is sick. Landing spot, woof. Yeah. One option, JRich. We got one right here. One option, move Coleman to the slot.
Not over Curtis Samuel. Sorry.
Is that where Curtis plays inside? I mean, all of them play inside then. Shakir, Samuel, Deontay Hardy. I'll just
the only one who doesn't is Coleman, right?
People, there was a lot. I saw quite a few comments that people were concerned a little bit or worried about Allen. Joe said a little bit, but it's Josh Allen. This is the exact analysis that I feel. Am I a little concerned? Sure. The football side of me says they lost Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis, and they didn't replace either of them with, I believe, guys that are as good as either of them. Now, Keon Coleman, I believe he's got the potential to be much better than Gabe Davis, but not out the box. I am a little worried, but it's still Josh Allen, and he's going to run the ball and score touchdowns and extend plays, and it's a good team, and they know what to do with him. But I don't think it's crazy to say, you know what, I got Josh Allen at QB4 this year. I'm not taking Josh Allen at the top of the third and underdog as QB1. I will wait for some other quarterback. I don't think that's an unfair thing to say. We had a couple of people said they are very concerned about Allen, and a few that said, Steve said it right here, don't overthink Josh Allen.
Yeah.
We kind of did that with Mahomes last year. We kind of did that with Mahomes last year, and still good, but he did not give you QB1, draft him in the damn top of the second in redraft type return.
Yeah, but Josh Allen wins in a different way than Mahomes, though,
That's
right?
fair.
And, again, I think when Josh Allen is asked to go and win a game, or like he has to go and be the running back, like, be the one that puts the ball in the air, put the one that get the first down, like he becomes alive. Is he going to be supported? And is it going to be easy for him to repeat as like a QB1? Not necessarily as it has been before, but Stephon Diggs helped Josh Allen, but he didn't make Josh Allen, right? And I do think that they can put together enough weapons here to still do what Josh Allen does best, which is score fantasy points and be a goddamn moose with a hose attached to his shoulder.
Ryan said, I see double tight end formations with Knox and Kincaid, Coleman, Shakir, and Curtis manning the wide receiver room. They only deployed that 19% of the time. So one of the lower rates in the league of using that personnel package. They are an 11 personnel group. And the funny thing about Buffalo is that's what they do. The pass rate and the run rate out of that is almost it's almost neutral. So there are not a lot of Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox formations being deployed in Buffalo, but we'll see how things shape up and change. So Jordan Love should be in the discussion of top 5 or 6. Interesting. Kincaid, wide receiver 1. You're right. Mahomes wins Super Bowls. 69% for the slot for Samuel last year in Washington. And that's why I'm like, everybody can't play the slot in Buffalo. It can't be Kincaid and Keon and Curtis Samuel and Khalil Shakir. Like, it can't be everybody. Can't be everybody. Mo Camara. Who picked Mo Camara?
Yep. Miami.
Good
Miami.
pick. Good
Yep,
pick.
Miami.
I like Mo Camara. He was giving old Shador problems in that game this fall. But let's give away football. Let's give away Johnny Football. Let's give away Johnny Football. Good job, Danny, who was the winner of the last giveaway. Blake Corn, shuffle this up. Jay, can we get some music for old Johnny Football? Let's go. Let's spin the wheel. Johnny Football going to... Dr. B. Harris. Dr. B. Harris. Shout out. Dr. B. Harris. He is a
The old
Heisman
doc.
member. Yeah, the doc. Community
Good
wins.
doctor.
Love that.
Good doctor.
Johnny Football going your way. Johnny Football going your way, Doc.
Big win.
Big win.
Hit me
Big
up
win
that
for the
cash.
Doc.
We still have Lamar. We still have Laporta. We still have Puka Nakua. We've got bomber jackets. We've got boxes. And we've got 2
Magic
tickets.
beans?
Or 4 tickets. 4 tickets. Well, really, 2 sets of a pair of tickets to games that we'll give away when this is over, or Monday, especially at least Monday. Because you have to comment in the stream, and you cannot comment on YouTube until after it's over. So we're not going to do it tonight. We'll let people get those in. All right, Johnny Manziel has been distributed. Looks like the Chiefs took a center.
They did.
Center. Chiefs
Yep.
solidifying that offensive line. Buffalo has 2 picks
That's
coming
easy.
up.
They're up
Baltimore,
right now, and the
Philly,
pick is in.
Dallas. All right. Let's see if
see where
Dallas
they
takes a
go.
running back. Take a look at my list to see which running backs are back. I see Clay is that blood sugar level is back on point now, so we'll probably get Clay back on the stream here shortly, and then I'll step off for a second and go get a drink. Not a drink. Somebody said they want to see Drunk Ray. I'm not drinking right now. No. Another cup of coffee.
Ray, can you get your favorite Kendall Milton to the Cowboys?
Ooh, that would be a nice one.
If we get Kendall Milton to the Cowboys, I'm giving away.
You can come-
I'm giving away a Kendall Milton jersey. We're gonna buy it and give it away. Gonna smash for
Linebacker,
Dallas.
Buffalo.
Linebacker for Buffalo. All right. 4,200, almost 4,200 people watching us on day 3 of the 2024 NFL Draft. Thank you to each and every person that's out there. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, all that other good stuff. We got a lot of stuff coming for you this summer. Like, we love Dynasty Fantasy Football. We love the NFL. Hell, we love sports, betting, all this stuff. So make sure you're sub. Follow these guys on Twitter. Real quick, give the Twitter accounts out for people. Not you, JRich. Brandon, what's your socials, man? If people want more Brandon, what are your socials?
It's at BG-C.
You gotta say that with some more enthusiasm, but yes, at BD-C, DASH, like that. Actually spell it out, right?
Correct.
All right. This how I know you guys are kind of, this is how you do it. Hey, follow me on X at RayGQ. That's QUE at RayGQ on X. Cody, where can they find you at?
We are over at Cody Smith TFDR. If you want to follow my better half, the other half of the TFDR crew, at Trophy Chase TFDR. Check us out on Overreaction Pod each and every week. And then sometimes, if we feel like it, we drop some stuff on the Fantasy Draft Room YouTube as well.
Josh, where can they find you at, baby?
You can find me on X at Josh McAtee, or in the Discord. Come find me in the Discord. That's another place to
Yes.
come chat it up with me and get some information. So
Josh frequently leads some of our voice chat sessions, our stage chat sessions that he is kind of driving the ship on those in conjunction with one of the content creators. So make sure you get over there. And Ty, Mr. Declare, where can they find you at?
Yes. Shout out to Chase, the air horn man himself. Yeah, you can find me over on the socials at TyDeclare44. That's DECLARE 44.
44. Ty Declare, that's the squad. JRich at your boy JRich. Joe said it, Brandon. She said, say it with your chest, man. You got to say it with your chest, man. You got to really, really get that at out there. But serious question. Where does Rattler go in rookie drafts?
4th round.
Is Scott Connor in the draft?
Yeah.
If
Scott's in the draft. It's 208.
Yeah, I think he goes in the 3rd. I think he's just in that flat tier of a team that maybe they don't want to take the hopium shot on a wide receiver, one of these running backs. They just take Spencer Rattler in the 3rd.
I am going to ask somebody, not named me, to set up some mocks on Sleeper. I want to drop them in the chat. I want to see what they do. Everyone keeps asking us to mock. Y'all are crazy. Goddamn Jonathan Brooks at the 111. How foolish is this damn stream? You should have taken him at 110. I want to see what people do. Let's get some mocks. Let's get some mocks ready. Who's doing that? Brandon or JRich? Which one of y'all?
I'm not doing it.
Okay. I'll do it. I'll fucking do
Well,
it.
Brandon, you can't do it?
I'll do it. I can do it faster. I don't know how to set it up. I'll do it. I got it. I am going to load them up, and then I will post them all in. If I post them in our chat, can y'all at least get it on YouTube? I
can pin them as you go.
Thank God.
Gotcha.
There we go. All right, let me do this.
Just
so
for you, Ray,
JRich,
I'll
take over. Clay, let us know when you're ready. I saw him in the backstage, but I guess the sugar ain't right yet. So
he's still checking those levels, Ray. Still checking those levels. He'll get there.
We are going to make this single quarterback.
Ooh.
Oh, you want that? All right.
Yeah.
We're going for that.
We're going 1 QB. PPR 1.5 tight end premium. 1.5. Not 1.75, 1.5 tight end premium. No super flex. Regular single quarterback league. That's what majority of the people play in. Rookies only. We're going to make it linear. 4 rounds, 30 seconds, 12 teams. Let's update this, and we will get these going. So, cool stuff. This is going to be fun. All right, JRich, take over while I'm doing this, because I'm getting stuff. Clay is coming back, and I'm looking way over here at some other shit.
Did you send it to me?
No. I'm just saying, host the thing.
Yeah, so we're waiting for Arizona right now. Their pick is in. Man, we've got a run of not viable fantasy assets right now. But I do want to hear from Josh, because Josh, you've had some interesting takes so far. And so I want to hear more about what you're thinking right now as you're approaching, later in these rounds. We have the 2nd round almost solidified. Who would be the players you're targeting in the 3rd round? A lot of running backs, potential handcuffs, backups. Who are the guys that are maybe standing out to you as potential first-year opportunity guys? Because there is still some value. If you can't trade that 3rd round pick, or you have to get stuck with the pick, ultimately you have to pick somebody. Who is the guy that you would be targeting in the 3rd round right now based off what we've seen?
I think the 2 receivers that are the most interesting to me in the 3rd is Tez Walker and Troy Franklin. I think those 2 guys have probably the best early opportunity to targets in their respective offenses. And so whether that's, viability for your lineup or viability on the market, I think those are 2 rooms that they could step into and see some opportunity. I think both are just unique prospects on their own. For whatever you believe or however you feel about either one of those guys, they've got a skill set in college that can translate to the NFL and get some opportunity there. So I think they both landed in good spots in the 3rd round to take a chance on to see what you can get from an outcome on those guys.
Yeah, Tez Walker is definitely a guy that I will be targeting. He's a player that I liked a lot. I understand, the skill set seems limited, but we've seen some players that are deep threats have a lot of success with Lamar Jackson in that Ravens offense. So while I think it's one to go under the radar, not a lot of people talk about him. Not a lot of people even know who he is outside of a weapon at one point for Drake May. And with this capital, I don't think it's going to garner drastic demand in a Ravens offense that isn't crazy at all. So I think that's a great selection and one I'll definitely be making, 4th round, late 3rd, if available. So for me, I think that's awesome. But Cody, who are you liking right now in the 3rd, 4th round, a little bit later in some of these rookie drafts that could be a good option for you and pick up with some of those draft picks?
Yeah, the ones that I really like, obviously, any of these running backs, really, I'm pretty stoked to get like Ray Davis if he's going in the 3rd. I'm pretty stoked about that one. Wide receiver, though, if we want to get in on some specific names, I really like Jermaine Burton and Jalen Polk. Those are probably going to be the 2 that I'm really targeting in the 3rd round that I liked previously going into
Polk
the draft.
goes 3rd round though? He was high 2nd round pick.
Yeah, Polk.
So you're saying you wouldn't take him in the second? You're saying you wouldn't take him in the 2nd round?
And I think Burton's same thing. Burton's probably going 2nd round too. At this point.
Burton could definitely go in the 2nd round.
I
Definitely.
agree, Josh.
Let's go a little bit further down. I'll take Jacob Cowing. I like Jacob Cowing, and I actually think that he has a shot to be a better producing
Jacob
wide
Cowing.
receiver even than Ricky Pearsall.
Ooh, I like that
Okay.
one. Wow. Oh.
There's a take.
That's
Finally.
a take. That's a take.
There's a take.
That's a take. Okay, I got 5 mocks. Single quarterback, PPR 1.5, tight end premium. We got 5 mocks. I post them in our interview chat. So, JRich, if we could throw those in the YouTube comments as soon as they fill up, I will get those started. Terrell is on the stream. Clay looks like he's about ready to come back on.
We
All right,
need
Clay's
one more
ready,
for
so
Mock
we'll
One.
add Clay.
No.
Oh, he said he's not ready. Okay, he said he's not ready. Okay, well, Clay's
Not
not
quite.
ready.
Give me one
All right.
second.
We'll get out. All right, Clay's out.
Ray,
Jay's
first
going
mock
to
is
load
full.
them up. And as soon as they fill, we shall run them. So let's close the sound on that because I don't want to hear that in my ear. And we are good to go. All right, so number 1 is ready. I'm starting that one. Boom. Start draft. Single quarterback, 1. Code red, 27. You're on the clock. Single quarterback, 30 seconds. Let's get it. Let's
2 is
see
full.
what else. 2 is full. 3 is full as well. So I'll just press start on 3. I don't see 2 yet. I see 3 though, Jay. I see 3.
Oh, then maybe it was the other one. But
Yeah,
the
maybe it was
second one you
3.
sent me is full now.
Yeah. I didn't send them to you in order. That's my bad. 2 is
you're
filling
fine.
up now, and then 5 is on the clock. Cool. I got a little nice little system and flow going up. Have I missed any picks?
Green Bay trades up to this pick, but we do not have it in yet. The only other one was the Arizona Cardinals took Christian Jones, offensive tackle out of Texas.
Oh, I like that pick. All right, so far in the first single quarterback mock. All right, let me see. Clay, you ready now?
I'm good.
All right, Clay said he's ready. Y'all can't hear him, but I can hear him. Clay said he's good. Let's bring him back on the screen. There he is, Clay Mosley.
What's
top
up, everyone?
left. What's up, Clay?
Good to see you. Yeah. I don't want to break up what you're doing. Can you give me a quick recap though? You're just doing some mocks here.
I put out 5 single quarterback, 12 team, PPR
Awesome.
1.5 mocks. Pretty vanilla, but this is kind of like the standard that a lot of people playing. Super flex, as much as we love it,
man.
it's still single quarterback, man.
Yeah, and no league shaming. As much as we
No.
are super flex fans and stuff, you do you. So we need to provide the data, right?
Yep. All right. Number 2 is filled up. I just started 2. It looks like 4 is not filled yet, and 5 is ready to go. So 4 is still waiting. 5.
Yeah, I just posted the last one, so that one
Okay.
should fill whatever one you're waiting for. But yeah, the other 4 are filled, and I think 3 of them
Yep.
you've already started, so we should be pretty much good to go.
Yep, I got them, and they are rolling. So let me just give y'all what's happening so far across these mocks and what the community, what the people are doing. Is single quarterback, of course. Quarterbacks are not going to go early. Marv, Neighbors, Odunze, 1, 2, 3. Got Caleb here at the 104. Brian Thomas at 1.5 over Xavier Worthy. Brock Bowers, Jonathan Brooks came off the board at 108. I'll show some of these once they're completed, but I just kind of want to give y'all what people are doing. In this one, in number 2, Brian Thomas, 104. Jonathan Brooks, 105. No quarterback yet. They are stuck at 105. In the single quarterback, number 3, Caleb Williams came off the board at 103 ahead of Rome Odunze. It looks like that may have been an auto pick, so screw it. We'll
Interesting,
look past that. We'll look past that. And all of these are different. Look at this. And I'm just going to say, for me in my personal rankings this morning, when I woke up and I play fantasy football in Dynasty, I play them in pockets. I don't even say 1 year window. I pocket play. Like I'm looking at the first 6 weeks versus what I can do the next 6. I did move Xavier Worthy for right now production and perceive ADV in the future to my wide receiver 3. And in this mock, number 5, it went Harrison, Neighbors, Worthy, then Odunze, then Brock Bowers. They're all different. Followed by Caleb, Jonathan Brooks, Jaden Daniels, 2 quarterbacks inside the top 10 in single quarterback leagues. Interesting stuff. Not going to show all of these right now. Once they're completed, we will go back and we'll check some of these out. But we got 5 mocks going on right now, all single quarterback, no super flex, not too crazy of a tight end premium.
Nice.
Seems like a lot of these one quarterbacks, there's at least 2 quarterbacks in the top 10 in a couple of these.
I was going to ask you, Ty, if I could ask you, since you do roster reviews, I know we typically do Superflex, but historically with the Anthony Richardsons of the world and Justin Fields, you want those quarterbacks who can put up crooked numbers. Like quarterback tends to be an overlooked thing in single QB. So is Jaden Daniels the type of player that you want? You've got a high flyer as opposed to some side boob quarterback.
Some side boob quarterback. I love that. I mean, yeah, if I'm taking a quarterback in single quarterback, he has to be able to put up crooked numbers. They typically will have that rushing floor if I'm really trying to prop them up. Or I can tell myself the story how they're going to be the positional difference maker. But generally, that's not me. I'm one that's going to build through the skill positions versus quarterback and just backfill where I can. There's going to be so many options available on waivers for weekly starts in one quarterback. And if my roommates and my league mates want to build around quarterback, that just means I have more options in my league. So
can I address, because Joe asked this, and some people are asking whenever I said like pocket pools, I play Dynasty like in pockets and windows. Here's what I mean by this, and everybody, this is applicable to everybody. I don't care the league, I don't care the format. If we really mapped out a fantasy football calendar timeline, there are certain months in which certain shit is happening that influence and impacts the market. Right now, between May and June, it's just rookie hopium. It's every rookie is going to be the starter, going to walk into 150 targets. So I honestly don't think there's a bad pick in fantasy rookie drafts now. Even third-round players, I don't think there is a bad selection at this point because everybody, to some degree, as Joe said, has ground up those magic beans and sipping that juice, that magic bean hopium. But as you start to get into the fall and training camp hits and then the big guns show up, the Pittmans are back, Devontae Adams is back. When you get, it's like, oh shit, those are the guys, right? Those are the ones that you want to take. And when the season starts, watch what happens. Odunze's not out there in 2 wide receiver sets. He's not getting the targets that everybody had hoped for over the last 3 months. The pendulum swings way too far in the other direction, right? He's not really scoring me points right now. I can go look at Keon Coleman eating with Josh Allen. So for me, the reason why Xavier Worthy is over Odunze is not because I believe X is some superior talent, but the pathway to opportunity early on, in my opinion, is a lot less murkier for Xavier Worthy. I can capitalize on the enthusiasm once. We're going to double count it. Everybody on the stream, everybody in this chat knows Rashee Rice is probably getting suspended at some point. But when it officially happens, X Worthy to the moon now. Nothing has changed between now and when that's announced, but the perception will be that it does. So I've got the valuable asset. I've got the built-in ADV. Will it play out right every time? But I play in pockets and windows, get to a trade deadline. You got teams liquidating and trying to buy. Like, Dynasty is windows. It's not just Romo Dunze today and he holds the same level of value from now to December. That is not how Dynasty works. I play in pockets and windows, and I literally play to what's happening in the community.
It's funny that you say that because, excuse me, and Scott, I mean, it helps. Me asking this question is in part due to content creation and trying to time what's relevant, but I'm always asking him, what's the next milestone event? What's the next thing that's going to shake up the timeline? Because especially Scott and Shane, they play in 1 million leagues. So they know like the, up and down times when it's flat. So I love the play in pockets thing because I'm totally
Clay,
on board with that.
Joe said it. Those worthy training camp highlights, once it starts happening, y'all, I'm telling you. And here's the thing. There isn't a person watching the stream that doesn't already imagine worthy catching passes from Mahomes. But when it happens, right? When it happens, it's like, oh shit, here it is. And look who's on the stream. Terrell jumped in. Shout out to Terrell. And right underneath JRich, I know there he is down there. Shane. Shane is in the damn building. What's up, Shane?
What's good, JRich? If you didn't notice, the article's ready to post, bro.
Let's go.
So yeah, I was all. Look, I didn't even see most of the draft. I just keep hearing all the good news. Will Shipley, next great white hype. Just going Ether Saquon, take that job probably by like week 3.
Stop.
Week 3.
I do. At some point, we have to hear. At some point, we have to hear Shane's take on Shipley. But go ahead. Hi, Shane. For a second, I thought you were wearing your Cheez-It shirt again.
No, man.
He's really leaning into the Cheez-Its. Yeah, no, Phillies. I got you.
And I was going to say to Ray's point of playing in pockets, I know we say know your league a lot, but even deeper, know your league mates. Because there's some of your league mates that are always going to be into these rookies. There are some that are always going to want the veterans regardless of the time of year. So just keep a mental note of those players in your league that you know you can always go to whenever you're looking for a certain type of deal.
You know who's good to attack like that? The dude that keeps telling you that he hit on Puka and Tank Dell last year because he swears he's a scout. He swears he's an NFL scout.
He's
now.
the best. Yep.
So yeah, so you just attack that dude or girl, woman, lady,
Do that,
ma'am. Do that.
Hey,
former scout in bio.
All right, completed. Single quarterback, PPR, 1.5, pretty standard type league stuff. Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Romo Dunze, 1 through 3. Caleb Williams at the 104 spot in a single quarterback league, y'all.
No.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
4 or 6 point,
4 or 6 point per passing touchdown doesn't matter, in my opinion. Brian Thomas and Xavier Worthy, that's your top 6. Okay? After that, we've got Brock Bowers, Jonathan Brooks, Ladd McConkey, Jaden Daniels, Keon Coleman, and Adonai Mitchell in round 1. Round 2, it starts off Trey Benson, Xavier Legette, Ricky Pearsall, Blake Corum, Jalen Wright, and Jermaine Burton rounding out the next 6. In the back half of the second, Roman Wilson, Jalen Polk. Y'all got to... I am Roman Wilson Truther 101, but y'all have got to explain Roman Wilson to Pittsburgh for me and why I should feel better in fantasy about this one. Jalen Polk, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, Ben Sinnott, and Malachi Corley round out the second. I just... Josh, Shane, Terrell, I'm like what are our thoughts here? Single quarterback, and just I want somebody on this stream to make me feel better about Roman Wilson in Pittsburgh, because I just do not. Like, I just don't feel good at all about this situation for him.
I think you said it last night, right? He does different things than George Pickens. There's also the fact that DJ's not there anymore, right? So there's vacated targets aren't a thing until they're a thing. So there's a guy that was, 150 targets a season just sitting out there. And it's easy to go, well, Roman Wilson's going to be DJ and George Pickens is going to continue to be George Pickens. It's probably what's more likely is they complement one another, or George Pickens actually sees that target share increase. But it's just easy to go, all right, well, Roman Wilson, you're just taking DJ's place. Just slide him right in there, regardless of the fact that he's a 3rd-round pick. It's easy for us to tell ourselves that story.
Looking at the chat. Go ahead, Cody.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just looking at the chat.
Good. You want to go or can I go?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. We just got Rasheen Ali off to the Ravens.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
Yeah,
Tyrone Tracy to the Giants.
I'll echo a lot of the things that Shane just said. Yeah, I think there is an option for targets in that offense, but really, I think that offense is going to be more efficient than what it was. They've invested on offensive line. They're prepping to run the ball, and I think that it will open up more opportunities again, it's an Arthur Smith offense, right? And we haven't been hyped on the passing offense in an Arthur Smith offense. But I do think that, yeah, Roman Wilson and George Pickens do different things. I think George Pickens is going to be George Pickens. And I agree that I think that Roman Wilson's not the best bet, especially when you're looking at just the flat, wide range you have in this range. I don't mind taking that bet, though. I think that Rome can do something in that offense, and I think it can be efficient when he does get the chance.
I see a lot of people talking about FFPC. We are FFPC truthers over here. Scott and I have done, I think we max entered the way too early best ball, and then we are going to do some more FFPC as well. So I personally, y'all, this is completely off topic. I really want to get more into tournament style fantasy content. Just I'm all in on underdog. I'm max entering every tournament, FFPC. I like fantasy football, and when you do tournaments like that, I could draft 1,000 teams and construct 1,000 different ways. So I have really started to trim down on some of these industry leagues, $50 leagues, and I'm doing a lot more tournament style stuff. So if people out there are tournament style underdog FFPC and you want to see content like that, like let us know, because I really have been dying to make content like that. But we've had some picks. Tyrone Tracy, a lot of people like Tyrone Tracy out of Purdue. The dynamism, the athleticism, the speed, the potential to be dynamic in the receiving game. He goes to the Giants, which I'll just be honest, I think this is good for Devin Singletary. I feel good about Singletary moving forward. Rasheen Ali, running back out of Marshall, very good running back, goes to the Baltimore Ravens. Other than that, I don't think, and Jamari Thrash, but we talked about him. I'm going to go grab something, a snack real quick, so I'm going to go on mute and let Clay and JRich run the show for a few minutes.
Sounds good.
False. He said my name first, so I get the host now.
Hey, go for it. Go for
it. No. Seriously, you guys host. I ain't trying to do this.
Yeah. Do me a favor though. Like I was writing out a banner here. We've got a hammer that we're gonna have to do. So I was focusing on that. So go, Shane, you're up.
Oh,
JRich and Shane lead the show until I get back.
Yeah. Just I'll be right back. Just give me a second.
This is a wild pick. I did not see Keelan Robinson from Texas, the damn third string running back for Texas, going here to Jacksonville. I'll just say zero impact to Travis Etienne. Zero impact to Etienne. Zero impact to Tank Bigsby. So I'll just say that.
Zero impact on zero.
And Tank Bigsby wasn't very good to begin with.
Ernest Johnson's the number 2.
Ernest Johnson isn't even affected by this. Yeah.
So let me ask you guys. Any of you play IDP? Any of you?
No.
No. Okay. Good. All right. Never mind then. No, that's absolutely not helping.
That's it. That's where it ends. There was.
All right. So Ty, I have some trivia for you. Actually, what would you say is the average amount of targets the wide receiver 2 has in Arthur Smith's offense over the last 3 seasons? Not including this season, because I didn't actually pull the data for this season, but heading into 2023, 2022, 2021, and 2020. This is a weighted average technically, but what would you say is around the number that you'd expect
54.
Uh,
Roman
Roman Wilson to have in this offense?
75.
Sorry, per game or on a season long?
Season for the season.
I'll say 80.
You way overshot that, my friend. That was closer to the wide receiver 1 numbers, but over the last, or 2022, the wide receiver 2 had 61 targets. 2021, they had 53, and in 2020, that was AJ Brown, who had 92. Right? So you're looking at an offense where the number 1 can see 100 targets, but there is no way in hell you're getting close to that at number 2. And the reason why is because they heavily utilize the tight end 1 and tight end 2 with 63 and 30 targets apiece. So that's the biggest problem, is you have a low volume. We talk about the rushing. And then the thing with Roman Wilson is that if he is the wide receiver 2, which may even be a bit of a projection potentially, I do agree with you, he can be the wide receiver 2. But if he's definitely not the locked and loaded wide receiver 2, his chances at fantasy points are very, very limited unless they revert more back to what Pittsburgh does. It's easy to talk about Deontay Johnson, 140, 150 targets, but if they play more of what Arthur Smith does and less of what the Steelers have done, you're looking at a guy that probably has 70 to 80 target upside in this Steelers offense that still may not be very good because the quarterback play isn't very good, right?
No, that's fair. So you said it'd be like tight end 1 and 2 in the offense. So is there anyone behind
They
Friars
utilize
that,
2 tight ends, so it's Darnell Washington
Yeah.
is tight end 2.
Jonnu Smith.
yeah.
Didn't they sign Jonnu Smith?
No,
No,
he's
that
in
was
Miami
Miami.
now. Okay,
Oh,
so
okay,
big
okay.
big
I
boy
think they took him
Washington's
with
going to get some work. Then you're telling me. All right. No,
Big Washington gets some work,
that's
but I mean, I like
well,
Freiermuth because they utilize tight ends quite a bit. But yeah, the wide receiver 2 is one of those where if it's a highly valued player, you don't really want them. But if it's a very low valued player, then potentially you could, because one of the things that's missed in all of this is the player they actually have that no one's talking about is Van Jefferson. And while I don't like Van Jefferson, he was traded to Atlanta last season in the middle of the year. And so he knows this offense. And if he's the wide receiver 2 to start the season, then you're looking at an even lower target ceiling for Roman Wilson if he's going to be that wide receiver 2 in the Steelers offense, because you're going to have to earn it, get to that spot, and ultimately beat out Jefferson, which could happen. But I think the familiarity in the offense may lean Jefferson's favor early.
Yeah, I think the other thing I would add, though, JRich, is that the competition for targets in Pittsburgh is very light. And so I think there is some mixed results when you look at what Arthur Smith has done over the years. You can go back to his A.J. Brown and Corey Davis days, where they're at 190 each, but it's concentrated around those guys as well. And so I think that the top 2, whoever's going to be the top 2 target earners in this offense are going to be your fantasy assets. And I think Roman Wilson has just as much of a shot as Ladd McConkey does to get into the top 2 target earners on a team that are going to be in low passing offenses, that are going to lean on the running game, and are going to be ones that aren't going to produce tremendous fantasy success based on what the offenses look like today. But they have the murkiest room where they could emerge with opportunity.
For sure. No, Josh, I completely agree with you there. There will be opportunity. It's that, but it's are you betting on that opportunity to be the 2, or are you betting on the offense? Because I think in both examples, you're talking about offenses we project to be low passing volume, right? So in my opinion, you want the 1 and that's it. Like, you can go ahead and roster the 2 if you want to, but you really just want the 1. And if you don't have the 1, get out. And that's just my opinion with these really low volume offenses. In the case of the Ravens, do you want the wide receiver 2 on the Ravens? Not really, right? Zay Flowers was the 1, and if he wasn't the 1, it's because he's a rookie, so there's value there. But if we're taking Roman Wilson because he's young and can ascend on a roster to be the wide receiver 2, I think the reality is that this is more like Arthur Smith than Pittsburgh. You don't even necessarily want the wide receiver 2 in that offense, the same way you weren't buying the wide receiver 2 in Atlanta last year. You didn't even really buy Drake London. And he was the wide receiver 1 in the offense. So, with quarterback concerns, Arthur Smith, and then it's just rookie hype, you may fall into a trap with Roman Wilson because he's a guy that people like. And you can compare him to Ladd McConkey, but I will lean on draft capital with Ladd McConkey there. It's pretty significant.
I will say that if you're anybody drafting Roman Wilson, there's no way you're concerned about Van Jefferson. Even after getting traded to Atlanta last year, he was really bad. So nobody that has any belief in Roman Wilson is going to put stock into Van Jefferson.
Nor should they. Van Jefferson is absolutely terrible at football. And if Van Jefferson's the reason you're not getting targets or touches or snaps, then you're even worse at football.
It's a bigger issue. Yeah.
You were never gonna amount to anything. I don't mean that to sound as mean as it did.
I mean, you say that, Shane, but think about how long it took Jordan Addison to pass KJ Osborne for snaps. Like, it took a decent amount of games, right? And there was people saying, well, like, why the hell isn't he playing over KJ Osborne, who's a first round pick? And Roman Wilson was what, a third? He wasn't a second rounder. Was he a third rounder? You could say if you can't, you suck, but that's just the game. And I think it's interesting that he followed his OC to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I don't mean week 4. You know what I mean? Week 5. There's a learning curve, and there's just the veterans are going to get the benefit of the doubt. They're going to get the snaps. That's generally how it is. I'm talking about if it's week 13, week 14, and Van Jefferson's out snapping.
But you got to wait that out, though. You won't know that till you're there, right? Well, you yourself will go through and say, okay, rookie wide receivers. He had 0 targets week 1. 2 week 2, 3 week 3, right? Like, and you're just keep seeing like no targets. Roman Wilson. At what point are you going to say, man, that was maybe a bad pick in the second round with the low volume offense, bad quarterback play, and unsure of when the playing time is going to come? I think that's a decision you have to make. And do you want to lean on a higher volume offense, higher ceiling running back over a player like Roman Wilson?
But I think that's where, like, I'll take the bet where Roman's probably going to go, which is going to be late second, early third, versus Ladd, because he's going to be in the same spot. Like they're similar bets regardless of capital based on their offense, and I think that you're going to be waiting on Ladd to do the same thing.
You could be, absolutely. You could be. Shane, how do you feel about old Bub Means headed to New Orleans?
I'm sorry, who?
Bub Means. You don't know Bub Means out of Pittsburgh? East West Shrine Bowl standout.
Is he from 1946? Like he sounds like the type of dude that wears like a Jeff cap.
Yeah.
He calls everyone fella. Yeah, fella, how you doing? We're gonna play some football. Like that. That's
yeah. See.
Yeah.
Hey, Shane, let's get your thoughts. This seems like an okay time. What are your thoughts on Will Shipley in Philadelphia? There was back and forth. Definitely, people were playing tug of war on whether that was a good spot or not. And just generally, we've got a lot of talented running backs who are going into backfields where there's very talented running backs in front of them. So what are your thoughts on the Eagles first?
I mean, one, I don't want to say I'm concerned, but it does make me think, how much is Saquon going to be out there? How many targets is he going to see? Because this dude is built to be a third down back. And the Eagles, for whatever reason, it's their religion to use running backs in that way. There's a reason that trash can Kenny Gainwell got so much run, right? And it's not because he's good, because he's not. He was continually bad, but they kept running him out there because they believe in using multiple backs, even if there's a specific one for third downs. I'd say you should expect Shipley to see a lot of third down work. I saw someone said, just throw him in the slot and maybe he could be their slot receiver too. I feel like we say that about a lot of running backs, and it never really works out that way. But I think he'll have a decent enough role where in best ball, there's going to be weeks that he spikes, because you saw it with Kenny Gainwell last year, where he had games in the year before that where he had multiple touchdowns and he had multiple receptions, games with a lot of receptions. I can see Shipley doing that, except well.
Could he get to like a Jalen Warren type? Like fairly? No, Sandiford, go ahead. You're shaking your head. You don't think he'll get even that good?
No, I think this is a good fit for football standpoint. I don't think this is a great fit for fantasy. I think Gainwell's dead.
Right.
And I think Shipley he'll be more of a spell back. I don't think what we saw like last year with the Eagles was Gainwell would come in for drives, for the 4-minute drive or a 2-minute drive. I don't see that happening this year. I think he'll be more of a spell back for Barkley. So I don't see this as great for fantasy. I see this as great for real football.
I think though, fantasy dynasty wise, he's going to be a live asset. He is like right there. It does not take much for wheels freaking up. Right. So those, I'm always looking at it from that lens, because when you're in the Shipleys of the draft, you've either bailed out to the following year, or you're not counting for them to start in your lineup, unless it's like a start 12, start 13 is what we were talking about earlier. So yeah, I love to hear from Eagles. I love to hear from Eagles fans.
Let me bring some data to this Kellen Moore led Philadelphia offense. When Kellen Moore was in Dallas, and I'll start with 2022. That season, Tony Pollard, the RB2, finished as RB8 in fantasy, 15.6 fantasy points per game in 2022. But I'll just say that's when a lot of people thought Zeke was dead, right? Zeke is dead. He's showing signs of age. I mean, they were almost identical in opportunities. I mean, snaps on the field. Zeke played 621 snaps and Tony Pollard 611. So, I mean, they were almost being deployed like evenly across the board. But if you go back to 2021 and 2020 and you look at that backfield split between Zeke and Tony Pollard, man, it wasn't even close. I mean, Zeke, 840 snaps to Tony Pollard's 382. In 2020, Ezekiel Elliott ate his lunch again, and Saquon Barkley is the same caliber of player as Zeke, 734 to 340. So I think you can expect Shipley to be on the field, get some touches, and get people excited, but it's going to be semi-hard. It's not going to be full hard. It's just semi. It is 45%.
You're half-mast. You're half-mast.
You're half. You're 45%. I don't even know if you're full 50. You're 45. You're 45% with Will Shipley. Now, Shane, Terrell, the thing is, Saquon has been banged up quite a bit. So for me, again, and I'm Will Shipley, truth or numero uno, feels like an awesome high-end backup that I am not expecting much fantasy production early from Shipley. But I still like the player. And if you get some opportunity, great. But that's a whole nother conversation for what we're talking about.
No, if the thing it'll be beauty if not beauty, but if Saquon Barkley were to miss any significant amount of time, 2, 3, 4 weeks, right? Let's just assume he gets some kind of sprain because it's likely to happen. It's Saquon Barkley. It's just what happens. There's an ankle sprain waiting to happen in week 1, and he's gonna miss 7 weeks. Eagles won't need to rush him back. Will Shipley's value on the market is going to be high because 1, it's in that offense. 2, Clay likes to talk about it, the likability, right? There's just a likability about the guy because of the type of running back he is. It's a fun running back. You know, when in college he was comped to Christian McCaffrey, obviously not correctly for obvious reasons because he was a white kid that played running back mostly. But those were out there and those stick in people's heads. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, I remember this guy from college. Yeah, he was the next Christian McCaffrey, and he's going to be on that Eagles offense, which is going to give you points. Like you were saying, he's going to be a live asset. He's going to be someone that you can move and probably should move at that point for a profit.
Yeah, I think Shipley's best games fantasy-wise are going to come in those games where the Eagles have a blowout win. Because I think they're going to be quick to take the Saquons out of the game, just to kind of protect him and save him for the late season run. So definitely an offense that is capable of blowing teams out by 20, 30 points. And I think that's when we'll see Shipley have the opportunity to eat in a second half and just get a ton of touches.
I need you to shush there, lady. The other part that we need to talk about is the Eagles defense is built to be a really good defense. There might be a lot of rushing chances for this Eagles team where you were saying that they're up 20 in the second half, where, you know what, it doesn't make sense to run Barkley out there for 15 carries in the second half when we're up 15. Like, it's just, there's going to be a lot of games where the Eagles are destroying teams like the Cowboys or Dallas, where they're just going to be able to rotate all the running backs in there and get them all touches.
Cut him before he's gonna start. No. All right. And Shane, we were actually talking about the likability, like the Shipley kind of situation with Corum too. We were talking about that earlier, how people want him to succeed. He's on an offense that scores a lot of points. The narrative is there. There's a lot of pros if you're looking at a checkbox, pro versus cons. So another live asset. It's good stuff hearing it come from you guys, though. You Eagles fans. Fly, Eagles, vomit. Okay. Ray's on mute. He's...
Damn.
Nobody's safe.
Yeah, man.
You were saying?
Do you want him, Shane? Do you want Will Shipley? Is that somebody you want? You want Will Shipley? Are you going to draft Will Shipley? Are you in or out on Shipley? And not, we know the production, but are you in on the situation and what could be with Shipley? The only thing I will say is there are certain backup running backs where honestly you can see the pathway to them becoming assets you want. And that doesn't mean you have to invest in them now, but Tony Pollard, you could see it coming. Jalen Warren, you could see it coming if you weren't
Right.
blind, that these guys were going to fall into some opportunity. Do you draft and wait for that, or is that one of those things, you know what, I'll trade that and I can go buy that later. I can go get a Jalen Warren before the breakout if I want to at any given time. Are you in on
Yeah.
Shipley, yay or nay?
Man, you're giving me those options now. I'm gonna say nay, and people are gonna be like, "Oh, he said he hates Shipley," but from
That's
the
not
sense
what
of
you said. That's not what you
Right.
said, though, so say it.
from the sense of as soon as that dude pops and his value increases, and I can use him as an asset to attach to something or on his own and profit, I'm gonna do that. And yeah, I'll find another Jalen Warren. I'll find that's the only player I can think of in that Tony Pollard. Like those dudes will come along. And more often than not, dudes that we fall in love with, like Shipley, that fall into that role, tend to flame out. We don't remember them because they flamed out, and we would have been better served just flipping them when we could have.
Yeah, I think the big thing with this is it's not even a knock on Shipley. It's that he's behind Saquon, and Saquon's better than Najee. I mean, that's a given, but I mean those are the kind of backs we're comparing him to when we're saying, hey, the second guy is a viable,
Good
viable
Lord.
flex option.
Oh,
Yeah, what are the
wow.
Jets doing, eh?
Wow.
What are the Jets doing? They took Isaiah
Right before the
Davis,
Cowboys.
running back.
Oh, did
Also,
they?
did you
Oh, yeah,
see?
why not?
Cowboys are
It's
next.
It's R.I.P. Aaron Rodgers. He's nuked. Jordan
Yeah,
Travis is in
so
town.
Jordan Travis,
Yeah,
Jordan
Jordan
Travis, QB from Florida State, goes to the Jets, broke his leg. Dude, that kid had so many unfortunate injuries at Florida State. Tough scene for Jordan Travis, but they just took another running back. Isaiah Davis out of South Dakota State goes to the Jets after they last round took Braylon Allen, and they took Izzy Abanikanda in the 5th last year, and they have Breece Hall currently on the roster. So I'll just say this. The person that it hurts is Braylon Allen. The person that
he's
it
got
hurts
some
is
competition
Braylon Allen.
now.
Like now it's where we were like,
Which one's
that's
making the roster, right?
That's the handcuff to Breece Hall. You know, it feels like the handcuff to Breece Hall. Izzy Abanikanda feels like that's the person that's going to be the handcuff to Breece Hall. I think this is good for, not that anything was going to hurt Breece, but I'm not even remotely concerned about anything with Breece Hall. This is strictly, if he went down, we don't feel good with just Izzy. We need to have some bodies back here. So Isaiah Davis to the Jets.
Jets are playing any RB on a 52. That's what they're doing. Literally,
All right,
that's
all right, Ray. What's Dallas going to do, Ray? What are they going to do here?
Yeah, they're
My
taking
All
a
the favorite
spray and
running
pray
backs are
approach.
gone.
Corner, punter.
That Kendall Milton's still available.
Oh, can we get Will Reichert?
Y'all think I'm crazy? I told y'all in the chat they were not drafting a fucking running back, and if they do, it's going to be late.
Can we get
Right now,
Kamani
I'm
Vidal?
gonna tell you who I want. I want Ezekiel Elliott to just come back home. I don't know what
Cody
we're
Schrader.
getting.
Can we get
Just
Cody
bricks.
Schrader?
Oh, Cody Schrader. Let's
Get
go.
Josh the hell out of here.
He plays well
Get
in
Josh outta
Dallas.
How do we get Josh off the screen talking about I'm looking at who's left. You got Frank Gore. Kendall Milton.
Cody, you'd be lucky if you got Cody Schrader now, Ray.
But
Dylan,
Gore
you get that
Vidal is
Dylan- we're
Gore
gonna take
Vidal's
Dylan
still
Lobb.
left, right?
Oh, Vidal's still there, yeah.
Vidal.
Oh, we're gonna lube up, baby. We're gonna lube up.
Yeah,
Duke
that
on
4-year-old.
they're no
Dylan
they're
Johnson, stand up.
They're rolling with Rico Dowdle and Deuce Vaughn and whoever they bring in, Zeke Elliott.
Oh man, who is this pick? Come on, guys.
Trade for Damian
Dak's
Pierce.
just going to throw it 700 times.
Trade for Damian Pierce. Oh, Brandon's back. Sorry, Brandon. Brandon is back. Trade for Damian Pierce. Brandon is back.
It's all good. It's all good. I was just talking to. I'll go, Shane.
No.
Who's chewing their mic?
Yeah, who's
I
chewing?
died.
Brandon, was that
wasn't
you,
me. I
man?
was on mute.
Lord
I
have
chimed in
mercy.
to crack on that. That was you. It was you, Brandon. What were you?
Yeah.
What are you working on over there?
I muted him, but he
some fruit by the foot. Some fruit by the foot.
fucking
or something.
ASR.
It's like-
He's scratching the mic.
Yeah,
Can y'all
it's
hear
like
that?
he's
I
eating
can't hear it.
cereal
Can y'all
over
hear
there. Yeah, a little bit.
The Jets have taken a running back. Breece Hall is safe. I like that. I like that on the show.
I've got
Gross,
that.
Ray, what do you think about the early third round in the 2024 draft this year?
Send me 6 to midnight, y'all.
Just scratching the top.
Right.
of that.
I'm worried that I like
All
it.
right.
That's scaring me a little bit. Stop doing that.
It is nice.
Mookie's got the top pick right now. Johnny Wilson. Where's he going? That's one guy I want to see.
Right
where he
here,
goes.
this pick, 174, Johnny Wilson.
Oh.
Ray, would you buy Johnny Wilson's jersey if he was drafted? It was actually a good spot. Big slot for Dallas.
Hey, people
Can
say
work
I need to
outside?
get booted from the stream. People saying get Ray the hell off. Wow.
All this ASMR
Of his
stuff.
own
Right.
channel, his
Damn.
own live stream.
No, I would not. No. What did you ask me? What did you ask? Johnny
If you
Wilson.
buy
in
a Johnny
Dallas?
Wilson
No.
jersey.
No, I like Johnny.
Why not?
but What's he
Apparently
going to
not
play
enough.
there? Hey, Jake Ferguson,
play
winner, right?
and
Jake
shut up.
Ferguson. People thought Jake Ferguson would be somebody that could
Fair.
get buried this draft.
Yeah.
They didn't bring in Jake Ferguson locked and loaded as a top 8 option.
Oh, he's more than
Yeah,
that.
they
At
got-
tight end,
Yeah, tight
Something
end,
like
saying
that.
top 8.
top
They got their
5.
skin maker. They got their backup. They're fine.
They're not going to have a run game. They're going to throw.
You've got Bowers, right? You've got McBride, Laporta. All right, maybe a little lower.
Is
Kincaid.
Bowers ahead of him? Bowers or
Yes.
Jake Ferguson in 2024 for fantasy points?
Jake
Ferguson.
Ferguson.
This is Dynasty, son.
Right,
Dynasty.
Well, we get to
I'm asking
we
you,
get to tweak it.
fantasy
We get to
points.
tweak it. We get to tweak it anyway. But yes, Dynasty Bowers 2024 Ferguson, right?
Yes.
I think it's
Yes. Not even close.
Yes.
should be.
Hey, Jeff is in
It's
the building.
unfortunate that it's not even close, though, isn't
Jeff
it?
is in the building. Our injury analyst. Shout out to Jeff. DD
What's up,
Injury
Jeff?
Doc. Jeff, get your ass on the stream. You ain't got no patience right now. You don't have any patience, Jeff. You work on
You
Saturdays?
know Jeff though, he's always working.
Oh, he just his clinic. It's got the clinic, man. That clinic. He's
Gotta
got
make
to
that money, baby.
Gotta make that money.
Gotta make that money.
We got no patience for your patience, Jeff. Get in here. Let's go.
Okay, this is a good one. Let's do it round the horn, starting with Clay, and we'll
like
give
it.
people time to think about this. But again,
Yeah.
we're in rookie hopium season, but there's a bunch of old farts that are some winners today too, that are actually the players that score us fantasy points. So Joe said, let's name some vet winners. Vet winners for you, Clay.
Gosh, can you tee me up a little bit? This is tough. I mean, I've seen vet winners.
Well, let's.
Gosh,
I got
mean,
one
just-
here. We kind of had this topic earlier
ahead,
in the
Terrell,
Discord.
go ahead,
Actually,
Terrell.
we can chime in as
Yeah.
we have.
Because
Yeah, go ahead, Terrell.
Daniel Jones,
Interesting.
Demarcus Robinson for those that play in deep leagues.
Diving
Those,
deep.
those are I like
Diving
those
deep.
two for winners.
That's actually
Did- I
not a
saw-
bad call.
I saw lots of chatter that like Singletary and Zamir White being winners. Has that held up?
I think Singletary is definitely, and Zamir White. Winners from the sense that people thought they could get buried this draft and they are still alive and they still have a role and there's still opportunity that you can see. I think both of those guys are, in quotes, winners this draft. Yes. Walking out of the draft, yes.
I think the biggest non-rookie winner is Bryce Young, in my opinion. I think Carolina's done great to actually put some flowers around his bouquet. So I like it for Young.
Does he fit in the vet category?
Yeah, I mean, he's a
I
second year guy,
know.
he's not a rookie.
Yes. He's a second. I know. I got.
I
you.
mean, and as bad as he was last year, as bad as it was for him last year, it would take 3 bad weeks or, let me put it better, if nothing happened in this offseason to give you a reason to believe in him, my dude would probably be about QB 27 right now. But because of the offensive guards that they signed, because of getting DJ, because of getting the other receiver that just got in the draft, brain fart, there's reason to believe that things are going to be better for him. Now, again, if he fails, it's on him, and he's just dead for fantasy purposes.
The chat's blowing up with Gus Bus. Gus Edwards is a nice one. Gus.
I can't believe nobody mentioned Gus Edwards yet. I mean, this is a spot that everybody said Blake Corum in the second, Braylon Allen in the third. They legitimately have done nothing besides add pieces to bolster their offensive front and their rushing attack. and they've brought nobody in to threaten Gus Edwards in any way, shape, or form. He is one of the biggest winners for me as well. For a team that wants to run the ball, J.K. Dobbins and Isaiah Spiller is what he's got to deal with. I
got to be honest with you, that feels like a team that's buying some street free agents in week 4 because their running backs are all bad. I mean, Gus Edwards looked really good with Lamar Jackson in the backfield with him. Justin Herbert ain't that. Did we name Justin Herbert as a vet winner since Ladd McConkey's revived his career? No. But yeah, I mean, I get your point on Gus Edwards. He has literally no real competition there, and they don't really have a ton of receivers. So yes, they will be running the ball about a quadrillion times.
You know what I'm trying to think about is who is a vet wide receiver who's a winner?
J-Mo.
Gross.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
say it.
it's true. J-Mo, you said it earlier today. J-Mo is a big winner out of this. They added
Yeah,
nothing
talk it
to
out.
that
Talk it
depth.
out.
It's Khalif Raymond as receiver 3 after that, and he is going to be in the mix for the second or third in the target share on that team. He's going to be on the field every single snap. He is going to get manufactured touches. He's going to get deep targets. He is going to get an opportunity to figure out if he's going to pay off or not this year.
So action items though, because we have trashed JMO and we've always said, hey, at least there's like some JMO truthers out there. You know, if you could find your window, do it. But action items, Josh, what do we do? You said you're all wheels up. What's your price? What's his value right now? Oh, look at J Wack. What's up, dude? Big old sausage fest. I know we have 9 sausages on here. J Wack is
that's my dog.
He doesn't know.
We're cock
know
strong in here for sure.
It's cock strong.
I'm gonna get those t-shirts. Cock strong.
Cock
with
strong
the DD logo in the back.
That is the hashtag. I'm just saying, cock strong. If we ran, downloaded the transcript, there's no less than 173 cock strong.
No less.
Yeah.
The chat has said Terry McLaurin. Again, people are like, I don't know, thanks on JMO. It's not about whether you like him or not, but the reality of what's happened is there were people who thought not only Detroit could take a receiver to replace him, that they could do it in round 1. You know how many mocks I saw Adonai Mitchell or Ricky Pearsall? If those things would have happened, what we would have been saying is he's dead for real. But they didn't happen. So what there is opportunity. And I've always preached at DD, all I'm looking for, because none of us can see in the future. None of us know unequivocally what's going to happen. The thing that I'm chasing is opportunity. I'm looking for players who have an opportunity to get an opportunity to score me fantasy points. And looking at the Detroit offense, when they want to deploy 3 wide receiver sets over 65% of the time with Ben Johnson, with the best offensive line in football, with a very good quarterback in Jared Goff, and with Khalif Raymond as the 3, J-Mo walks away from this with one last shot to fulfill his top 12 draft capital prophecy. He is in a good spot to try this year. Will it happen? I don't know, but the opportunity is there for J-Mo. People are saying Eckler and Brian Robinson. I also thought about those two running backs out of Washington. I did think about Brian Robinson. I mean, Jahan Dotson is still there again, and he's still out there again. There are certain players we're naming that we are all in favor of trading the hell away, but maybe, y'all, think about it this way. We're talking about winners on the stream. This doesn't mean you have to go out there and buy them, but if that's the perception that Treylon, J-Mo, Jahan Dotson, Austin Eckler, Brian Robinson have won, go send them away. Okay, cool. Ray and them pumping up J-Mo. Let me see if I can move some of that J-Mo now. Let me see if I can move that Jahan Dotson. It's chess, not checkers, man. We're not telling you this to go buy them, but these are guys who are in a little better situation. So if you've got some dead J-Mo and you want to try to get off of those players, now is maybe a good time to try to package them up in a deal.
Well, nobody has any live JMO, but yeah, that you were spot on, Ray. I got you.
And I would say if you do have those players like JMO, nobody's coming to you looking for them. You got to be aggressive and send them out, and somebody's going to see it and hit accept. but you got to be the aggressor in that deal.
Ooh, Cooper Cup.
That's
Sorry, just
What
want to say
about
that
Cooper
Cooper
Kupp?
Cup.
Oh, yeah,
Cooper
yeah.
Cup is a winner. I just want to say that. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Cooper
someone
Cup
said
is
that.
kind of in my DeMarcus Robinson kind of thing, that wide receiver 2-3 for the Rams.
Isaiah
I was going to
Pacheco.
say,
So who's
whole
going to buy
entire-
JMO?
Yeah.
I'll tell you
Did
what,
we
in
ever
a-
answer
in a
that?
best-
Did we ever
in a-
answer that
in a
before
best ball
J-Wack went on the
team-
screen?
In a best ball team, I will buy JMO because he is going to be on the field. He is going to get the targets. So whether you like it or not, if he is going to go cheap and I'm in Dynasty best ball, I will take it. I will take the guy in that offense. So come sell me some JMO if we're in a league together.
Well,
What are you paying, Josh?
Are they done though? Like, can we even? It's so early. Look at this. What is it?
It doesn't matter now.
27th? It doesn't. Well, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter now. Exactly. And I think that's what Sandford said. That's key. Be active, man. You got to be freaking active. Listening. And that's something I got to get better at. Good Lord. Got to shed my last 3 MFL teams and ditch some others to be able to be more active, because that's spot on, man. Activity wins.
Can I
bet
say
if
a whole
you
team?
look at it? Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, can I say the Saints offense as a whole is a winner?
There was a lot of that too. Olave was in there a bunch, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Like Olave is still like they didn't bring anybody to really challenge Olave and Shaheed, right? So those guys are probably going to be the number 1 and number 2. I mean, Spencer Rattler's the only real threat to that offense. Like Kamara, Jamal Williams, Kendra, like they're just going to run it back. So a lot of those players that we're still holding on to, like I know a lot of us on this screen really like Alvin Kamara, still do. Like the offense really has not going to change much. So a lot of that, like Juwan Johnson, still going to be a late round tight end that all of us are going to be looking for an underdog, right? A.T. Perry came on at the end. Like it's just an offense in general that didn't make a ton of moves that we all like pieces of.
And let me just say this, with the JMOs, with the Dotsons, with those shit assets that you've kind of had just parked on your roster for a while, and there is some life today, the way that you move them is not to try to go sell JMO straight up for something. That's not how you get the deal done. That is not how you do it. These are now increased pieces to a bigger trade. So let's just say, for instance, you had a Terry McLaurin, is it whom or who, Clay? Whom also or who also? Which one is it? Who also?
You're 95% on whom's, but yeah.
You got me. I've lost all confidence in whom because of you.
For the rest of my life. Up.
Yeah, because you brought it up night one. But some of these other names, I'm seeing Amari Cooper, Terry McLaurin, Deontay Johnson. You add a JMO to Terry McLaurin to go see if you can get something even better, right? You add JMO or Jahan. That's what I'm talking about. Not, Jahan Dotson, he's a winner, so now you can go get a second for him. No, nobody in their right mind is going to do that. But if you can just cash out on the idea that Khalil Shakir didn't get replaced by anybody, that Jahan Dotson's got some more value, that's what I'm talking. That's how you get the deal done. Not Ray said JMO's valuable. Let me go see if I can get it first. No.
Or
yeah,
it's
Ray,
like,
saw.
Go ahead, Sandford.
Okay.
Go ahead, bud.
I was gonna say, Ray, I saw in the chat somebody said they sent JMO in 109 for the 105. Great deal.
Yes.
In our Discord, that'll get you put in the trash
juice?
trade channel. But in the context of that, like, that is great. That's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, no
I'm
doubt.
still trying to understand what's changed for Jameson Williams. Like, I understand I understand the point of why you're trading him and that he won. He definitely won. I'm trying to understand the logic of people saying it'll be better this year. It just feels like a lot of like this time it's different.
He
So
needed that
that's
Josh
the point.
Reynolds out of the way.
But that's the point, though. People think that, regardless if it's true or not, people think it, and that's that perception alone. The change is he didn't get replaced, Shane.
Right.
They didn't draft a receiver. They didn't draft Ricky Pearsall. They must still like J-Mo. He's still, and y'all, if this doesn't highlight the power of draft capital, here it is. Going into year 3, when we all know J-Mo has done absolutely nothing, there's still a little bit of, maybe he can get it together. And that's really, that is ADV, and that's what you're selling. JRich, you've been quiet for a minute. What do you think about this home conversation
J-Mo?
right here? Yeah, no, not just J-Mo, but it's not about the player. It's the perception that you know what I'm saying?
J-Mo is just
I mean,
a proxy.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not really a J-Mo guy, and especially with Laporta being as good as he was.
He's a proxy. He's a proxy. He's an archetype.
None of us are J-Mo guys. He's
a
not
live
the point.
asset. There's always a J-Mo fan. That's the key. There's somebody who wants him.
But are you buying that? Are you buying that though? If you have him, you have him. But if you're,
where
are
have you been
buying
the last 15 minutes?
I've been actually watching the draft.
Okay,
so you weren't editing my article? You're watching the draft?
I was doing that as well. It's almost done. But so the thing is, I understand that he's live, but you have him. You're just waiting for the sell window. But you've been doing that. Like at every point of J-Mo's career, you should be waiting for the sell window, and you should have sold him. Like that. So yes, he's live. I mean, a lot of guys are live. In my opinion, the only guy you guys didn't bring up was James Cook. I am very excited for James Cook right now. With Joe Brady, he is a guy who thrived in that offense. If they run the exact same offense back and they only brought in Ray Davis to kind of help supplement what he doesn't do, he was a 60% snap share guy from week 10 on. He was a 65% snap share guy. He could easily be a top 10 running back if they run back the same offense, especially with the lack of pass catchers. I think he's a phenomenal winner because I expected them to bring in a back, and they really didn't bring in much competition for James Cook. So I really like where he's headed in 24 and could be a big-time winner when it all comes down to it in terms of scoring fantasy points.
That's a good one, Jay.
I like Ray Davis as a backup too. If you want to draft him, I think it's a good spot for both guys. I think it's just a great fit for both players and how they're going to be utilized. And in Joe Brady's offense, it's a great spot.
Someone wants to know, is Rashad Bateman a draft day winner? He's beyond redeemable at this point, right? There's like nothing that could happen that his value would increase.
Yeah. Do we have those extension details yet? No, we got that 3-year.
Oh wait, no.
Still trying to rescind that. They're calling the bank like, oh yeah, I need to cancel that check. Someone got a hold of my bank account information. I don't know how that happened.
Cody,
can I throw
Tez Walker?
Darnell Mooney?
Tez Walker.
Darnell Mooney is a winner in a Kirk Cousins, Michael Penix led offense. No wide receiver added to this team yet. I actually really think that we could see a bounce back year from a Darnell Mooney type. I like what's happening there.
Cody, do you want Tez Walker or Rashad Bateman?
Tez Walker, easily. That is unequivocally, no question. Yes, I will cut my Rashad Batemans like the Baltimore Ravens should have done instead of extending him for 3 years.
There you go.
People like Mooney. People are talking about Mooney.
Yeah, Mooney's been in there several times. Yeah.
Yep. Mooney's been in there. And I'm gonna start a fight here with Shane and Joe. And Joe won't back down. I'm just letting y'all know right now. And I'm going to say personally, I am on Joe's side. I think that there is a little more to Aiden O'Connell than people give him credit for. She's been talking about him as being a winner coming out of this thing. Cody's agreeing with me. I'm not saying he's an all-pro. I'm not saying he's the long-term answer. I think he's going to start. I think he's going to be the starting quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders when the season starts in 2024. Does he hold it for the whole season? I don't know. But if that bet is right, the ROI on it, because the cost will be nothing, and if he starts, I have the dynasty discipline to move him. I won't just be like, oh, yeah, he's locked and loaded forever. I've got him. I am still at cost. I don't even feel like it's a hot take or shame to say it. I'm still in on Aiden O'Connell. Devontae Adams and the way that they spoke about him towards the end of the season and their belief that he could at least get them the ball a year in the offseason. And he did all of that last year without taking any reps as the starter. I mean, it was all Jimmy Garoppolo through training camp. So another year in the offense, a little bit of confidence. This team is not a bad football team. Can he just get the ball to Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, Brock Bowers, Zamir White, turn around and hand him the ball? I think Aiden O'Connell or whomever's starting at, I said it right too, whomever's starting at quarterback for the Raiders is a winner, and I'm going to say Aiden O'Connell. I do think he is a winner to a degree this draft.
I
That's-
echo
that's
everything there except
whoever.
the embargo issue.
I'm not going to
I mean,
correct you, but that's totally a whoever. Go ahead, Shane.
whoever whom they be. No, I mean, you can't argue with that. Not at all. Aiden O'Connell. And this is a guy that you drafted in 3rd, 4th round rookie drafts last year. And that's why I was all over him, Jake Hayner, whatever other quarterbacks were drafted in the 3rd, 4th round of the NFL draft. I was like, just load them up because maybe they get a shot. And this is exactly what you wanted for O'Connell when you drafted him. Now, would I move him if I could find anyone in the world to take him off my hands and let me
Monty Vidal.
feel second from him?
Monty
Kamani
Vidal.
Where'd
Look
he
at
go?
that. There you go. 5'8",
Ah.
213. Now playing
Yeah,
for the
like me.
Chargers.
Got
JRich.
Edwards is dead now. It's Kamani Vidal's backfield.
JRich, you said you were actually watching the draft for those 15 minutes when you were called out. Has anything relevant happened to you? You're a football guy, straight up football guy.
Not
Has
really. I was seeing who
anybody
the Pats
improved?
did. Not really. Like again, these are minor transactions. Like Kamani
Yeah,
Vidal,
depth
he can catch
stuff.
passes, right? So that's if you want to believe in a guy who can catch passes out of the backfield in this Greg Roman style offense, maybe he's your guy there, and he's the guy who ends up catching passes for them. But again, that's what you're looking at. Probably best case. He can do a bit of everything. He's a good pass catcher, but is it moving the needle over Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins? Probably not. But it's an interesting pick from a scheme perspective. He could be a guy who does something a little bit different than the other two guys on the roster.
I'll tell you right now. Would you rather have J.K. Dobbins or Kamani Vidal?
Kamani Vidal.
Kamani Vidal. Yeah.
Vidal.
He actually has a fairly strong backfield dominator rating. He has a pretty good force miss tackle rate, pretty good breakout score, breakaway rush rate. So he's something that I think he's worth definitely paying attention to in the back end of your drafts.
Tested well too, for sure. Hey, Ray, real quick. Speaking of our girl Joe, how do you feel? We can talk about his running mate, Ramondre Stevenson, but how do you feel about old Antonio Gibson? They added Caden Wallace, they added Layden Robinson on the offensive line. They've brought in a quarterback, some offensive weapons. How do you feel about the running game in general in New England?
I think they're going to have to depend on it. I believe with a young rookie quarterback, an offensive coordinator who lacks creativity, and a head coach in which we don't know much about, I think they're going to have to depend on the run game. I believe that Ramondre Stevenson and both Antonio Gibson are going to be utilized in New England's offense. I think both are sneaky. I think both are sneaky options. Again, I'm always thinking about what I can do with players. There's only certain ones I'm thinking about smashing for me year in and year out. Those are awesome. Those are awesome bets because if Ramondre starts to do something, he's got a hive. People still love Gibson. He's got a hive. So I do believe that with a young rookie quarterback, 2 young rookie wide receivers, a new offensive coordinator, it's going to be a lot of Gibson, a lot of Ramondre Stevenson. Both can catch passes. I like both of them. I like both of them for what they are, bodies. Bodies that I can plug into a lineup. Did that answer it?
Yeah, that was a great answer.
No, that was great. Yeah,
Stunned
silence, right?
Stunned silence. You didn't say
Fry.
but everything else was on point there. We were all just like, wow, I don't even have anything.
Here we
to add to
go. It's already started. Not even 5 minutes. We got one. Here it is. Kamani Vidal is the best back on the Chargers roster already. We're already there. Those beans. I'm telling you, when you buy these beans,
baby.
it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much for those things to sprout hopium. Those stocks are strong too.
And this is, this is why we tell you to just load up on running backs, right? It's because they get this hope and they have the easier path. It's maybe not it's a onesie position if you really want to look at it, right? One goes down, another dude's going to get most of the opportunity. Whereas a receiver goes down, it's going to get spread out amongst all these other dudes. Magic beans just floating around all.
I need a sound for the beans. I need like a like the
What is the
stars,
sound a bean
the
makes, right?
sounders, like the magic sound. Y'all know what I'm not gonna try to make it, but the sound that when things pop up and it's that shimmer sound. I don't know if shimmer has a sound. Yeah,
Something like that.
I got
that
you.
noise.
I
That's
got
the
you.
beans. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
beans. We'll get that. That is beans for Kamani Vidal.
I
Well,
think
I-
that's
I-
strumming of the
what
harp.
Shane said. I was just gonna say, I think that's huge to what Shane said. Why you load up on running backs too? Because think of your league. Think of
Mute Brendan.
towards the
Mute Brendan.
playoffs. Towards the playoffs. What did you see transacted on your screen? You saw Ty Chandler's being moved. Players like that. You're not seeing little onesie wide receivers getting traded here and there. Doesn't that say something? But just look at your league and always remember what was hard to get in your league, what was valuable down the stretch. That was a good point by Shane.
Come on, Mookie.
And
Come on,
I
Mookie.
will say that I think all these comments are referring to the guy that said J.K. Dobbins top 10 RB this year. I was like,
Oh,
whoa.
we got top 10. We got top 10. Oh,
Is
That's
Chase
why
on chat?
you
Is that what's happening
gotta,
right
you gotta
now?
find
That
out one,
right there.
right?
man,
That
I
right
just
there is
posted
why we
it.
have Sandiford.
Okay, you'll get
bit-
fucking Bean City right there. That is multiple bean bags of magic of hopium. The Fantasy Fairy has delivered them round 6. The Fantasy Fairy is giving out gifts in round 6. Oh, we got
Speaking
the
of
magic.
Damn,
giving out
Fernando
gifts.
Torres. Let's go.
So speaking of giving out gifts, Ray, let's keep an eye on this ticker on the left side here. We have 4,789 eyeballs with us.
Oh.
We have to do something when we hit 5, right?
5K.
Do we have a live tweet? Do we have a recent tweet that we can send out that I could retweet basically without having to write my own?
Yeah. Let's get that going. Brandon will get that popping right now. It'll be one here. And we do we're in round 6, and we still have Lamar Jackson, Puka Nacua, Sam Laporta, boxes, and a jacket to give away. So we need to get on it, man.
You do need to get
Ray.
on. Malik Washington.
we've got
head
Oh,
to
oh
Miami.
my-
Got our
my
wide
boy.
receiver to Miami.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, Malik
did you
Washington.
excited.
Did you see old McDonald in the war room? He gave a fist pump when he saw that Malik
Who
fell to
did
him
that? Who did that? Josh?
here.
Did
No,
Josh?
Mike
McDaniel.
McDonald.
Oh, Mike McDaniel.
McDaniel.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
one of
Come
y'all are
on.
excited?
Come
Which
on.
one of y'all are excited
I'm
right now?
excited.
Josh is smiling. Is that you, Josh?
Dude, I'm so excited. I'm with McDaniel, man. We are fist pumping our way to
Josh
Malik
is
Washington.
beans.
That's right.
Josh is. You
Love
can't
it.
even see him anymore. Josh is beans right
Hiding
now,
behind the beans.
and he's probably smiling his ass off behind this one. Josh, talk about Malik Washington in Miami, who, let me just remind you, Josh, they run 11 personnel at the second lowest rate in the NFL, 45%. They have 3 wide receivers on the field, second lowest rate, only behind, Josh, the Atlanta Falcons, who at that point, Arthur Smith, 17%, which is absolutely insane. And they deploy 2 running backs, a league most 42% of the time, with only 2 wide receivers being on the field. Why on earth are we even remotely excited about 6th round Malik Washington, who I like a lot? I like the player, but why the hell do we care about Malik Washington in Miami?
Aside from the player, they do rotate their receivers, and that depth chart is pretty shallow right now. And so you have Tyreek and Waddle. Tyreek is roughly a 70%, Waddle's a 60% snap share. And so if he's at least in the rotation in that group, this is the type of player they love, who's a speedster, who's got a thick profile. I mean, he looks like Tyreek when he's out there from like his body size. And so you're talking about a guy who was a dominant target earner at Virginia in his very last year, and is a guy that can work the shallow parts of the field. That's a little bit different than what they have with Tyreek and Waddle coming over the top. So I am not saying like this is like going to work out, but like it's just a fun profile and a fun offense for a player that they draft players based on their scheme, whether it's Wright or whether it's Malik Washington. They have a particular type that they go after, and if McDaniel's excited, he's probably going to be in the receiver rotation for him.
Tyreek Hill replacement. I'm not going to go that far. People are
no,
spicy bean dip. The beans are morphing. They have been refried and now they have been turned into a dip. I'll say this. I think Malik Washington is a very good receiver. Josh is right. Miami, they do rotate their receivers a lot. I'll just say there is not a lot of standalone. Something's got to happen or he's got to really earn that wide receiver 3 role. They do rotate receivers, but they do not run a lot of 2 wide receiver sets. And if anything that they've done, it seems like they want to do the same type of thing. They brought in Jalen Wright, which feels like a backup handcuff to one of the 2 main running backs. Like Malik Washington, if something were to happen to Tyreek and Waddle, which there always something happens to Tyreek and Waddle, that he could get in there. What am I turning around? It's a commercial.
AJ Brown dead.
Howie.
You didn't see the pick?
Howie.
I gotta go to the pick
Howie.
ain't on TV, but I'll go to ESPN. Let's see what we got.
I see it in the chat now.
Yo,
Big boy out of
Oh.
Florida State.
Okay.
Big boy out of Florida State. Johnny Wilson.
He's converting to tight end, right? That's Goddard's replacement.
Gotta be.
Who would have thought the way that Malik Neighbors makes it into the top 8 as a rookie wide receiver would be Johnny Wilson coming in and just nuking AJ Brown?
Oh, Ray. Bijan's got some competition now.
Oh God.
Would you look at that?
Dude, how
Would
are
you
you
look at
getting
that former
all
5-star?
Is it
Former,
Kendall?
was he 5-star? No. Think of another
Okay.
SEC school with a big time running back. Didn't really work
Jace?
out though at old Jace
Jace
McClellan to the Atlanta Falcons in the 6th round.
JRich, you're tipping. How do you? Hey, man.
I'm literally watching the draft live.
Yo,
They don't
Ray,
even
Ray,
delay it in
give me the
this
boot.
point of the draft.
Give me the boot. I gotta do a little bit of internet troubleshooting. I see like 19 seconds of lag on my end. All right, I'm gonna take
All
10.
right. All right. Jace McClellan, Johnny Wilson. No one talked about Jaquan Jackson out of Tulane, probably because none of y'all know who Jaquan Jackson is.
So, Ray, I really like it for the offense.
So
like,
do I.
again, is he going to be a high volume guy? No, but
Nah.
he is a speed threat that this offense doesn't have. Like, they don't have that speed threat to stretch the defense. And if Will Levis's big arm can translate to some touchdowns for Jaquan Jackson, I actually do really like that a lot. I think it could be a great option for them on offense and more of a best ball dart. But if you want to pick up a guy off waivers who could make an impact at some point in a best ball league, Jaquan Jackson could be the guy because he is very fast, great vertically, and not so good about anything else. But vertically, he's great.
I agree, JRich. It's great. It's great for that offense. It's great for the quarterback. It's great for what they can do. That's different than Calvin and Hopkins, and it's a nice compliment in that receiver room.
I like it. I like it. Johnny Wilson, Shane, the big boy goes to your Philadelphia Eagles, and I'm just going to say this because everybody's going to talk about tight end. Like, people need to stop with that. I mean, at the Senior Bowl, he was definitely one of the more fluid wide receivers out there. He tested like a freak. If they did it, great, but he's not built like that. He is tall and lean. You try to put him at tight end, it's going to be a failure. I think a power slot and move kind of like that's where you play Johnny Wilson. But I mean, fantasy wise, I don't think this is great. I don't.
No, they needed a slot receiver, and you know why this is good for fantasy? Because another wide receiver that's fantasy relevant didn't get buried there. That could have been fantasy relevant, didn't get buried there. You know, that was my fear, was that Brian Thomas Jr. was going to end up there, somebody like that, and we're like, all right, well, that dude's ethered. He's just no good. Johnny Wilson's good for the Eagles. Their offense is going to be fine. He's their slot receiver, but yeah, he's not going to be fantasy relevant, not even a little bit.
Yeah. Falcons took Jace McClellan, so another running back to and I just want to say this, man. You know, we sit here and we talk about, oh, there's no way this player is going to play over that guy, and there's no way Gus Edwards is going to play over Kamani Vidal. We say that shit every year until we get in the season and everyone's bitching and complaining about why Tyler Algier is getting carries over Bijan Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just what happens, man. They're going to utilize some of these players that you just don't like, and you're going to be looking up at the end of the year. I can't believe the Bears actually threw it to Keenan Allen over Rome Odunze. Like, I never saw this coming. Like, it's just what it is. Like the old guys are going to play until they don't play, until they prove that they're absolute dust. They're going to get on the field because it's bigger than just being talented. You got to know what to do. You need to be in the right place at the right time. Execute your assignment. You got to have you can have all the talent in the world. If you're not, you go out there and you fuck up and you get Joe Burrow's back broken because you don't pick up the blitzer, you probably won't see the field anymore. You've got limited windows to do those type of things in a game, or else it's a wrap. And we are 100 away from 5K on day 3. I'm letting y'all know right now, I'm proud as hell because nobody wants to do this. And I'm having more fun on day 3 than I did on day 1, just talking about everything, having all the outcomes. So if you're around, thank y'all for being here. Once we hit 5K, I'm going to give away the jacket, and we're going to give away Sam Laporta. We'll save Lamar Jackson, the MVP, for last. We still got Puka Nacua that we have to give away as well. So just very happy that, I mean, it is flying by. It's already almost 4 o'clock my time. I mean, it is, time flies when you're having fun, fellas.
That's for sure. Right. Darnell Mooney getting tested now. Darnell Mooney tested by Casey Washington, right?
Yeah. Who is Casey Washington?
Not a real person.
That is. Yeah, I don't know that person.
They drafted an accountant. They needed an accountant.
He was not invited to the combine.
He was actually he tried to go there.
Here's the pre-draft analysis. Let me read the pre-draft analysis on ESPN on this pick. Washington didn't get invited to the combine, and the final game of his collegiate career was by far his best performance. I'll just stop there.
So he's
didn't get invited to the combine. In the final game of his college career was his best performance.
Atlanta GM strikes again.
That's all I'll say. That's the scouting report on Casey Washington. Congrats for him for getting drafted. I know nothing about him. 6'2", 200 pounds. Legitimately on ESPN, there's no stats and no game log. Like there's nothing. If you look him up, they have nothing. Brandon, you gotta mute. Man.
Okay. Did you take a look at his NFL.com scouting report? And his weaknesses are he doesn't run good routes. He's not quick. He doesn't have good long speed. It doesn't say that he drops passes. So other than getting open, he's going to be a fine wide receiver. He won't be able to ever be open.
Big loser so far this draft. I think the biggest loser from players who had a very good pre-draft process from Senior Bowl to Combine. TJM said Casey Washington over Brendan Rice. Brendan Rice is a big faller. I mean, a big faller. He had one of the most impressive pre-draft processes, and he is still on the board late. What are we, late round 6? Tough.
Yep.
So where was he? Where did people think he was going to go anyway? Though, like
day 2. Some people thought he could be up to a day 2 pick after his process. Man, USC size, name, testing. People thought maybe late day 2 he can sneak in, but early day 3.
I mean, and this is true of any player at this point of the draft. You're better off being a UDFA and getting the pick where you can go than getting drafted at this point. And the money sometimes is going to be exactly the same because the Eagles are notorious for giving dudes tons of guaranteed money, relative on the UDFA market. So hopefully, hopefully the kid's probably is going to end up somewhere. Don't forget, we got a stream coming up for the UDFA signings as soon as the draft ends. So who's up for another 3 hours of UDFA streaming?
Only 3? I thought it was going to be a full 12-hour marathon, Shane.
Dang. Man, they come out quick. So we got to keep it short, Everyone needs some rest.
This is some real sickos and grinders in here. If you're still in this stream, you are a sick individual who loves fantasy football, who loves Dynasty, who loves the draft. We are at 5K on day 3 of the NFL draft. We made it. I see we had a linebacker go. Mekhi Wingo from the Detroit Lions went off the clock. So that's a great time to give away Sam Laporta. Let's go ahead and do the Sam Laporta giveaway right now. Sam Laporta giveaway. Music is on. God damn, man. Just be in the center. Here we go. Let's shuffle it up. And let's run it. Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta. Oh, I thought... Hunt? BLA asses. Hunt asses. Got it. Hunt?
Nailed it. No
Blaze.
notes.
What?
Blazes. I don't know
Hunt
what it is.
asses.
Blaze?
Hunt asses.
It's not
Hunt
Blaze. Is it Blaze?
Blaze?
Yeah, Blaze. Hunt Blaze. Good stuff. Sam Laporta.
I like Hunt
Congrats.
asses better.
Hunt asses.
If I have another kid, that's what I'm naming him. Hunt asses.
Sam Laporta to Hunt Blaze. Shout out to Hunt Blaze.
It's gonna be his government name.
Shout out to Hunt Blaze. Hunt Blaze. Detroit. Okay.
Yeah.
Still in
I mean,
round
a couple other
6.
losers.
Eagles pick is in. There you go.
What you say,
go
Todd?
ahead.
No, Todd. Go
I say
ahead.
a couple of losers that come to mind for me. Jonathan Mingo. I think he's a big loser in all of this. He's effectively been replaced by multiple wide receivers this draft. And I'll say Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins has been instead of being supported by that 8th pick, that they put fire to ass and said, "You better be bold, italicized Kirk Cousins if you want to stay here." So, couple losers.
Wow, hold on, man. Draft night criticism from Nick Saban on Amarius Mims. Interesting. Let's see who Mel Kiper said who some winners and losers were from the
Ray, did you ever
draft.
see what Javon Baker said?
About he can make people in a wheelchair stand up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? Dude?
I'm not going to touch that, but I think he was saying it in a positive way. Did we all see Rome Odunze, what number he's playing in Chicago? Did y'all see Odunze's number? He's going back to his first number that he was at Washington. First number at Washington. Anybody? I'm not going to do that because that's too easy. 15. He's wearing number 15 for the Browns. Gretchen! Yay! What's up, Gretchen? This is my girl. Gretchen has been supporting us for years here. $20 super chat from Gretchen. Thank you. Hey, DD fam. I've been dipping in and out. Chore in the kitchen. Hard to chat, but love you all. Best info ever, and you guys are hilarious. Listen, this is what we try to do. Provide some entertainment and actionable Dynasty fantasy football content. Gretchen, we love you as well. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the super chat. This is definitely, we appreciate you being here, despite the other responsibilities and duties that you have this Saturday. 5K in the stream on day 3. Y'all should be proud. 5,200. Like the fact that it's going up the later we get in the draft is unreal to me. Great community. And the Eagles just picked up another center, Dylan McMahon. I think Philly is crushing this draft. Let me just go to there. They are. I am Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Jackson Hunt, Will Shipley, Anaya Smith, Jeremiah Trotter, Trevor Keegan, Johnny Wilson, and they just picked up a center here. I feel good. They've addressed edge rusher, cornerback, linebacker. Like they've legitimately addressed positions of need. This feels like a bounce back for Jalen Hurts. This feels like a little bit of a bounce back. And let's not forget the Eagles started off the season, 10-1. You know, everybody was fly, Eagles fly for the first 11 weeks of the season. And then, you know, we knew Shane Steichen that the impact would be felt at some point, but I am not jumping ship on Jalen Hurts at all. And the panic was just premature and crazy to me, but they've done a great job this draft. Good job by Philadelphia. Good job by Philly.
So who's top team in NFC right now? Is it San Fran and Philly still? Those are the top two.
It has to be, right? I don't see anything that's changed.
I think Detroit. I think Detroit's in that.
I
I
think-
think Detroit is.
Yeah.
I would say Detroit over Philly today. I would say San Fran, Detroit. I think it's San Fran and Detroit, the top two teams in the NFC, in my opinion, with Philly being a close third. I think Philly's a close third for me.
Yeah,
Are the Cardinals closer in that conversation now after this draft and all loading up? No,
not yet.
Yeah, we need to see some of that. Need to see some of that on the field. Like I know, I'm.
Who do you want this year, the
penciling
Vikings
it
or the
captain.
Cardinals?
Cardinals.
Arizona.
They have a
Cardinals.
quarterback potential.
I think I'd still
Arizona.
take the Vikings.
Arizona, really?
Yeah, Ty,
like
to your question, I actually yesterday looked up the Cardinals odds to win the NFC West because I thought about throwing a little bit on there, and they still had the worst odds in that division to win.
Who?
Cardinals.
The
pretty
Cardinals.
Hey,
Yeah,
Green
they were.
Yeah,
Green Bay.
big year for Green Bay. Big year for Green Bay.
Green
This will
Bay or
decide
kinda quiet
Green Bay
this
or
draft,
Philly?
whether
right?
real or not.
Green Bay or Philly?
Philly.
I think you want Philly.
Philly.
I'm surprised y'all struggling with this.
I'd take the Rams out of the West, to be honest. But
Rams are a good team. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Look, I'll say this: the NFC
Over the
is
Niners?
strong. It is strong at the top.
never mind. Never mind.
What
Give me
happened?
The Packers over the Eagles.
Cody said he'd take the Rams in the West,
What?
and I was like, okay,
Cody,
you can take
I
I
it.
forgot where the
heard
49ers
it, and it
were
went
at.
in one ear. It went in one ear and out the other. That's how egregious of a call that was with the 49ers in there right now. It just went in one ear and out the
Late
other.
stream Cody is showing up yet again. Here we are.
Meant to say over the Cardinals, but yeah. We're
Okay.
good.
Someone says do the AFC.
Do the AFC,
AFC is so tough.
Kansas
man.
City, and then
So
everybody
tough.
else. Until it's not
Yeah,
Kansas City, and then
until
everybody
proven
else.
otherwise.
I don't give a shit who's the receiver. I don't care who's running back. It's Kansas City over everybody else. If you want to argue, we can talk about 2-3. Who's after Kansas City? Baltimore?
Yeah, I would stick.
I'd say
Baltimore
Baltimore.
and
That's
Buffalo.
Fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Oh, you still
You
Buffalo?
still have Buffalo out there?
No, I would say
think-
Baltimore then Buffalo.
I
I'm
don't
taking
think Buffalo's that high,
Houston
man.
over Buffalo.
I was gonna say Houston. I was gonna say Houston over Buffalo. I would take Houston
Cincy
over
bounce
Buffalo.
back?
I'm gonna go.
I'll take
I'd go-
Cincinnati
I'd still take
over
Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Yeah, since he bounced back.
Anybody
Buffalo-
want
Buffalo
anybody
is a
want the
step back
Jets,
here.
who boast the top defense in the NFL, and everybody was excited about them? Are the Jets in the mix at all? Not saying top team, but are the Jets top
We're
5
talking
in the
about for
AFC?
sure.
They'll be a wild card team.
Talk about. And then how do you feel
Can
about
they-
Miami?
Can they can't win the East? You don't think the Jets can win the AFC East? With that,
They
that
can.
defense was ready to
They
go.
can.
They just had no quarterback.
It is. I'll still take Buffalo though.
I wonder where the Colts slot in this year.
JRich,
What's up?
you see that draft pick?
Nope, hasn't come through for me yet.
Patriots pick is in for New England. It has to be somebody that we've talked about or whatever. Patrick says Jets. Jets are his pick to win
Yeah,
the East.
I-
I think it's a good. I like
Yeah,
it.
that's
I mean,
it's a good pick.
I like it.
Buffalo could easily stumble a little bit this year. They were treading water for a long time last year.
Buffalo is not going to be good. Like they gutted their team. They got rid of all their veterans.
Okay.
Like they are taking a step back this year.
All right, the Patriots pick is in, and then I do want to go with this one because now people are gonna. These are where we'll look real wrong. The top 5 picks next year, the worst teams.
Ooh.
Wow. There goes your New
There it is.
England.
Bro, what a waste of a fucking pick. What a waste. Like, are you fucking serious? Come on.
They got the
Joe
flea
Milton.
flicker ready.
Joe Milton out of Tennessee goes to the New England Patriots to compete for the backup job to Drake May with Jacoby Brissett and Bailey Zappi for QB3 or 2 on the team.
Does this vault the Patriots to number 2 in the AFC?
Probably not.
I'm gonna just say this, man. If
mean-
if he has to get in there and play quarterback, it
Ray,
ain't
the
gonna be
analysis. The analysis is, well, he can be a great scout team quarterback to go against for the defense, to plan for Josh Allen. Think about this chess the Patriots are playing right now. They just drafted Josh Allen for their scout team. Perfect. Let's go. We're ready now. We haven't seen him twice
so
a
you
year
don't
for
like
the
this
last
pick?
5 seasons.
Not a fan.
Joe Milton,
I distinctly
70-yard
remember
bomb
watching him try to
maker.
throw an out route on the far side of the field of the Senior Bowl, and he overthrew Kamani Vidal by probably 10 yards from 5 feet away. Crazy.
I can't wait for Scott Connor's analysis on every pick tomorrow night on Destination Chill. Everybody needs to turn in because I can't wait for the commentary on that one.
Tomorrow night, Scott Connor and I have foolishly agreed to go through every single offensive fantasy pick, 1 through 262. Destination Chill tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern, JRich, or Central? What time are we starting?
You let me know. I haven't set it up yet. What time you want?
How long do we have to go for? How much time do I need to get through all that shit?
I'm gonna need at least 3.5 hours.
Nah, man.
For
6 p.m.
65.
7 Eastern, 6.
You can do it in 90
Central.
minutes.
Yeah, I can do it in 90 minutes. We can do it in 90. Start it at 6 my time. 6 my time. 6 my time. Tap in. Destination Chill. 6 my time. We're going through every pick. Every pick. Whew. Can't wait to talk about that. Who's that receiver from Virginia that has no stats on ESPN?
Casey Welton, Casey Smith, Casey Jones.
Casey Jones, man. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah,
Is that right? Is that right?
On Ninja Turtles.
I mean, they didn't even draft the best Illinois receiver. I mean, Isaiah Williams is still on the board. Come on.
That's close, Shane. Casey Washington. So close.
So close.
Casey Washington.
So close.
There it is. Casey Washington. Yeah. Players who are still left. Running backs, Dylan Lobb. That's the only one that people had kind of hyped up a little bit. Dylan Lobb, Cody Schrader, Dylan Johnson, Kendall Milton, the only ones left. Receivers, Taj Washington and Brendan Rice. I mean, literally, y'all, in my rankings, every receiver's been drafted besides Brendan Rice and Taj Washington from USC. Receiver, yeah. Literally everyone. Tight ends, Jaheim Bell. Has he been taken?
I don't believe so.
That's another one that's like, man, he was getting hyped up in the preseason of the workouts and crickets. So many tight ends ahead of him.
Michael Pratt, quarterback out of Tulane. I don't believe he's been drafted yet either. What I heard early in the process, a lot of medical concerns for Michael Pratt, the quarterback out of Tulane. Yeah, I think multiple shoulder injuries. JRich and some other things and concussions. That's what it was. Concussions and shoulder injuries. Speaking of concussions, did anybody see the new rule that will allow NFL players to use the Guardian caps? Yes. And I know there were a lot of jokes about it, but I sat back and thought to myself, would I do that if I were playing? I don't know. I'm too old to where we didn't have those when I played in college. There was no, it was the era where you just, right? Yeah, it was the era where you just got your bell rung. Go get some water and shake it off, and you'll be ready to go. So I don't know what it feels like to play in those, but any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on the ability to wear Guardian caps in the game that kind of protect you from concussions? Just curious.
I mean, look, people wore those big hats on purpose, right? Wore those big hats, and those serve no good purpose other than to make you look stupid. So I have no problems if you want to wear a Guardian helmet that protects your brain. Like, I'm 100% on board. Yeah, we'll make fun of the players for about a week, and then we'll get over it. You know what I mean? And I don't know that I think these dudes are strong enough to deal with whatever. I don't even want to say criticism, but just getting clowned on about it. Like, you get over it in a week. But if it's going to protect your brain, pretty important muscle. I almost think it should be required, and it's probably heading that way. When they start going, you can wear them. Next thing you know, they are going to be mandatory sooner than later. But I won't have any problem.
Yeah, I mean, Paul said looks stupid, but can't be mad at people protecting themselves. You know, that's
exactly
John
same
Smith
reason
said
you
protect
use
the players.
Right?
Yeah, Patrick said I support it. If it prioritizes their safety over aesthetics, go for it. I know this. I just wonder if it impacts them in any way. I don't know if it makes your head more bobbly.
I'm wondering, is it heavier? Like
I don't
all
think
those
so.
things?
I've never seen one in real life. I never got to play with one. I don't think so, JRich. But I also
that'd be the question, right? Is does it make you a little slower, make your head a little heavier, hurt your neck muscles, like to where it'd be something you have to kind of wear for a decent chunk of your career, and you're used to it to really have that. Because if you just threw one on, you'd probably be like, wow, this definitely, you'd probably feel it a little bit, just like that little bit of added weight on your neck and shoulders. You'd probably feel it.
Anything that
7 ounces. 7 ounces are how much those helmets weigh.
Super light, pretty light. Yeah,
So,
that's good.
yeah.
7.
I mean,
how many ounces? 7. The way that
That's
I'm
all?
equating this
7?
weight, I'm thinking, okay, I normally buy an ounce. That's not that
Right.
heavy. So if I put 7 of those in my hand and put it on my head, 7 ounces, I'll be all right. That ain't that bad.
Oh wait,
you
they
said
add
you
7
were,
ounces.
you were
to it.
cutting
I don't know-
down.
I don't
You said
know
you were
what that-
cutting down.
So they
there
add
are
7
feds in
ounces
here.
of
I know
weight.
there are feds in here. I don't know what I'm talking about. Cooking. I cook a lot. I am the primary cook, so I'm thinking ounces in weight, y'all. Y'all are.
What is your
Don't go there.
dish of choice,
That's
Ray
a good-
G?
Oh, anything
Is-
on the
is it
grill,
that
man.
what-
Anything. I got a rec tech. Anything smoked. Oxtails. Love oxtails, brisket, ribs. Anything on the smoker. Anything that I can throw on the grill and smoke it. Smoked meat is my thing. I fucking love it. We smoke a turkey every year. We do fried turkey, smoked turkey every year for Thanksgiving. I'm smoking a brisket at least once a month. Pork butt, pork shoulder.
Yes, sir.
Anything
Boston
smoked.
butt,
Thank
baby.
you. Thank you. Anything smoked. And Clay is back, and I'm getting some. I want some. We're gonna get some trade stuff up here. So we got some hammers that I'm gonna get loaded into the dock, and then we'll pull some of those up and continue to have some fun.
Yeah. We got a big hammer, and I noticed in the top left corner we have 5,284 eyeballs in
Oh.
here. So yeah, we hit that 5 mark by the time I came back. Yeah. So and Sandiford, you're my chief accountability officer too, right? So all of these freaking prizes and stuff that I give out, you got to keep me on point, okay? I got to make sure I live up to this. What would I do without Sandiford, honestly?
Wait. Can I just?
I already reached out to all the roster review winners this morning before the stream, so I got you.
I'm
Clay.
sure you did, dude. I'm telling you.
How
Anyway.
busy is Ty and Scott and myself going to be based off these giveaways?
Oh,
Just curious.
Extremely.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll figure out one for the. Yeah, I know. Is it really? You can have up to 7 ounces before it's a felony in Texas. Are you kidding me?
I don't know. I don't know anything
in such
about
a
any of that.
conservative state, no way.
Is
in
an
such a
ounce a
conservative
dime?
state.
Is an ounce a dime bag? They don't
An
sound like
ounce
that
is
anymore, right?
An ounce is 28
I don't know what
grams,
you guys are
although
talking- I
I
have
don't
no
know
clue.
anything about this.
Should
Yeah.
someone?
I don't
All
know
right, so
what
I'm
you're talking
old.
about right now.
So we didn't when we bought food supplies. You would get them in a dime bag. You could get a nickel. You could get a nickel, dime, or a $25 one if you really had some money on you and you wanted to make a Godfather hoagie. So if someone could explain the weight to me, I would appreciate that. But anyway,
Offline.
sorry.
I'll
Sorry.
get you offline.
What? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have
Heisman
to be
chat.
offline, but we'll do it offline. Right.
Okay, the Rams are on the clock, and we still have Puka Nakua to give away. Are we in round? We're still in round 6. Man, this is flying by. Do you want to get a hammer in? Clay, are you ready for this one?
Yeah. This was a big one that came in. So this was 10 hammers. 10 hammers from Squid Game. Yes. 10 hammers from Squid Game 5384. Okay, so it's a 12-team Superflex PPR 1.5
From
tight
Aruba.
end premium.
From Aruba.
Yeah.
From Aruba.
Oh, yeah, exactly. This one's super cool for multiple reasons, but it's greetings from Aruba. I feel like I'm constantly playing tug of war with my league mates to get trades done. There's a lot of courting, but ultimately one of us scratches on the 8 ball. What would your strategy be in this case? Do I need to be more aggressive? Thanks again for all the great content, and please shout out a happy early birthday to Alexa. That's cool. So greetings from Aruba and giving the shout out for the birthday. So who wants to start here? Shane, go ahead. 12-team Superflex, start 10. Tough to trade. Tough to get a trade done.
First of all, happy birthday, Alexa. Okay, cool.
Indeed.
Anyway, happy birthday, Alexa. Just make sure my machine doesn't go off. I mean, someone said it earlier. I think it was Ty or Terrell. Be aggressive, right? You're aggressive, but don't be a douchebag about it. Never be a douchebag, first of all. Be nice like me, and then people want to trade with you, right? They keep coming back to you because they're like, oh, you're gentle, you're easy to deal with, you make jokes, make them feel like they're your friend. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm being dead serious. Make them feel like they're your friend. Jump in their DMs on Sleeper. It opens up a DM when you send an offer. Just be like, hey, I think we're close. What do you need from me? Like, if I add another 26 second, would that get it done? You know, something that has a value. It does, but it's 2 years away, so you have time to get it back. I mean, I hate saying it's communication, but it's communication. It's being aggressive, but in a non-douchebaggy way.
Right. I mean, at least there's activity. That's a positive, right? We get lots of trade questions, and it's a low activity league. It seems like it's right there. Anybody else have any thoughts on this? Yeah, go ahead, Shane.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, I was just going to say, someone in the chat said someone noted that trade talks are boring. I get that, right? But there's lots of things you do in life that you don't want to do, right? Like I generally don't like, anyone, but I put on a face to make it look like I like people, and I talk to people, right? Because it's beneficial to me. It's the same thing with trade talks, right? You're gonna do things so that they're beneficial, so you can get something good out of it.
Yeah, I was going to say, just be flexible. Listen to what the other person's telling you. Yesterday, myself, I was in a trade discussion in a Trades in 5 league, and the guy really wanted Noah Fant, and I didn't want to give up Noah Fant. And at the end of the day, I was like, I'm not going to let the trade fall over Noah Fant.
Right.
Just hear what the other person wants.
So Noah Fant was part of a package, like that was a requirement as part of a larger package, is what you're saying. So you didn't want Noah Fant to be the reason why a deal doesn't get done, right?
Correct.
Anybody else have any thoughts? Squid Game gave us 10 hammers, man.
No, I just want to say thank you for that. And I think this is a very applicable question to everybody, because it's how do you get stuff done? Like, do you need to be the aggressor? I think there's a lot of nuance and strategy to creating a trade. And I'll just say this, that I try to build trade bridges. I try to, even if things don't work out, it's not screw you, you didn't take my deal. It's, hey man, maybe down the line in a few weeks, we could revisit this and maybe work something out. I want to build as many trade bridges as humanly possible and keep those options open. And it's okay sometimes, because once you build that bridge, maybe the other side wins a little bit in that deal, but you've got a partner that you can go back to and be able to negotiate and get some stuff done. So I thought that was an awesome question. Squid Game 5384, Aruba.
Thank you very much.
Sounds like a cool place to be. And I do want to address, I've got to bring it up. Ronald Chapman has been lighting me up in the chat to discuss the Dallas Cowboys. What have they done? Ray is ducking the smoke. The Cowboys have screwed this draft up, and nobody is talking about Dallas. He wants my opinion. He said, I don't know why Ray won't talk about how disappointed he is with the Cowboys pick. So I'll just say this. They definitely went off the beaten path early, but I like Tyler Guyton early in the process, and the fact that they traded down and got him and was able to acquire Cooper Beebe in the process, I do like that. Give me Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe over Graham Barton. Love it. Marshawn Nealon at 24. Listen, in the second round, 24th pick, again, wasn't the edge that I was expecting. I'm reading stuff about him. And they got him comped to the Cleveland Browns rookie from last year, Tuipulotu. I think he's number 44. Pretty freaking good. Okay, fine. If that's what the scouts say, I'm not a pro. Marist at linebacker, yes, I would have liked Peyton Wilson more, but you know what? Dallas normally drafts oft-injured players, and this year they didn't do it, so I'm happy about that. They addressed linebacker, and don't forget, Dallas did sign Eric Kendricks in the offseason, and then Kalen Carson, don't know much about him at cornerback. They got 3 picks left. I'll just say that anybody who's been in Heisman, what has been my thoughts on the Dallas Cowboys all offseason? That I don't have high expectations for the team. It feels like they're building their offensive line for the future quarterback. I don't believe it's going to be Dak Prescott. So my opinion on Dallas is last hurrah, the way that this team is constructed, and I'll see what it looks like in 25. But I anticipate a much different looking Dallas Cowboys team. Disappointed? Not really. It's just, it is what it is. Like it is what it is. It is what it is. So hopefully that addressed it.
You know. Yeah.
Would you say? What did you say, John? Yeah. It could be it could be completely different in 25 in Dallas.
They're on their final years. Zimmer's on a 1 year. Like, they could just reboot this thing next year if they wanted to. So draft the linemen, both sides of the ball, and some DBs, because the DBs got kind of ravaged in this offseason. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I hear you, Ronald. Ronald is like, I just wanted a running back. Why could they not do that? This is Dallas, man. This is they. I'll just say this: if you are out there listening to this, you're a fan of Dallas, just go back through the history and look at all the cans that they've given opportunities to. And I'm talking about names that y'all probably have never heard of. Troy Hambrick. He came into the season as the starting running back for Dallas. Marion Barber, when he was selected, he was not a highly touted draft pick. I mean, they will give you opportunity if you hang on there. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Look at Shane with the lean over there, by the way. That's his.
Shane looks too cool, man.
He's bringing sexy back over there in the bottom left corner.
Hey, can I pipe in on that hammer real quick? I mean, it was 10 hammers, right? So
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me pull it back up too. Yeah.
Oh, hey, first off, happy birthday, Alexa. I'd sing,
Happy
but
birthday.
no one wants it on the stream, right? Happy birthday, all the way from Aruba. In a league where you feel like you're kind of playing tug of war with your league mates, that tells me that a lot of people are just sending 70% offers, right? In a league like that, and honestly, as I play more and more Dynasty, I just want to get deals done that make sense. My suggestion would be send a solid offer. You know, as much as possible, ask the person, like we've talked about with communication, get to know what they want and what they need. But at the end of the day, send a good offer to start. Like that's where you're going to get less tug of war back and forth, is if you just come out right away with something good, right? So that's really where my mind went immediately, is don't be taking jabs. Like send the best offer you can in a league like that.
And I totally agree. That's what works for me as well. Like I can be tough to trade with, for one, because I just whatever. I need to be better about organizing my life or something like that to be able to be more active. But somebody has to come to me with 90%. So, and people hopefully know that at this point. I'm not a big counterer. I will if you're in the ballpark, but some of the stuff is just insulting. So I always come with something that's 90% myself. It's always, you get an idea, and Ray, apparently you're the same way as what Scott said. If there's a trade in the inbox from Ray, like, he knows what he wants and he's going to come with an offer. That's how I like to trade too, man. All this back and forth. We're in too many leagues to be able to deal with that shit. Just don't have time or energy or whatever for it. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yep.
And there's certain leagues and certain places where, like, I know my league mates are sending shitty offers, or there's leagues where I do throw out those jab offers, especially when I don't need to fill a need, like right now. But if I really want to get something done, yeah, just send the offer that you would accept. I think is a good rule of thumb.
That's what I always say. Send an offer that you would accept. What do we got
Rank
here?
Bryce Young, Big T, Heisman, DTI 5, patron. Rank Bryce Young versus this year's QBs. This is the second time he's asked this. Let's go. Bryce Young versus the quarterbacks that were drafted this year. Caleb, Jaden, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, Michael Penix. And I'm going to say not where Bryce was perceived as a prospect, but where he currently is now with his situation in Carolina. Brandon says 3.
Yeah.
Terrell says 5.
Yeah, I think I'm
Right
closer
in
to
that-
5 than 3.
Yeah, right in that 3, 4, 5, right in that JJ May area, right there.
He's right for me behind. He's behind Caleb and Jaden. They've done everything they've possibly can do to surround him with weapons, to beef up his line, to give him every chance to succeed. Like,
It's really
look
But
at
he's
this.
already
hard.
shown you
I-
he's not good, though. So
Whoa,
look
whoa,
at
whoa.
Minnesota and tell me that Bryce Young has a better team.
Yeah, I would re-roll.
That's my thing is how does he go above JJ McCarthy considering what that offense has? And I 100% like what they've done for Bryce Young, but Leggett and Deontay Johnson are not Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison
Addison,
and
Hawkinson,
TJ Hawkinson when he can
unhealthy.
walk again. Like that's tough. You know what I mean? Unless he's objectively bad at football, he's gonna put up good numbers. So I'd put.
Well, and
I'd
there's
put,
no stink on him too. Zero.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll put him. Yeah,
Yeah, I
think
would
the-
re-roll Bryce into May or JJ McCarthy pretty easily.
If you don't want to reroll him into May, I'm fine with that. But I think you should take JJ
I'm with
over him,
Mookie.
personally.
I think this is definitely the right now. Bryce Young, how do I say this? He was picked number 1. And regardless if you agree or don't, there was significant enthusiasm and hype for Bryce Young and his ability to play quarterback. The situation in Carolina was dog shit. I mean, it was on par with Trevor Lawrence with Urban Meyer in year 1. And I vividly remember the conversation about T-Law after year 1 that he's dead, that there's no hope. He face planted in year 1. They changed the situation. Things got a lot better for Trevor Lawrence. I'm not saying Bryce is T-Law, but this is the number 1 overall pick who I view the game football first before fantasy. There was only one team in the NFL who rolled out the shit that they did more than the Carolina Panthers, and that was the Rams. There was no creativity to the offense, zero. They had no weapons. The offensive line was a mess. They fired their coach midway through the season. If we stacked up Bryce the prospect against JJ McCarthy, y'all are fucking kidding yourselves if you would take JJ over Bryce Young, putting him in the same class. This is the QB4 in 2024 versus people having him as QB1 or 2 in 2023. I'm not saying it's right or wrong to take JJ, but I think it is a little bit closer than we're just kind of dismissing it right now than what it is. And his situation is pretty good too. Like what they've done to improve that and the hopium and belief that we have in Canales, I think it's a little better than we're giving it credit for. But I want everybody to answer. Josh, where would you have Bryce amongst this year's class?
I have him in front of JJ. I think he's a much better quarterback than JJ is. So
I agree with
regardless
Josh.
of how we feel about the players and the offense, he's just a much different quarterback than JJ.
You know, one thing I'll throw out there, and you guys can chime in as to whether or not you saw the same thing or took the same action, but Bryce Young has had a lot of value swings in a short amount of time to where he's a sell. Then he's like a little bit of a buy. Then he's a sell. He just, to me, I have a lot of Bryce shares, and there's always been a lot of action on him. There's always been action on him. You know, it's whether or not I take advantage of it when I get it. But are you guys seeing the same thing? And do you guys feel that there's been a few different value switches with him? I don't have the KTC graphs. What are your thoughts on that? The value, not the production. Nice.
I mean, I feel like he's always been a guy that your league mates would try to buy low on. I guess I've never seen the spike in his value after the season started.
So not a big spike, but there's little pockets. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Terrell, you kind of just hit it on the head right there, though. It's because most of your league mates are trying to buy low, you know. And I'll admit, I'm that dude. I'm like, I'll give you the 110 for Bryce Young. I'll help you move off of him. And the dude's holding Bryce Young's like, well, why would I do that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if anything, the 110's got a significant chance of not hitting 2. But Bryce Young, being a quarterback that was 1 overall, has a little more insulation in the real NFL world. So that means he's going to have a little more for fantasy. And then, yes, you take into account everything they did for him on offense this year, this offseason. There's absolutely no reason to sell low on him. And hopefully people playing in leagues with me aren't watching this because I'm going to continue to try to buy him lowish from them.
Yeah, and that was the point of that comment, is the fact that he's clearly a live asset is what I've noticed, and that's what we want. Ideally, we've talked about that a bunch.
How many people are sending their 106 or 107 for Bryce?
That's the thing. That's the key. I don't think anybody
Nobody's
would do
doing
that. And I would not recommend doing that. I would not recommend doing that. But
not acquiring that way. Yeah.
Not that way. That's not how I'm trying to do
Yeah.
it. So 1 for 1, the selection that could net you a McCarthy is worth more than Bryce. But
Same
one
like
for
Purdy, right? Same conversation.
it's the
Is once
same
you
kind of-
have the player, he's worth less,
Right.
but the pick that's associated with them is worth a lot more. And so it's that whole conundrum. But I'm with you guys. Yeah, I'm not trading. I mean, I might trade a first rounder if I really don't like my options and I really need a quarterback. Ray, you and I, from the moment they hired Canales, we were saying, okay, this is the spot where you need to see the improvement, because people who don't know about Canales, the biggest thing he did with both Geno Smith and with Baker Mayfield, he cut down their time to throw significantly, half a second for both quarterbacks. Bryce Young was one of the longest holders of the football last season.
Interesting.
It's why it's speed. And this is what Dave Canales specializes in. He gets the ball out of his quarterback's hands very, very quickly. That's why a player like Deontay Johnson is great in the offense, because he gets open quickly and the ball will be out quickly. So that kind of pairing goes together very, very well, and why you should be buying Bryce Young. But again, at least for me, I would lean on Kevin O'Connell and the offense the Vikings have as a potential higher ceiling outcome than what we see from Bryce Young. But I still like Bryce Young with Canales. And if you got him as a QB 30, QB 32, QB 33, like that's the spot where you know there's plenty of upside and very little downside for Bryce Young.
Everybody asking this question is 105. Everybody saying 104, 105 for Bryce. It's 104, it's 105. 1,000 times out of 1,000 times, like legitimately, like the pick.
I'm hesitant at 108, honestly. Like at this point in time,
It's like Romo Dunze or Bryce Young.
Yeah, why am I doing that again? Like you said right off the bat, Ray, that's not how I want to acquire him. No. Yeah, you see, here's Bryce in a 25 first. This isn't the same trade I'm talking about, but the way I'd like to acquire Bryce is if I'm a contender, and let's just say my roster construction merits it, and I'm a Bryce Young truther. I want Bryce Young. I would love to give my projected late 25 first plus some kind of piece to get him.
I mean, this deal
requires a first.
I would take Bryce here.
That's not the offer though. On the table there, it's Tua or Bryce and a first. I would absolutely come all over myself if someone offered me Bryce and a 25 first for Tua. Like, you absolutely smash that.
That's easy. That's the Bryce side.
Yeah, that's not even close.
How you feel about Tua right now, Shane?
He's okay. He's fine. You know, he's perfectly acceptable.
So he led the league in
aggressively
passing yards
mediocre.
last year.
He did.
He
Led
did,
the league
and
in
he was
passing yards.
QB
We don't
I mean,
care.
he led the league in passing yards.
He
And,
led the
points
league.
per game. I'm talking about from fantasy.
And he was
from a fantasy.
and he was QB
And
17 or something like that.
There was
shitting
another
all over
quarterback
Tua.
that I remember who led the
That's
league in
fine.
passing yards, I believe back in 2019, and he hasn't done a damn thing since.
I will continue to buy Tua. He's another one. I
That's
don't
okay.
understand.
Do you know what I'm talking
My
about? You're thinking over there.
Derek
My
Carr.
dude just had a career year though.
No,
Josh.
Deshaun
And-
Watson. Deshaun Watson.
Oh,
Come on,
oh,
man.
That's not the
I
same
mean, there's a
Not the
reason.
same thing.
Yeah.
I need a sounder
Unless-
effect for that one there.
Unless you have some news that you're going to break on Tua right now. No.
What, extension news? Would that change something for you?
No. I meant like some Deshaun Watson like type news, but
Oh.
but my
No.
issue with him, Josh, is that he led the league in passing last year, right? But he was still QB whatever, QB 15 in points per game or whatever. So
Was he that
we just
low?
saw his ceiling. We saw his ceiling.
Yeah, so the difference in QB like 6 or 7 and QB 15 in points per game is 1.5. And he had negative TD variance in his way. And so you're looking at Joe Burrow's best season versus Tua's best season. It's 5 touchdowns. That's how tight the scoring is. So if you're telling me that Tua in a year in which he had negative variation on his touchdowns is somebody that I can buy at a price where people are just feeling okay about, and an offense that can outscore everybody else in the league and actually can get deep passes, more than anybody else in the league, like that, that's one I'm still going to take bets on.
What was your thoughts on the deal that was on the screen? Tua for Bryson the 25 first.
Did it say
Headphones went out?
Projected? Did it say mid or anything, or was it just 25 first?
112.
No, but I'll still take the Bryce side and bet on the pick, but I can move it
112
later. Yeah. I'll move the pick later.
Give me
and
the
take Bryce.
package all day.
Yeah, it's not even close for me.
You're playing in that tier of just
you take the package in that situation.
Yeah.
What if the league activity is unbelievably low? Somehow this trade got down, but got done. Still no problem doing it. Like if you think you could, I mean, the answer's yes. Still doing it.
Yes, still
because even in low activity
I think
leagues, they pick up during rookie drafts. Sorry.
And I'm convinced too.
I think my point
the way content is going is I think rookie picks are just going to get more and more valuable as we go, just with coverage. Like I'm just talking about a media side of things with the amount of coverage, eyeballs, talk on these rookies, fancy stuff behind them. I don't see there's any way, regardless of the class, that a first round pick is going to be crappy in any year moving forward. I think like technology and media is going to just bolster the value of first round picks indefinitely. Right? It makes sense.
No way anyone taking Young of those three wide receivers. Yeah. Anyways, Damian Pierce. So the Texans took a running back.
Another running back from Louisville, yeah.
The Louisville running back, Jordan.
Yeah, that guy.
How do you pronounce his first name? I don't know.
Jahar?
Jacon? It just flashed on the screen. I didn't know what it was.
Jawar Jordan. Okay. We don't have any other fantasy relevant players. Looks like a lot of D-line, a lot of cornerbacks, a lot of depth pieces being picked up here. And quite frankly, there aren't many fantasy options left to talk about. I think the biggest name that still remains on the board is Brendan Rice, who at this point it's over. Yeah, I think we can Undertaker tombstone that. I think the best case outcome for Brendan Rice, honestly, is for him to be drafted by San Francisco. He gets drafted by San Francisco. At least I can sell some beans to somebody that Jerry Rice's boy is in San Francisco. Other than that, it ain't great in my opinion. It's not great.
We're 8 picks away from the Niners here, so maybe we get our bean delivery in a couple minutes here.
Oh, Vaughn Hodges. Shout out to Vaughn. Shout out to Vaughn Hodges, man. Shout out to my dog Vaughn. What teams are selecting the top 5 in the draft of 2025? Who are going to be? Who are some of the early predictors for teams that are just going to face plant this year? Let's go. Everybody's got to name a team that they think are really going to stink it up this season. You've got
Giants.
no confidence.
Giants, not even close. They might not even win 4 games. If Daniel Jones completely face plants again, it's a wrap.
Could the Patriots suck again?
I think
100%.
I think they're early leaders, Clay.
I would put a bet on the Patriots.
All right, I think those two are solid.
Carolina's
got to be in there. They've got to. I like what they're doing, but I am not projecting them outside the top 5 just yet. Carolina's got to be in there.
Another one for you, Ray. Tennessee.
I was thinking about Tennessee. Yeah, that one was.
They picked 7 this year, right?
Yeah.
Tannehill's probably better than Levis, so probably a worse outlook next season. Division's a little bit tougher, right?
Denver.
Yeah, I was going to say Denver. I don't think Denver makes anything really happen year one with all those options.
Seattle? Can I just?
Yeah.
I don't want to do Seattle, but this feels like if things don't start off right with Geno early, they pull the plug, try to put Howell out there. It doesn't work well with Howell. Then it's back to I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at these teams. Washington.
Ray, what about the Raiders?
Yeah, I was
I don't
about to
think-
say, I
no.
was thinking of the
Raiders
same
are-
division.
no,
the
are
Raiders.
Pretty bad.
I think the Raiders are.
Are
I
they
think
good
they're-
enough on defense?
I think they're the
or so-
second best team in the AFC West. I think they're the second best team in the AFC West.
Okay.
I think
That's
they're
fine.
better than
Just added
Denver
a
and better
great
than the
running
Chargers.
back.
What'd you
Dylan
say?
Lobb,
Josh?
Great
yeah.
running back to help with him.
Dylan Lobb. Dylan
Yeah.
Lobb.
Yeah, good Samir White backup. Don't hate that. That's not bad.
I don't think the Raiders are in it. Right now we have agreed on the Giants, the Patriots. I've thrown the Seattle Seahawks out there. Two more teams. Tennessee's been tossed out
Panthers,
there.
right?
Panthers are locked in. That's 4. We need one more team.
Saints.
Commanders.
No, the Saints won't be that bad. Yeah, the Commanders are interesting because they're pretty bad. Like their defense is atrocious. And if Jaden's not like great, they're probably in the top 5.
Marcus threw one out there.
That was the one I was thinking.
I was looking at it. But the defense, do you
though.
really think Cam Hayward, TJ Watt, Mike Tomlin is going to let that? Hasn't Mike
I feel
Tomlin
the same way
had
about
a
Denver, man.
500 record every year of his career? He has not had a losing season in
He's just
Pittsburgh.
gonna find a way to win 9 games.
They were
He won
10
9
and
games.
7.
It was
10-7.
it was a disaster. Disaster at quarterback last year. And it's actually better
10-7.
this year.
Yeah, Josh,
Like,
you can't.
I mean,
Not top 5.
Washington.
Like you
I
want
think
to
it's Washington.
say they're bad, but they're not. They're not.
It's
gonna be.
Washington.
It's like, yeah, I think it's. I mean,
So the
It's
top
Washington.
3
Tennessee.
this year, the Giants and Tennessee.
Yeah. It's. I thought about Pittsburgh, but it ain't Pittsburgh. It's not going to be them. I would say the Commanders. I'd say the Commanders. There it is. I'd say the Commanders.
Ray, who do you think is the number 1 pick next year?
I don't want to talk about that now. I'll be putting out a video tomorrow on it. I'm not talking about it now. Tap in 2025. I've got a.
I need a bet, Ray. I'm not taking Shador
I
at
think
plus
it's-
100. That's
I
for
think
sure.
I think it's Shador, but I've got a sleeper pick out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, that I think could develop into it, and I am very bullish about his outcome
don't
this
even know
year.
who it is.
I think there's a player out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Bayou
Connor
Bengal
Weigman?
Country, Bayou Bengal Country. I'm just nobody's heard of the name, but I'm just saying there's one that I'll talk about out of Bayou Bengal Country that I believe
Making me
has
look up their depth
a
chart
shot,
now.
a real shot. So
Brandon,
Dan,
is
we
he in
bet-
your pipeline, Brandon?
I think you guys haven't bet cases of Topo Chico. I think we had a $100 bet last night. What was our bet last night or day one?
40 to
the,
1. That's all I'm getting. It's $100
Chargers.
on Ladd versus Josh Palmer.
Josh Palmer. Yeah. So we didn't. That's a bunch of cases. There's like 5 cases of Topo. We just put the money up. Ladd versus Palmer. But yeah, 2025 stuff is coming up later.
let's flip it around. What is the one team that was just completely trash that we could see with the Houston
Improving?
Texans trajectory? Yeah, let's do it the other way. What's one or two? Let's do top 3 options potentially
Arizona.
that we're looking at. We're just like awful, and now it's like, oh, okay, this is actually going to be. These guys they don't even need to be division winners, just wild card.
I'd say
Honestly,
Arizona.
want to say the
personally.
Chargers.
I can't go there yet. I'm giving them some time.
Minnesota? You think Minnesota? I guess they're not trash enough last year.
No,
Like
I
that
think you
was
say
bad.
Minnesota.
I think the Houston thing. I think that's just as crazy as trying to find the next Puka Nacua. I mean, nobody predicted that. I mean, literally, you go look at every mock, and they had Houston picking first overall this year. They were going to get Caleb and Marv from that trade.
Can we say the Jets?
I guess if I were to
Garrett's
take a
saying
bet.
the Jets.
Jets.
Probably a good one, but that's circumstance based.
I would probably take odds on Panthers in that division.
For
And
biggest
Canales
improvement?
for Canales pulling that out in that division, I think I'd take the odds on them. I would take, yeah.
Does anybody have
4.5
confidence in New Orleans? Does anybody have confidence in the New Orleans Saints and Dennis Allen?
Nope. Why would you?
I will double down.
There are
on
more
for
people
top 5.
watching now at the end of round 6 than we had at the start of the. This is crazy. We're approaching 6,000 in round 7.
Those are the algorithms doing their thing, man. This is algorithmic. I guarantee
this is
it.
Crazy.
Getting ramped up for
No
that.
way someone
Dallas
said
pick
Carr
here.
can make it happen. God.
I mean, New Orleans just feels like another 500 team. Like they're just gonna, it's gonna have some good games, some bad games. It's gonna be a disaster. They got Clint Kubiak in there, so we'll see how that offense shapes up this year with that transition. So that'll be a big change for them. But yeah, they feel like a 500 squad.
I know that they weren't a trash team last year, but I think the Raiders are a hell of a lot better, or at least what they demonstrated at the end of last season. I think they are a sneaky sleeper wild card team, and they were pushing for it towards the end of the season. I'm buying, and let's not forget that they added one of the best defensive players in the NFL this offseason as well, in Christian Wilkins. And just putting Christian Wilkins in the middle of that defensive line, allowing Max Crosby to go banana land without having to face as much double team, triple team, this defense is going to be better. I think the Raiders are a sneaky wild card team. They've added Bowers. You've got good receivers. They have a competent running game. They've addressed offensive line. They drafted Zach Frazier out of West Virginia. I think the Raiders are a sneaky team.
Yeah, they're plus 310 to make the playoff. Plus 310 to make the playoffs for 2024. So there's heavy juice to the no. They won't.
I got a hammer. I'm loading up too.
6.5 wins to the over.
Got a hammer.
Yeah,
Carolina.
I was gonna say we've got to do a couple things. And Ray, I know you're working in the back end. We got to run the wheel for the previous contest, where it's if you give 6 hammers, then you're in the running for a live roster review with Shane and Scott. What's cool is there were only 5, but there were 5 who did it. So yeah, we could have extended and got more people to join it, but those were people who jumped all over it. So it's only going to be in the running between 5 people. So that'll be quite cool. But we also just got an 8 hammer donation over on buymeacoffee.com. Yeah,
Cody, put that down. Cody, put that down. We don't trust you. Put it down.
Put the link in the chat if you wouldn't mind. buymeacoffee.com/trades-in-5. If we're gonna get 8 hammers and whatnot like this, I feel like we owe it to folks to answer their trades. I know there's only a certain amount of time, but I mean that's a donation right there.
Oh, excuse me, correction, real quick. Even better.
What's up?
The Raiders took Powers Johnson, not Frazier. So even better, Jackson Powers Johnson. So yes, and I'm not picking them to win the division. I think that they could be a wild card team and a little better team. But let's pull this hammer up. Let's pull this hammer up, and we're talking 14 Superflex, 14 teams Superflex. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Who's dialed in? Somebody raise their hand. Who wants to start with this? Who wants to start? I'm giving it. You want to? Or let's go, baby. And then I feel like it needs to go to Cody next. Look at him with the hammer on his shoulder.
Let go Cody. Go Cody first. Go Cody first. Cody first.
Okay, sounds good. So this is 8 hammers from @Bogus, we'll say. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. It is a 14-team Superflex, start 10. I have the following. So the QBs are Hurts, Kyler, and JRich. Running back, we're looking at Kendre, Chase Brown, and Trash Cans. CD, Garrett Wilson, Addison, and JSN at wide receiver, and then McBride at tight end. Pick-wise, I have the 106 and 225 first. Would you trade JRich and a future first for the 102? And he has in quotations there, Marvin Harrison. Cody, what do you think? Again, this is a 14-team Superflex start 10. You giving JRich and a future first for the 102?
I'm sorry, but this one I don't think takes too much analysis. I would rather have JRich over the 102. I'd rather have JRich over Marvin Harrison in a 14-team Superflex where you have such scarcity at the quarterback position. No, on this one, and you're throwing in a 25 first. I think the conversation, if we want to have that one, could be Marvin Harrison or JRich straight up. I think we can have that conversation, but for throwing an extra 25 pick in there too, you can't do that.
Let's do this. Let's do this because I think we're probably all on the same page saying we wouldn't do that. Pull that team back up if you wouldn't mind. What does at Bogus need to do with this team? Okay, 8 hammers here. Instead of that question, what are we doing with this team? Ty, you're one of our pro roster reviewers, one of our peer-to-peer roster review at dynastytradesand5.com. Email that. What are you doing here, man? Look at this team.
Yeah, well, I'm
QB
not
room's
trading
nice.
A-Rich.
Yeah,
I'm not trading A-Rich and a future first for 102. I'll tell you that for free. I mean, but yeah, you have Hurts, Kyler, and A-Rich. So ideally, you want to do something with that. You're going to need to fill out some running backs, but you don't need to do that today. We don't need to plug players into our lineup today. So as you're going through some deals in the offseason here, see if you can't get a running back body kicked in to fill out some more of that room. Really what I want to do here is I want to get some wide receivers. So can I move one of those quarterbacks or maybe 2 vet wide receivers? Right, or something along those lines. Get a wide receiver in a first for a quarterback versus sending a quarterback in a first for a wide receiver. It's a 14 by 10, so it's a pretty deep league, but you have the advantage of quarterback. So I like that. I like the Kyler and McBride stack as well. So really just fill it out. But yeah, I'm not consolidating out of my quarterback depth to just get into a single wide receiver.
for sure. What about you, Ray? You were supposed to go first, and then we gave it to the hammer guy in the bottom right corner. Then I passed it to Ty rudely. What are you doing here, Ray?
Yeah,
With
I'm not
this
doing
team, 14 team, super flex, start 10. I mean, that QB room, that's the last thing I'm touching on this team, baby. I look at that and I'm feeling good.
Can't do
I
it.
guess there could maybe be like see, if I'm tearing down from this QB room, it's going to be a very specific tear down. I'm not getting cute in a 14 team super flex. Not getting cute. I'm talking to a handful of managers. I don't know. I dig it. I don't mind how it's cans at running back right now. Who cares, right? We're still in April. I like how he or she has 225 first too, along with the 106.
Let me tell you what you do
I
with
dig this team.
Let me tell you what you do. You stop with this line of thinking and you sit tight. Like, I'm not really doing much of anything right now. Your wide receivers are great. Sure, I can give you options where you can move an Addison to JSN. Hell, I can even give you a package where if you really wanted to get crazy, you could package up Kyler and McBride, but the return would be significant. But honestly, with this team, with CD, Wilson, Addison, JSN, McBride, you got the 106, 225 firsts. I'm not touching quarterback. I'm just chilling right now. Like, I don't think this is one where you have to do anything right now. And if you're worried about a certain position, if you're worried about running back, just wait, man. Like, you got Kendra and Chase Brown. Waivers are going to run. There's going to be bodies on waivers. I'm not doing anything with this one yet. Start 10. I'm chilling right now. Like, I am. Sometimes the best advice with trades is put the damn phone down. Put it down. I know you get trigger happy. Money burns a hole in your pocket. You're in a good shape right now. And at 106, if you've got to make the pick and select a liquid wide receiver or a quarterback, like, come back to us before you have to do that.
And when I look at trades like this too, it's A-Rich and a future first for the 102. So does that mean in your league the 102 is just stupid valuable? Like, in your league are first so valuable, in which case you can do the Zag move. You don't have to acquire all of the first to hold the value. It's like, you know what? I'll sell my first. If you want to pay me like this for my first round picks, I'll fill out my roster that way.
Agreed. And honestly, Clay, what this tells me is quarterbacks are very pricey. I mean, if Marv's at the 102 and he costs that, my God, what does Caleb Williams in the 101 cost? Like, A-Rich should be going for a hell of a lot more if that were the case.
I mean, shit, if this is a 14-team super flex, let's say it's 4-point per passing touchdown, are you not taking Jaden Daniels 102? It's so tempting. It might be getting cute, but I'm taking Jaden Daniels. Ty goes to the quarterback.
We got a pick. Fantasy relevant guy, Jordan Whittington, wide receiver out of Texas. He's out here from my neck of the woods in Texas, out here in North Texas. Running back, wide receiver hybrid, feels like a Sean McVay guy. I will say this. This is a sixth round pick that I am
curious about, huh? Okay.
I would pick up off of waivers. I would pick off of waivers or at 4th round. I have mild interest in Jordan Whittington. Got some mild
Is this
interest in
Puka?
Whittington.
Is this the Puka comp?
This
Gets
is not the
drafted
Puka.
late to
This
the
is
LA Rams.
absolutely.
No,
This is absolutely. This is
This is the
absolutely
Tavon
not Puka
Austin comp.
Nacua. This is old Tavon
Yeah, this-
here, but souped
Yeah.
up,
Yeah.
bigger version of
Tavon
Tavon.
Austin.
All right, we got
Yeah,
some super
more modern.
chats. We got super
Let's do
chats.
it.
I want to get to a few super chats early in the stream. We had one from Robert at the start. This is from the very beginning. Man, shout out to Robert. Just said, love the content, gents. I'm on the clock. Oh, shit. Marv, Caleb, 101, 12 teams, start 9, super flex. He's got Hurts, Richardson, Lamar, wide receivers, Garrett Wilson, Olave, Jefferson, Chase, DK, and Tank. I'm on the clock. Marv, Caleb, 101. There you go. Oh, he's asking Marv or Caleb, 101. What would y'all do? I know it's 12 teams, start 9. Give me that old Marv, right? He's already got.
What were the quarterbacks? What were the quarterbacks on that team already?
It's got Hurts,
Like,
Richardson, and
start
Lamar.
9.
It's
Oh,
Hurts,
okay.
it's Marv.
Marv,
That's why I
yeah.
just We have one from Alex, 199 super chat from Alex. Appreciate you, my friend. Kevin, 499 said, "Did you mean cocksure, Ray? The adjective, presumptuously or arrogantly confident?" Well, yeah, sure, cocksure.
What's
that
the timestamp? What's the timestamp on this super chat? Because
This super chat is 5:51 on the dot. 5:55 hours 51 seconds on the dot. Cocksure, not strong, sure. Alan Davis says, talk about the kick returners and the new rule. I'll just say this. I will be very brief. I believe we are going to see creativity on kick returns the way that they can't move until certain things happen. You will have a creative special teams coach that draws up and dials up some cool returns. And if you play in leagues where any touchdown can give you some points, then I think there are some sleeper best ball dart assets at receiver that you could pick up that can give you some utility as a kick returner as well. Brandon, here we go. Best ball. I have the 101 and the 103. What strategy would you deploy? Marv and Daniels or Caleb and Neighbors? QBs are Allen, Kyler, and old Levis.
I want
Thoughts?
Marvin Neighbors. I just want Marvin
Marv at
Neighbors. My
101,
quarterbacks are
for
fine.
sure.
Yeah, Marv at 101, and then if I can get Neighbors at 103, great. Like,
Wouldn't even
if
touch
not,
the
I'm getting
QBs?
stuck. No, I got Josh Allen and Kyler. Like, I'm good. And I got Will Levis as a QB3. Why are we going to super stack that room?
All right.
Sure.
$2 super chat. Great coverage, Ray. As always, great panel as well. Shout out to the people that are on the stream. I could not do this by myself, so thank you, JRich, Clay, Josh, Brandon, Sanderford, Cody, Todd Claire. Thank y'all. Here we go. Super chat. Top Miami, frequent visitor of the show. Rank the top 6 rookie running backs. Full PPR. 12 team, 1 QB. Just top 6 rookie running backs. Let's just rank them. RB1, Jonathan Brooks, right? We're all in agreement? Brooks?
2 is probably Benson or Wright. So that would probably be 2 and 3.
Okay.
Would Ray
Yeah,
Davis
I'd go
crack the
back
top 6?
I want
Blake
Corum there ahead. I want Corum ahead of Ray Davis.
Same.
I
Okay,
have Bucky.
that's fine.
Definitely.
Bucky?
They're
What
in the
about
top
Lloyd?
6 in this draft.
It sounds nasty
Ray, it's
doing this.
Ray, it's literally whoever you want in your top.
Pick
I
whoever
think
you want. After Jonathan
Chase
Brooks,
for Brooks at 1, Wright and Benson probably 2, 3, but once you get even to 4 or 5, whoever the hell you like, whoever's tape you like, analytics you like, just situation, pick whoever you
It
want.
doesn't
And
matter.
Yeah,
It really
it's just not
doesn't.
significant enough to just whoever you want is who you want.
I'm telling y'all, it doesn't matter because all the ones in 25 are better than all these guys. Every last one of them.
Ray,
Every
the
last
Cowboys
one of
took a
them.
receiver. I think you missed it. It was Ryan Flournoy. I think is how you say his name.
Took Flournoy? Okay.
Yeah. Don't know if he's good or bad. I've heard of him, but that's about it.
He was fine at the Senior Bowl, but this is a nothing pick. This is a nothing pick. Derek Lincoln said, we never went over the third mock you sent out. Oh, we got a bunch of mocks. We'll go through those in the 7th round. We got round 7 coming up. Appreciate you. Derek, Gretchen, we got Gretchen. Michael Tucker, $20 super chat. Appreciate you, man. Shout out
Appreciate
to
it.
you guys for all your hard work again. in this year during the draft. Thank you all. Your knowledge and advice through the last few days and throughout the year. Round of applause for you gentlemen. Well done. Thank you, Michael Tucker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very kind words. Really appreciate that. Got a couple of more. BC says, I did a Bryce Young deal. 12-team Superflex, start 10, 4-point per passing touchdown. League doesn't really value QBs, and I have Allen and A-Rich. I gave up Burrow plus the 205 for Puka plus Bryce.
Interesting. I kind of dig it because of the flexibility with the QB room to be able to do a move like that. With Allen and A-Rich still on the staple.
I like this deal.
I love
It's
this
an
deal.
interesting. I have to think through it more, but on the surface, it seems like a good fit. Let me digest it though.
If you guys had those 3 quarterbacks, would Burrow be the one that you traded away?
Yeah. In a 4-point per passing touchdown league?
Yes, all day.
Yes. Give me Allen and A-Rich. Puka is definitely worth the delta between Burrow and Bryce. And the 205 in this year's class, not enough for me to really be like, if it was like Burrow in the 108 for Puka and Bryce, I'd be like,
you know what's an alpha move there too. If you just throw that up real quick again, Ray still has a 203, 4, and 9, so is still ahead of that pick too. Man, it should be like, oh hell no, you're not getting my 203. You're gonna get the back of my little run there. I dig it, man.
Absolute dream trade for a QB horde roster. Absolute dream trade.
Hey, BC, you get a box, man. BC, you get a box. Good deal. Good trade. BC, you get a box. Box to you, man. You get a box. Good stuff. Good trade. Good trade. All right, we had one more that we'll hit, and then we'll get back to some analysis. Dominic, 50-58, 12-team start 10 Superflex PPR. QBs Herbert, A-Rich with Puka Nacua at wide receiver, Garrett Wilson and Cans, 102, 104, 106, 107, 109. 5 seconds. I hope you trade some of these picks. 101 will take Marv. 102 plus 206 for 101, or do I take Caleb at 102?
Give me 101 always, right? I don't know. I just see the 206 as cheap enough. That's just me right off the bat. I don't know. What do you think?
If you have 5 seconds, that's the best place to use them. If you really need to get a guy at 1, I'd pay that. Yeah, like just punch it into a calculator. It might not come out on your side, but just do your thing. Yeah, if you need your guy, if you need your choice, just pay one of your 5 seconds and go to do it. Yeah,
and you're not necessarily done there. Keep that in mind. You don't have to have the 101 forever as well. Now you have the 101, and it only costs you the 206 to get there. So
correct.
Yeah, 102, 14, 16, 17, 19 in 5 seconds. Like, I hope you have enough roster spots for all those picks as is. Like, yeah, consolidate. Do it.
Let's keep going. Let's finish this up. We got 3 more super chats. Let's get through it. Charlie Edwards, $20 super chat. 10-team transitioning into 12-team next year. Keep that at the top of your mind. Transitioning into a 12-team next year. 1 QB, half PPR. What are y'all doing at 103? Also have 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 6. QBs are Kyler, Stroud. It's 1 QB. Jefferson, Ayuk, Metcalf, Nico, Addison, JT, Bijan with Flex, and now Najee, Warren, tight end, Ingram, and Pitts. What are y'all doing at the 103? Best player, Rome Odunze or
BPA?
Odunze?
Worthy.
Adding
Worthy would be a bold pick. Yeah.
Ooh, 0.5. Okay.
I'll say one thing if I may, and I've said before that we don't do any league shaming and whatnot, right? And I love when I see things like 10-team transitioning to 12 teams. That's just a sign of a healthy league. Mm-hmm. If you're doing things like that, instead of doing, if you want to stick with a 1 QB league, just redo it. But instead, start another super flex, man. Maybe not even transition this to a 10-team or to a 12-team 1 QB. Like, start another one. It's just messy. Like, I wouldn't spend that much time doing that because content is not gonna keep doubling down on 1 QB. Like, bye 1 QB as we keep going here through content. It's gonna be super flex, tight end premium. So yeah, again, shout out to you guys, but it sounds like you have the bones of the league and some interested players here. Try use some super flex. Try some super flex. Start a new 12-team 1 QB.
All right, 2 more very short ones. $5 from BS. If you have next year's 101, 102, or 103, what are you sending it for in this year's draft class? So if you have somehow identified the fact that you've got the top overall pick next year, or the second pick, or the third pick, would you trade that to get into the draft this year? Would y'all do that?
So we don't know the format here. So should we just assume a 12-team Superflex start 10? Should we answer based on that?
Based on that. Based on that. And somehow, Clay, you know that you have next year.
You have a bottom 3 team in the league.
Yeah,
like,
you know it's
very
a top
clearly a bad team.
It's going to be a bad team. And
the league knows, that
everybody
is
would
an
have
awesome
to know.
pick.
Yeah,
That's the key. Everybody needs to know that is a
He said in the chat it's start 9, Superflex.
12 team.
Yes,
Caleb or Marv. Those are the only two. It's Caleb or Marv.
There's a lot better players though. Yeah, it's tough.
Neighbors.
It's one of those things. We have to be talking big boys. If you're going to trade what you know is going to be a really, really nice 25 first, just like we were doing with first this year, you have to be having a conversation with an elite asset, even though it's 2025. I'm not playing that pick loosely. I'm more likely putting that thing in a freaking vault.
I want to know more about the team too, because it comes down to what my need is. Yeah, to like what I want to spend on, but come down, can it actually fill a need for me? Now, if that early 25 pick is my pick, like Clay said, that thing is in vault territory, because I feel like holding on to that hope at 101 is probably a little more better than adding points to my roster now and then being a mid roster and then kind of squandering some stuff.
190 away from 6,000 on day 3. And this next super chat that I'm going to pull up is an absolute wild. I don't even know how he was able to get this, but I don't think we can answer this question. But we're gonna try our best, Jeff. $8.88 super chat. I have a draft where I own the 109 through the 301. Who are the must fades? I mean,
wait, this is Ty DeClaire's team, right? This is
here's the problem.
Ty DeClaire's team
throw
in,
go ahead, Clay. Clay, take
if you have the 109 through the 301, does that not tell you something right there in terms of the lack of value that those picks have for you to be able to acquire them? So the question being, who are the must fades? Apparently, that's a relevant question for Jeff, because you're going to have to make these picks.
Yes.
Essentially, if you were able to acquire them, like, here we go.
Would you not try to move some of these, Clay? Like, would you not?
But they may be devalued, sure.
But you got to try, Clay, because I don't want him to feel like is I need to go make 15 straight picks. Like, I don't think that's what you want to do at all. So I think there are a lot of fades in that range. Josh, you have consistently talked about, I want to be in that top 6 or whatever we call it, a top 8 now. And I'll take a couple of darts later on, but that's where I want to be. Josh, you got 109 through 301. I'm just going to assume that you have a chance to package up a bunch of shit to get in ranges that you want to be in. Like, for me, that's what I would be trying to do. But without having the context of, I'm going to assume that he doesn't have many live assets on his roster, that it looks pretty rough, because he's got so many picks, but I'd be trying to move some of those, man. I don't want to make all those picks. I won't make all those picks.
Yeah,
don't you get
I agree. I would try to.
Go ahead.
I would try to do everything I could to pile in as many picks as possible to move up as high as I can, because if you've made all these trades and you've depleted your roster, then you need actually strong assets at this point in time. And so if that takes like, the 109 in like 4 seconds to like get into the top 5, like I'm doing that. So because your league has told you they don't really care about these picks, and it's going to take twice the amount of picks to move into a range that is going to be of value.
2 players. So, he's got 2 on his roster. Took over a disaster orphan.
Yeah,
this is tough.
That's what I was thinking is you look at like the setting of it. You could just imagine the situation. I want to go the other way. I'd rather load up more in 25 and 26 with those picks as opposed to throwing them a bunch together and move up, because you knew that team that he was going to say that has two players to be trash. So I'm not going to consolidate a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Agreed.
Would you guys draft based on ADV?
I would draft every damn running back in this class. But yeah, ADV, likability. I'm drafting likability if I have to make it.
Can we have a fun little exercise right now? I want to talk about who do you guys think are some of the biggest when we say ADV, that is a term that we kind of created and coined, artificial dynasty value, where the perception of the player and their value and their production is way out of touch with probably the reality. So we coined that as ADV. You're looking for players that have that, because that provides some flexibility and fluidity of what you can do. Who are some of the players that were drafted this year that feel like, man, if they do something good, the community is going to go hog wild, but we all know that the reality and the outcome that they are mainstays is big time scorers. It's just not there. I want to start out with one that the spot is awful. It's an awful spot with a phenomenal coach, and the player, if they get on the field, I promise you will do things to make people get excited, but there's no pathway to starter. But people will feel that they've got a boom bust player. It's Isaac Guerendo in San Francisco. There's not a shot in hell he overtakes Christian McCaffrey. But if Kyle Shanahan found a way to deploy him, because what they got to do is they can't give Christian McCaffrey, they got to keep him healthy. He got banged up towards the end of last year. He goes out there, and in his 4 opportunities, they're seeing he's ripping off chunk plays. He's a poor man's Devon Achane. You talk about ADV built into a situation in a running back. I think Guerendo's got a little bit of that. But are there any other names out there that you just kind of want to have no matter what? And the plan is to move them as soon as anything good happens.
I think Luke McCaffrey getting 3rd round draft capital fits that for me. I think I can sell that McCaffrey name for sure as soon as he pops off one run. Like that, my plan is to sell that. Yeah, in the 3rd round, I don't mind taking on like a Luke McCaffrey.
I'll go to the
did you go
running
ahead.
back. I'll go to the other running back that fits the same bill, Tyrone Tracy. I believe he'll have a couple of pops here and there because of how athletic he is, but I don't think he's actually a good running back. So as soon as he does anything and he's got the pathway to get onto the field, I'll flip him.
Did you put any parameters around this question, Ray, that I missed, like any rounds that you were drafting?
Anybody?
The name that came to my mind immediately, and again, it's me cross-referencing what Scott was saying about him in terms of maybe not being a great fit for the team, even though you like the spot. Keon Coleman for me,
Ooh.
I think. Yeah, Keon Coleman for me, just because I can see a big value swing, so it will be a gut check, but that's who came to mind for me. I don't know.
Okay. Well, y'all, we are in round 7 of the NFL draft, and we currently have 5889 watching. 5889 Buffalo's on the clock. What a segue by bringing up Keon Coleman. I want to thank everybody. I mean, it is 5 o'clock my time, 6 o'clock Eastern on a Saturday, and y'all are still here. Y'all are still here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Round 7 is just kicked off. I want to do a giveaway now that we are here in round 7. A couple of picks that went off the board in round 6. Fantasy guys. We talked about Flournoy, the wide receiver from Southwestern Missouri State, and one for Scott Connor. Oh, Scott Connor's boy, Kentucky Wildcat Devin Leary, going to take over that Lamar Jackson job. Lamar Jackson is in trouble. We will give him out at the end. He is in trouble because Devin Leary is coming. I am just joking. And in round 7, we had somebody drafted from England, Travis Clayton out of England school, going to
England school.
Well, that's
he's from the International Pathway Program. But he's at the draft though, so super dope for him. Even as a 7th rounder, be at the draft.
They need to put me in this. They need to. I mean, he just got an at-home photo picture, man. I still
At
got
home
juice
photo
left.
picture.
I still got juice left in me, man. You got me screwed up, JRich. Styley says thank you, DD, and DTI5 crew. Heart saying thank you, School of England. That's right, Florsaurus. It's the School of England. We are down to 31 picks left in the draft. 31 picks. Let's do a giveaway. Let's do a giveaway.
And let's make sure soon because I teased it earlier. Let's rip off that spin the wheel for those five.
Let's rip that
people
off
who
now.
can win the who can win the live roster review.
Let's do that now.
Do you already have it set up in the back end? All right,
come
sweet.
on, man. It's a professional operation.
Oh,
JRich, hit that music. Hit that music, JRich. Let's shuffle it up. Live roster review.
Gotta shuffle up those 5 names.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Oh!
Joe
snuck it out. Joe snuck it out.
Got it done.
Cam Ward Truther got robbed by the week.
Okay. And for my medium wearers out there, I hope you could wear that medium. We're going to give away, Cody raises his hand, we're going to give away that DD jacket. That DD satin bomber is getting given away right now. It's getting given away right now. Let me shuffle this up.
Sure hope
Thank
it
you
fits.
for everybody that, yeah, if it doesn't fit, you get a box. If it doesn't fit, you get a box. Finn's fan 73.
That's a close one.
That almost went to.
Look at that arrow, man. That's a close one.
Almost went to Jay Mustin. Jay Mustaine 80, Justin already had one. So Finn's fan 773. Let me know if you can wear a medium. If not, you get a box. All right, hit the music, Jay.
Yeah, good stuff. And let me just frame up that winner. So Joe, email clay@dynastytradesin5.com saying that you were the winner of the live roster review with Shane and Scott, and Sanford, my boy, will help you get it set up. But yeah, if you're interested in one of these, this is busy time of year, as you can imagine, like stupid busy, and Ty's getting a bunch as well with the peer-to-peers. So email roster review at dynastytradesin5.com and we'll respond back with the different options you have, peer-to-peer or live with Shane and Scott, but that's where you do it. Roster review at dynastytradesin5.com. Excuse me, or go to dynastytradesin5.com/roster review. But congrats, Joe, on that one. That's a fucking prize right there, boy.
AJ said we live and eat in America. Most of us can't wear a medium. Well,
that one got me.
Get on that Ozempic or whatever it's called. Get some of that.
Smoke some of that Ozempic, right?
Yeah, smoke that Zen pack. Bring it down. Keep the stream going until 2025. Hell no.
We could talk all day. I was on the first night, like your brain is just going in multiple ways. You're thinking about second round picks. You're like, oh, do I want these? Like, should I flip it? We could talk all day strategy on this stuff. And that's what's fun. I want to make sure at the end, before we finish, like action items. How are we going to consume all of this content? Like, what's the strategy for consumption? There's going to be so much noise. Like, how do we leverage it?
I want to hear from Josh on this one, because Josh is not a content creator. He consumes content and he's got go-to places, but he's always watching what everybody else is doing. And Josh is also somebody who not just plays in home dynasty leagues, but he participates in underdog tournaments as well as the high stakes leagues as well. So, Josh, what's your process going to be once this is over? Because I know you're going to listen to us. I know you're going to be tapped into what we talk about here, but you're also going to be listening and watching some others. So that's how do we consume all of this information that's going to be spammed from pillar to post?
I'm going to do something that I think few people will do is I'm going to listen to every coach press conference from this. I want to hear what the coaches say about each of the players. I think it just helps me settle in on outside the noise narratives from the teams themselves for why they're doing what they're doing. I think to me, I don't want to say it's like really I don't want to say there's like something actionable out of it as much as like I just want to hear the NFL teams tell me why they did what they did, because they will say it in their press conferences. So
did you see what Chris Ballard said about AD Mitchell? Yeah, not a coach, GM, but that was a fiery press conference.
The GM or the coach. I want to hear what they say. This is the one time a year where they will be excited about what they're doing, and they'll tell you a little bit about their thought process for why they're doing what they're doing, more so than weekly conferences. So.
Oh boy.
What happened?
I think we got a 7th round. I think I got tipped. I think I got
the Raiders
tipped.
picked?
No, the Raiders have already picked. The Bengals. Okay. Josh, a lot of people liked your answer. Fantastic, Josh. Brendan. All I'm going to say is, man, like in our community, we are not the type of people who just say, oh, we like this guy, buy this player. Oh, we don't like this guy, sell this player. There are going to be levels of inception strategy that you probably never heard any. I mean, we are literally pulling up situational formation usage. What are the coaches? Like, we are diving every layer deep to just grind the edges. And you know why? Like, we truly love Dynasty fantasy football. Like, we love Dynasty. And if you want to be better and like you want to have process to it, you got to grind those edges. And I was 100% fake news by Flowosaurus here, who said Brendan Rice was selected, but I do not see Brendan Rice off of the board yet. Was he picked?
Every time.
He was picked. Oh, yeah.
Where was he picked at?
He just got selected.
Damn it, Ray.
He did.
You ruined the surprise.
I have fumbled. Oh, man, you get a box. I shit on you in front of 6,000 people.
Flowosaurus
said he sent fake news. You get a box, Flowosaurus. Damn.
Flowosaurus should anyway. I recognize that name as much as anybody in our streams. So yeah,
he's every wake up show. He gets one, and I called him fake news. You get a box.
He goes to the one spot where he can actually retain some dynasty value, though, even going in the 7th round. He goes to the one NFL team where he's actually going to still have a little bit of hopium bean sprouting to him.
There is a little bit of beans here. There's probably quite a bit of who's getting the magic beans right now. Probably old GQ. It's honestly me. Somehow he'll get on the field with Harbaugh and. There's not a lot of competition in LA. I am beans right now. Magic beans. The fantasy fairy has slipped some under my pillow. The fantasy fairy got me. The beans are on old GQ right now. Brendan Rice to the Chargers. Any hope?
Do we have to amend our bet? Do we have to amend our bet right now?
Of who leads? Oh yeah, let's go. Who leads the Chargers in receiving now?
No, McConkey's gonna have some issues now.
McConkey's got big target comp.
Nah,
I'm 7th round, Brendan Rice.
I'm hopium. Well, he gets to stay at home. I'm telling myself every story there is. He doesn't have to travel far. He's played in LA. He stays in LA.
Not jet lagged.
Harbaugh knows the college game. Just fucking
low
Bean
moving
City.
costs.
Yeah, get out of here, Ray. Get out of here. 7th round receiver.
Brendan Rice or Darius Davis.
Angel said Rice over QJ. Derek said give him the beans. Derek's got him. Derek's soaking them beans up.
There's a good comment. Beans and rice are all you need.
Yeah. Cam Ward's pissed. Got robbed in that.
Yeah, he's big mad.
He's big mad. Screw all of this shit. Give me Rice over Ladd. Oh man, there it is. But that was let me ask you this, Clay, because you had talked about being a free agent. To pick your spot is probably a little bit better than being selected here. But QJ, Ladd, Josh Palmer, now Brendan Rice. Is
Herbert saved?
Is this a decent spot for Brendan Rice to land? Is it a decent spot? I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, that's a decent spot.
I'm I'm definitely I'd be talking out of my ass here.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't know anything about Rice, so I'm gonna pass. I just don't want to.
We got some. Hold on. Check this out. This is JRich exclusive right here. We got some Brendan Rice from the Senior Bowl. Look at this big monster right here. I mean, there's Bo Nix. Watch his touchdown.
This is a really nice play.
Slow down.
Really nice.
Look at this. This is nice. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. Go get that over Cam Hart, who was selected, I believe, in the 6th round. So here's another one against Kyrie Jackson. Whip route. Bam. Sink your hips, right? It's a big receiver. Go get that. Brendan Rice.
He looks like a baller too. Like he's a football player. He's not trying to be finesse. You can tell he's got some fire behind him. Just how he moves his body, and he's huge. He seems like he's a good football player.
Hey, Robert said it. Rice is the new Palmer. Great spot. Florosaurus said, "I hate how this is a convert." I hear you, This is an insane thing to be. Cody's like, "What are we talking about?" Cody, go ahead. Go ahead. Cody.
No. As I said, this was the one spot where he could go, where the wide receiver room is just so void of talent that this is the one spot where he actually still retains dynasty value. Now, he's still a 7th round pick. You probably still shouldn't bet in on it, but there's going to be beans because he projects to be the wide receiver 3 on this team right now. So it was the best spot that he could potentially go. And I think it will be a beans planting spot where people will probably buy into it yet, and you probably still shouldn't.
Yeah, it's definitely beans, but I'm in. Fuck. We need to get out of where I'm somehow in. Mason, I'm in. I already said it, man. I am beans. I've talked about people all stream. I am beans. We are 53 away from 6K. 53 away to 6. There you go. Dominic said it. The new Amon-Ra St. Brown. Hopium tank is full.
Oh, yeah.
Clay, here's the takeaway. And when you guys do your show, and for those people who are tuning in who may not know, Clay, really quickly, Dynasty trades in 5. I think it's the biggest trade hub in Dynasty fantasy football. But Tuesday nights, just tell the people who may not be familiar with trades in 5, what happens on Tuesday nights and why people should tune in to that live stream that goes down.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give a shout out to Shane a while back. He's the one who encouraged us, hey, we should do more live streams because we started out as a 5-minute trade show. We still do those. But yeah, man, Tuesday nights, you can Sharpie us in for 8:30 Eastern to roughly 10:14 p.m. We'll be on there hammering trades. Seriously, come to Dynasty Trades in 5 on YouTube. We will be there every Tuesday at 8:30. And I also do a kind of a combo collaboration stream every Wednesday where we hit hammer trades, and we got them sprinkled around, but Tuesday at 8:30 is a lock. 8:30 Eastern. Appreciate that.
Shout out my dog, Avion out of Vegas, man. This is hometown love right here. And he's talking about Brendan Rice. I hope he takes it personal. Great landing spot for Rice. Ronald Chapman, been here all day. Brendan Rice is better than Ricky Pearsall. And that's a fact, homie. That's what he said. Straight up, that's a fact. And then Moggs. Shout out to Moggs. Moggs is my dude. Moggs is always in the wake-up chat, always supporting Destination Dev. He said Rice is the new Puka Nacua.
Wow.
I'm going to just say this.
Ray.
I like the spot, and Moggs put his name on it. He put his name on it. He said Rice is the new Puka. You know what, Moggs? You get a box for that. You want to go out there with bold takes? I like it too.
If you want a box, say something outlandish
Say
in the
something
stream.
No, but
You got to just get Ray's attention.
I think he's a good receiver. I don't know why he fell, but I'm with Cody that this wide receiver room does not scare me at all. So it's
I got
okay
some
to have
fertilizer. I got some
I got
fertilizer.
some fertilizer to sell you.
it's okay to have a
No,
few
no,
beans. You can have
personnel-
a few beans. You just don't need to have a whole farm. Don't have a bean farm.
Personnel adjusted yards per route run. All right, you ready? You ready for this? Personnel adjusted, right? More yards per route run, less receivers on the field. Right?
I know.
So Brendan Rice was better than Jalen McMillan, Ricky Pearsall, Brian Thomas, Jalen Polk, Keon Coleman, Xavier Legette, Donnie Mitchell. There's your fertilizer. All right.
Just inject that hopium
Personnel.
straight
with
into
Moggs.
Ray's veins.
I'm with Moggs.
Oh boy.
I am with Moggs. The Puka Nacua from the 2024 NFL Draft is none other than 7th round wide receiver. The son of the greatest wide receiver in NFL history. Haven't been in the helmet in a while. Got to unstrap the. Got to get the chin strap undone. It is only one. Brendan Rice. Fight on, fight on, fight on. Puka Nacua, 2024. Brendan Rice. Let's get it. Hit the music, Jay. Stop the music, Jay. Stop the music. Stop it. Get
If that doesn't get us over 6,000, I don't know what will.
Let's. I gotta get this helmet off.
Now we know what the clip will be from this draft stream for 2025.
Yeah, Ray's looking pretty cock strong with that with that helmet on. Oh, Cockstrong has legs.
That was perfect.
That was perfect. Y'all wanted it. Everybody wanted it. There it is. There it is. Y'all fucking wanted it. There you go. Chin strap fail. Yeah.
You need that 7-ounce Guardian cap just for that too, eh?
Yeah, put that Guardian cap on me with those beans that I'm doing. There it is. There it is. There it is. I do like the spot, but the reality is that the likelihood is not high. So. What have we missed? What picks have we missed? What a good time. Do we have anything else to give away? I only have Lamar Jackson. I just have Lamar left. And, I mean, we got the 2 grand prize winners, but I just have Lamar left. Anything else?
Ravens just picked. Took a center.
Dallas has another pick. I'm happy about that. Dallas has another pick. This has been a fun stream, y'all. How are y'all feeling? Rhonda said foolishness. How are y'all feeling? How are y'all feeling? People on the screen. How are we feeling about? I think for most of us, rookie drafts start tomorrow. Hell, maybe even tonight. Tomorrow for most of us. Do you feel prepared? Like, do you feel prepared, or do you? I'm gonna be honest. I really want to sit down and kind of look at some stuff before I make a determination. I think there are a lot of players, especially in that second round, the Roman Wilsons, the Blake Corms, the Jalen Wrights. I want to dive a little deeper because the instant analysis and the reaction, I want to dive a little bit deeper. I don't think I'm ready.
Need some more
yet.
numbers put to those players before you make a decision.
Ready yet. I'm not ready yet, personally.
I don't know when any of our rookie drafts start. Any of them. Couldn't tell you.
Yeah,
So,
it'll be interesting It'll be interesting to see because proactively, I guess it was like a good 2 or 3 months ago, I was trying to just bump up a few spots here and there in the first round. I was trying to get to the 107 kind of tier. I want to see how that ends up playing out and see what my net ends up being, because we've talked about how we're fine with the depth here, but I was proactively trying to get into a tier that was completely ambiguous because it was 2 or 3 months ago. But I want to see how that plays out. I was just trying to get cute, getting up a spot or two so I could pick my player, but TBD, man. I got a lot of prep to do.
I just got to reorganize stuff. I didn't like where I was in the rotation. I was too low. Sorry. All that mattered was where I was at that point in time. That was the only thing that mattered. All right, let's get Brandon back up. All right, there's Brandon. So now let me layer this in, right? Let's put Cody over there. Now I'm at the bottom. That's okay. Let's get Clay back in here. We got to get Clay. If we put Clay to the left of me, he'll be on the left. There he is. There's Clay. We need to get Ty in there. Boom, there's Ty to Claire. And then who else are we missing? Where's Josh at? Let's get Josh in there. Boom. All right, I'm in a slightly better spot, but fuck it. All right, where are we at now? Minnesota, 230.
Pick 230.
Pick 230. How many picks are in the 7th round?
A lot, probably.
257.
Yeah, so 257, yeah.
All right, so we're just through the top part of this. Nothing Nothing fantasy. It's probably not going to be many players. There's probably got to be many players.
To Clay's point earlier, I mean, you're almost UDFAs now at this point. Where you'd rather be in for some of those fantasy players to fill out our 4th rounds. We're probably looking at UDFA guys, honestly.
Patrick gave us all right, Patrick did it for us. He said round 7 guys I'm waiting for. Taj, he's talking about Taj Washington, receiver from USC, Kendall Milton, Michael Pratt, Jalen Coker. I don't know who Cephas is, and then Frank Gore. Who is Cephas? I know it ain't Quintez. I know it ain't that Quintez.
You never know.
He's got to be related to him, though, right? That's not exactly like Smith last name.
I guess he's a receiver out of
I don't know who he is.
UTSA is what Jason's saying in the chat. UTSA wide receiver.
Where's JRich at? He's messing up the flow by leaving the screen. He's messing up the flow.
Look at that, 59.88. Even if we could only breach it for a second, it'd be cool to see a 6.
Yeah, I want 6. I want 6.
Let's go.
6. Let's go. Get us 6, please. I'm going to keep fucking with this until I get to the top. So you're just going to have to. You're just. There it is. Now I'm happy. All right.
There you go.
Who needs to be on? All right. Now we got to get. Okay. Now I know how to do this. Watch this.
Now you should do no more because you're where you want to be.
No, because I want you there. And then I got it. I got it now. And then JRich is gone. I don't know where JRich is. We'll add JRich back in a little bit. Michael Juergens, center out of Wake Forest, goes to Minnesota. We've got Minnesota. We got New England, then Minnesota, then my Dallas Cowboys are picking. They have one more pick after this one, so we'll see if Dallas takes a running back or if it's wheels up, Rico Dowdle, Deuce Vaughn, and Ezekiel Elliott on the way back.
Ray, you want to talk about some hopium? What if that Frank Gore Jr. lands in Dallas?
Yeah, that's what Lewis Hill said in the bottom there. Will it be Gore and Dallas will send him a second in 25 to get him?
Stop. Could add Schrader, Blake Washington, Mayan Williams for any RB on a 53. Patrick, talk about dirty. My God. Yeah, that is any RB on a 53 for sure. Derek saying, I'll take Frank Gore Jr. in Dallas. At this point, we'll take anybody. He's the last running back available. Give it to us, sure. Are there any running back free agents they can pick up before camp, like NFL-wise?
Dalvin Cook. I think Dalvin's available.
I mean, it's Zeke.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Zeke.
Yeah, I mean, it's the easy default answer is Zeke, but I believe Dalvin Cook is still available.
Lenny's still out there, isn't he?
Yeah, left tackle Lenny. Yeah.
Ew. Left tackle Lenny.
Maybe Chase
Kareem
Claypool
Hunt
will transition to running back.
See what you did there.
All right, JRich is in the middle. This is as good as it's going to get. I am done. I am done playing with this. Renfro, Frank Gore Jr. in Dallas, the new Pacheco. Are all these wide receivers outside the top 3 or 4 is just going to end up best ball threshold wide receivers?
I'm not a best ball guy who wants to go.
Oh, Jaheim Bell?
Ooh.
What are you talking about?
Oh, hold on. This is the first
Oh, no one
tonight.
saw that?
Wait a minute. Hold
Patriots.
on. Couple
Whoa.
of things popped up. Couple of things popped up. The New England Patriots just selected Jaheim Bell. Interesting selection. And a name that people like. But Clay, Dr. Dan, we've got a chat from Dan. Clay sent you an offer in DC5 for the 101, / Caleb Williams. Do you want to discuss live?
Sure. I'll put it. I'll pull it up. I'll pull up the trade. Dr. Dan historically has kind of lowballed me. Okay. So
set the table, baby.
Damn.
So
Yes.
Shots
I like
fired.
Dr. Dan. No, I like Dr. Dan.
Dan's the man.
Dr. Dan
But
will try to lowball you a little bit, but I like Dr. Dan.
You see this, and here's the problem. Here's another one. Here's another one of the same. So this is that league, Ray. It's the destination. What is it? It's the big.
It's the big money league.
Destination 5, DC5. Okay?
Yeah, DC5. It's
Yeah. The quarterback scoring is absolutely nuked. It is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so just assume quarterbacks are stupid valuable. I would be giving Deshaun Watson in the 103, and I'm getting the 101 and 210. It's just, I mean, Ray, you know this league. I would rather have Deshaun Watson, whoever the QB3 is, or I mean, shit, Marvin Harrison Jr. might be there at 103 in this.
Yeah.
It's the scoring is bonkers, even though the war it doesn't show that it's that absurd. You see, decline.
Yeah, you gotta decline that one. Is there when you see things like that, and let's just talk about the philosophy of the trade. When you see that, and you're like, oh, that's just a decline for me. Is there enough there that gets you like, I want to send something back? Or you like, I'm just not even interested in this at all?
Not that type of trade. It's not worth it because I'm giving away 2 quarterbacks is what I see. And I'm getting 1 quarterback and then whatever that second ends up being if I don't move it. So I'm not giving 2 quarterbacks for 1 in that format. So it's a non-starter.
I am very happy right now to see Levi Drake Rodriguez selected 232 to the Minnesota Vikings, played ball at Texas A&M Commerce. I worked there for 7 years in the athletic department. I don't know who he is, but I worked at that school during 2017 when we won the Natty in the athletic department there. Luis Perez was the quarterback. Many of y'all may have heard of him in the new XFL or whatever it's called, the UFL. But Luis Perez was there, and shout out to my old employer, Texas A&M Commerce, getting a Division II school, getting a player drafted here in the 7th round. Really cool. The Cowboys took an offensive tackle, Nathan Thomas, out of Louisiana. 6'5", 332, and I don't know anything about him, but the Cowboys opted for offensive line. They passed on a running back again, so the dream of a Dallas running back is officially dead. And if you have Rico Dowdle, good for you. What can you trade him for right now? What can you trade Dowdle for right now? What's up, Cody?
You can trade him for what
they've
he's worth.
still got one more pick. We still got one more pick.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter.
Yeah,
dude. It's a wrap
dead.
at this point.
Any third? You just taking any third still, even if it is Rico Dowdle?
Cody, I don't want to take a third today.
I was going to say, can I get a 25-second?
I'm going to milk this shit. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. There are no free agents available. Who are they going to add that threatens whatever perceived opportunity?
Right, Zeke.
Then he's still worth a third. I think I'm gonna milk this situation. Clay, Ty, JRich eating food. We'll leave him alone. Like, what do y'all think? Because this is a spot everybody said they are taking a running back day 2, hell, maybe even round 1. They haven't even touched one. What are you doing with Dowdle right now? You just selling him for any random third, or are you waiting a little bit?
Rico would be the kind of guy that I'm just kind of adding in as fluff to the deals to, instead of sending away a second or a third or whatever value you want to put on him, I'm putting the name into the deal to make it go through. Like Clay, I'd counter 1-3 and Rico Dowdle for 101. Who says no? You know,
Who says no?
Like someone's gonna want Rico, and hey, like none of us expected him to have this opportunity post draft, but they didn't address it at all. So until Zeke comes to town, you have an asset that you probably can do something with. So
Ty, can I ask you quickly, if you don't mind, what do you think is this name value of Rico Dowdle? Because Ray, I'll ask you to follow up after that, but I don't think he has any name value. You have to wait for the Ray GQs or whoever it is to pump him up for a couple weeks, for a couple months, and then maybe you could trade him for something. But I think right now he's just Rico Dowdle, the 3rd string running back for the Dallas Cowboys. You got to really wait for him to gain that value. And I think that's where I'm with you, Ray. I'd probably sit on him for a little bit, see what happens. And if he turns out to be nothing, then he was nothing when you had him. He's nothing now. So I think you're just sitting on found money waiting for him to kind of ascend. But I wouldn't say he has any name value right now.
I'll just say there are a lot of, Justin said, there's a lot of Cowboys fans who will buy the Dowdle beans. He played well with the opportunity. He did play. I mean, he's the one that cut into Tony Pollard towards the end of the season. I'm not selling him as I'm not trying to pass him off as some superstar running back, but I do practice some patience with some of these guys in Dynasty. And for me, there's nothing that's going to really change his outlook between now and July. So I will wait and let whatever perceived value build with the Rico Dowdle. And Clay, we did it.
Yeah, we hit the six.
We hit 6K. We did it. 6,000 on day 3, and I am going to take a picture because I am proud.
Yeah, we should.
So hold up those 6s right now. Smile. And we got it. There it is. 6K on day 3. Not just day 3, y'all. Pick
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're in the
Round
7, baby.
It's not just day 3. 26K. Justin is right. 26,000 viewers. Like in a cumulative consent. Like we're doing Skip Bayless undisputed numbers right now. We're doing it Skip Bayless undisputed. FS1, come holler at DD, man. We can replace undisputed. We know it's gone to shit without Shannon Sharp. Shout out to Unc. It's gone to absolute trash. Get us up there. We will provide actionable and entertaining content. The whole crew here. Get us over there. Incredible. 26,000 streaming. And we did not utilize DTI 5. We didn't try to link up 20 accounts. We focused everybody to one space because that's what the community is about, bringing everybody together in one central location. And one of the things that I want to remind you of is it does not stop when we press finish here. It will continue. I mean, between Dynasty Trades in 5 and Destination Devy, it's Dynasty content damn near 7 days a week. This is where it's at. Subscribe to this channel if you're just watching, checking us out, and go to Dynasty Trades in 5 on YouTube and subscribe to that channel. Turn the alerts on so anytime we go live, JRich and I, the way we run DD, things are pretty scheduled and structured. I've seen Trades in 5 and Clay have random streams pop up. Let's answer a hammer live. Let's get this person on. Like, have your alerts on. The fun doesn't stop tonight. This is the best community in Dynasty Fantasy Football, and I stamp and stand on that. And we still are getting more people in round 7. This is crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, and I'm sure the Discord is going bonkers right now, even though almost all of them are probably in here with us. That is, I mean, we get these hammers and we appreciate every hammer, but so Discord, we got the Destination 5 tier. It's $49.99. Okay. How many hammers is that? Instead of being awesome, supporting us with, 10 hammers over the course of a month, just get a subscription to the Destination 5 tier. I mean, come on, the value is just stupid.
Yep.
At least give it a shot. And when you give it a shot, bounce around to all the rooms, the Heisman voice chat and I don't know. If you want to get good at this game, if you want to dump some gas on your frickin' Dynasty game, then join the Patreon. And I don't want to be too salesy, but that's how I got better more quickly, I think, is I joined Scott's, I joined Shane's, started building those relationships. You're active in the chat. You get much better faster. So let's go.
And make sure you are subscribed to all the podcast feeds, all 3 of them, right? You're subscribed to DD, you're subscribed to the Wake Up Pod, and you're subscribed to Ray's new hot takes and trending topics. Like there's literally content coming out like every day. Like I text Jay all the time. Jay, what's coming out today? And there's like 4 things because there's literally so much content coming out from the team. So make sure you have those. Make sure you got your notifications on. We're going to be blasting everything for the next 4 or 5 months. It's just going to be literally pod after pod after pod after pod after pod on top of videos and pods. So make sure you're subscribed to it. Like there's so much more coming. And there's one person that's not even on screen that's grinding content out a ton. D. Scott Connor.
Oh, man. Scott is just sitting back, absolutely shitting on all these picks that we have planted beans on right now.
Yeah.
He is just, he is just, what are they doing? What are they doing? But man, what a day! What a damn day! All right, I'm queuing up the tweet now. I'm just tagging Clay and Shane and all our people to retweet this. It's been an incredible. And JRich, I don't know about you. I felt a lot more drained after the first couple of years. I still feel good, man. I'm about to get off of this and work out and have a good. I just love y'all. I'm having fun. Fucking love it.
It's been good.
It's been a good time. Definitely our best stream by far, in my opinion, from just an excitement standpoint. Who's been on, the crowd, the chats, everything. It definitely helps fuel us. So definitely thank you to everyone who tuned in all 3 days, because it does make us want to keep going, keep talking, keep analyzing, and keep helping y'all and entertaining y'all for this 2024 NFL draft.
Yes, sir.
The people want to know what Jay's eating. The people in the chat want to know what Jay's eating. They are.
I'm eating beef skewers, which are onions and peppers, and then broccolini.
Broccolini, underrated. Broccolini, underrated.
Broccolini
vegetable.
is underrated.
It is
because it's not too much in one bite. You know, it's like, yeah, it's not too bitter. I feel you on that, man.
It is an underrated green vegetable. Yes, and it's always so vibrant, so green. For me, with vegetables, I am a more crunchy textured vegetable. I like to hear the crunch over the mush. Maybe I guess it's a little al dente, a little undercooked for the green beans, the fresh whole green beans. I like that crunch to my vegetables. Big Brussels sprout guy as well. Charred, anything charred. You get that on there. You air fry some Brussels sprouts. Doesn't take much more than salt and pepper. You don't need to do too much. I'm a big proponent of green fresh vegetables. Sorry.
Ray, let me ask you real quick. Which one of your vegetables has fallen down your board today?
My wife commented, and she said broccolini is definitely underrated as well. And then Adam, asparagus 101. Until that piss hits and you smell that pissy asparagus coming out of your urethra, it just really bothers you. But the vegetable that's fallen down the board, I don't know, just not a big carrot guy. I eat them, but just that they're a tier below. They're a tier below the greens. It's the power greens for me. Sorry. All right.
That's fair. I'm a big carrot guy, but I'll let it slide. It's all good. Okay. I agree.
Greens are probably good. In here? D-Bro's in here?
He's there.
Sir. He's lurking. He's lurking in the chat.
D-Bro, if you're on here right now, D-Bro, are you free? D-Bro,
100% get on here right now.
Can I send D-Bro the link to just get him on? I'm going to text it to D-Bro. Let's see if he'll jump in. I doubt he'll do it. Let's see if Derek will jump in. If D-Bro jumps in, the stream going to go crazy. Let's see if Derek Brown. I'm going to text him.
I'm also looking. I'm scanning Underdog to see if they'll drop the BBM5 because it's getting to the time.
Let's see if D-Bro will jump in. I just sent him the message. Let's see if D-Bro will jump in. I just sent it to him, so we'll see if he ever. Garrett said I'm racing the card for broccoli at 102. Broccoli at 102. All right.
So this is something I wanted to ask because we were talking about. Hold on, I'm going on mute to cough. We were talking about how to consume all this data. One thing that I've always been curious about, and I can tell and see how Underdog ADP with all of these drafts is probably excellent to look at. It's lots of data, lots of, it's just, there's tons of it. But how should we consume this data if, I guess I still don't understand. You're drafting all these best ball mania teams, but so much stuff is changing right now. How do we need to use best ball in our dynasty strategy? Like, is it more reliable than like a KTC right now? I don't know. Talk to me about that.
I want to let Josh answer this question. I will say, in my opinion, it's the best ADP source out because it's very standard format. There are no crazy tweaks, and people are putting real money on the line, and it's ever changing. Like, it's a constant update.
It's every 2 days.
The community sentiment on these players with people putting thousands of dollars to these selections. I think it is probably some of the most impactful ADP information there is. Josh, please chime in here as I send this tweet out.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to reset, Clay, once the new tournaments launch post-draft. And there's players that are drafted in the NFL draft that are currently not in the player pool. So I think we're going to see a shift in that information. And I think you're going to see a shift in what Underdog ADP looks like. The current meta in playing Underdog or playing in best ball is scroll the F down. And people are this year be more keen on the process of making a differentiated team structure through their late round picks. And so I think this year, more than any year, you're going to see more of those running backs and receivers They're on the back end of the roster that are going to pop up in best ball that have not traditionally been there in the past because people are trying to create this differentiated structure. And so I think from that standpoint, when they pull, I have a couple like dashboards where I pull in rankings, and the one ADP I do pull in is underdog. And so I pull that in and I look for inefficiencies in the market, because we are looking at Dynasty much more from a what can you do for us this year versus what can you do for us over the next 3 to 5. And there are certain players that are priced inefficiently between the two that I think are important for us Dynasty players to evaluate. And I think the delta between those two systems, especially like a KTC and a underdog ADP, is one way to kind of determine, is your team on path for scoring success in the upcoming year? Is it aligned with that structure? And I think it's one way that I like to play with Dynasty is I want to score the most points. So I'm constantly evaluating how strong my team is relative to what the market is telling me for this upcoming year.
Good stuff.
Agree 100% with best ball analysis. That's Chris talking about that. BBM5, D-Bro. I sent him the thing. He may not be available, but it's okay. I sent it to him. We'll see if he pops in. Yeah, I do think it is something that we've got to pay attention to, Clay. I think it is keeps you in line with what the folks are thinking and what people are doing. And that is why, for me, a lot of times when we talk about KTC, I always have best balls ADP underdogs ADP pulled up. I'm looking and tracking what's going on from that standpoint. So maybe something to just kind of think about and considering.
Good stuff.
Yeah, BBM is 18. BBM is always 18. Yeah. The early pre-draft tournaments are 20-man rosters, like a big board.
Oh,
but
really?
BBM, they chop that shit down. You got decisions to make. In that tournament. KTC is keep, trade, cut. For those of you that are wondering what KTC means, keep, trade, cut. Bruce Mattson still in the damn building. Shout out to Bruce. Bruce is another NFL guy who's really grown his channel up. I think the last I saw, he's over 15K on YouTube. Shout out to Bruce Mattson, man. I that's one thing about me. I ain't got no problem giving shout outs and love to other people, man. I know it's a lot of people out here. Man. There's a lot of people out there watching what we've been able to do this weekend, and I know they're punching air behind the scenes, but it's the community. It's the community, and I'm proud of this. I'm proud of what we've been able to do, and I ain't got no problem shouting out other dope content creators. Bruce Mattson, he grinds his fucking ass off, solo dolo, and has built his channel up. So shout out to Bruce, man. Good dude.
And he comments on tweets and stuff like that. He's definitely engaged. So yes, thank you.
He is going to comment on tweets and say some funny stuff every now and then too. Bruce is a good dude, man. Professional courtesy. And man, it's giving respect, man. I respect and respect. What is Dallas's last pick? Ron, listen, man, brother, I'm going to send you a box because I know this has pained the hell out of you today, man. I'm going to just say this. Don't get excited. It is a wrap, my friend. There's no running back. I don't even care at this point. Frank Gore Jr. will make us feel a little bit better, but it is over. Ronald, look forward to 2025. Shadur Sanders on the way. But you know what? You get a box. I know this has been a rough one for you, but you get a box. Ron's getting a box. Let me get his box now.
Can I interest anyone in Taj Washington to Miami?
Nope.
USC.
No. Who's he replacing? Cedric Wilson?
Lamar.
Cedric Wilson's in New Orleans, actually.
Oof, that's a big one.
Yeah, well,
Lamar's the last one, and the Ravens pick at 30. So it'll be the second to last. I think it's the second to last pick, or second or close to. They pick 30. There's all these comp picks. So once the Ravens get on the clock, we will give out the Lamar Jackson jersey, and we will start to round out this stream for the draft. We will start to round that out. So at this point, we're just having a good time. I mean, we still have over 6,000 eyeballs in here, so we continue to do a show. We don't shut shit down. We got and climbing. So we will stay until this is over.
Clever.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to leave right now. But it's 5:40. James Williams from Miami here to Tennessee. This is a big linebacker safety from Miami. We got to see him at the Senior Bowl. Real cool dude from Miami. Going here to Tennessee. Taj Washington, shout out to the USC Trojans. Fight on, goes to Miami. And he's a good player, but this is a room that it's going to be tough. Taj Washington or Malik Washington, give me Malik. Drafted much higher. I think he's just as good, but Washington can play. This has been fun. Dallas better not ruin my new Dowdle. Just keep Rico there. I don't even want a running back in Dallas at this point. Like, let's keep that hopium alive for Rico Dowdle. What's in the box? You get a hat, man. There's a hat in the box. There's no air in the box. I'm just sending a black box.
There's some magic beans in there too, maybe.
Yeah, beans are. I put.
You
beans
definitely
in
need to
box.
get some beans in every box.
You need some beans in every single box.
Just rattling
The miracle
beans.
legumes.
Y'all think I'm joking? I'm about to go out and buy those little white those clear baggies, and put beans in them, and just stamp them for next year. And just, I'm gonna get these up on the site. Just one. It's gonna cost more to ship them than it is to buy them. $1 for your bag of hopium beans, and we're just gonna freaking give those out.
You gotta get those fancy jewelry bags with a little drawstring on it, with the DD logo on it, like
just like you're going on a little adventure. You put your gold coins in there. Hell no, I wanted to look like
bring them out.
I wanted to look like straight narcotics. I want to shake that out and distribute those beans. Make sure they're weighed out evenly. 3 beans per bag.
I want Brendan Rice branded magic beans on the site so I can buy those suckers. That's right.
Josh, are you planting some of those beans? Are you planting Brendan Rice beans?
No, all my beans are with Malik Washington. They're all with Malik Washington.
So that you only get one. You've only got one spot to plant, and it's Malik. That's all you can do. Okay.
That's it. Right. You got one.
That's a fun one. Who's your magic bean? Everybody has some hidden hopium. You can talk all that processed shit you want. Every one of us has some hidden hopium, okay? Every one of us. So I will self-deprecate first. Brendan Rice, for me, magic beans. I know it. I know it's a long shot. I don't really care. Good situation. I'll burn a 4th rounder on Brendan Rice. I am Brendan Rice. JRich, who are the beans for you? Who are your beans?
Oh, mine's 100% Lad McConkey. 100%.
Okay, Lad McConkey.
I love Lad McConkey, but not that he's Keenan Allen, but I have a unwavering belief in Lad McConkey that if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But I would take him very high because I believe he's one of the most pro-ready receivers in the class.
62-45. Brandon, magic beans. Who do you got?
I'm gonna go with Trey Benson. That is gonna be. Wait.
That ain't beans. That ain't beans.
No, I'm hoping that he takes over and is the Cardinals running.
Your bean pick is Michael Penix. You're drafted in this
I have taken a lot of Michael Penix this weekend on the stream.
Okay.
There's no way you'd actually take Michael Penix.
Y'all gotta dig deeper. I mean, Benson, whether he takes over right away or not, he will start. I'm gonna give you another
Roman
shot.
Wilson.
I'll leave Roman Wilson alone for this one. I'll go with the guy who followed me on X, the guy who falls into a decent landing spot and one of the contenders in the AFC. I'll take Tez Walker.
Oh, wait a minute. He followed you on X?
Yeah, I tweeted out one of JRich's videos from the Senior Bowl.
That's ridiculous. I don't even think he follows me.
No, so thanks, Jay.
Damn, JRich.
Oh man, I love those.
Tez Walker following Ty, and Ty's planting those hopium beans in Tez Walker's camp. Josh is already, his beans are being watered right now. Those beans are in the dirt, ready for Malik Washington. Cody, where are your beans at, man?
It's beans. We got multiple, right? So we got to get two of them in here real quick. I'm going to go with Jacob Cowing is better than Ricky Pearsall beans for the first one.
Woo!
What?
And then I am going Jawar Jordan, running back, will be the RB2 and usable for fantasy in Houston.
Oh, my.
Baby.
I love it, Cody Smith. You know what, Cody Smith? You have had such a time on this draft stream, and you are one
He's
of
getting
the
a box. He's getting a box.
You are one of the few men that I know, Cody Smith, that can wear a medium jacket. You have earned this. If the person who won the jacket is too large to claim it, you got this, baby. This is yours, Cody Smith. Those beans, that time that you had last night, you need another one. Cody Smith, this medium has your name written all over it. All right? Cody Smith. All right.
This is
Clay,
what we wake up for. This is why
what
we
you
get
live
back
for.
up the next day after
This
dying
is
the night
it.
before.
The word out. We back
All right,
up.
Clay, who?
Give me
I
Shipley.
don't want to hear this.
Ooh, Shipley.
Ooh.
I think I'm gonna go Shipley. I think I'm gonna go Shipley.
Bean City.
I'm going Shipley. I get it. I get it. He could be nothing. He could be totally handcuffed or whatever the word is. I don't know. I like the offense. I like the narrative, and he's likable. Like give me some Shipley. I don't know. I dig it. That's my organic reaction when I saw the landing spot. I was like, nice, actually.
Okay.
We'll see.
There it is.
But I said
Michael
Stroud
Pratt in Green
was going
Bay?
to be a bust last year. So
Michael Pratt, quarterback
That's
out
some
of
beans
Tulane,
for you. Yeah,
goes to Green Bay to back up.
There'll be some beans out there.
Who's he's not backing up Love. Who's the other quarterback that they took out of
Is it Trace McSorley?
No,
Trace
Clifford.
Is it Sean Clifford who's doing things there in Green Bay?
Some people had a little bit of bean action for that Clifford for a small window where they were like, maybe Clifford's better than Jordan Love. Yeah, get out of here with that. Tampa Bay, Houston, Kansas City, Houston, and then the final one, Lamar Jackson. We will be giving away OL Jacks here in the next 5 picks, and then after that, there will be 7 more picks, and that will conclude the 2024 NFL Draft. Want to look at some of the mocks that were completed that we did not get a chance to look at and just look and talk about them? Can we do that?
Let's do it.
What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just take screenshots of it. I'm going to condense it down and then just post the mock here. So this is the first one. This is single quarterback. We didn't do a super flex one, but this is single quarterback, 1.5, tight end premium. Here is the final mock from the first one. So I know it's tight, but I think we can all take a look at that. Anything stand out? I see Troy Franklin at the 3-4, single quarterback, single QB, and he's 3-4. Damn.
That's Javon Baker, middle of the third, and 1 QB as well. Tez Walker.
AD over Benson.
Yeah, there's 2. I don't know. The wide receiver. When
I
I think
love
1
next
QB,
to
and maybe
four.
I'm wrong, but I want more running backs.
ADV is going to be incredible.
The Franklin ADV. And I'm with Clay. Like, it feels like it just shows you the depth of this receiver class. I mean, Luke McCaffrey went in the 3rd round, and he's down here damn near undrafted in the 4th.
Yeah.
That's one. That's just go ahead, Clay, while I'm pulling up this other one. But that's just one. We're going to keep pulling up more. That's just one of them.
It's just interesting because we oftentimes say in these single QB leagues, you just want like the first couple picks. But when you're looking at that board, it's like, whatever, I'll give up, the 104.
Look at all those beans, right, Clay?
Give me the one. Yeah, look at all these beans. It's incredible. It looks delicious on that screen. I would almost rather have 3 picks than the damn. Yeah, I don't know. 1 QB blows my mind.
This one's wild.
Baker, Javon Baker, 310, Tez Walker, 311. Estime, 4-4, Garindo, 4-3. Polk,
Josh
2-7.
is flipping tables with Malik Washington late there.
Malik Washington, 4-12. I mean, just
Joe
Troy
Milton
Franklin,
over Spencer
3-1.
Rattler?
Well, and remember, this was done probably before Joe Milton was picked.
Drafted, yeah.
Probably
Well,
before
they're
they were
both
picked. But Shipley and Braylon Allen in a 1 QB, these are 3rd rounders. You're getting them in the middle of the 3rd. Just crazy. To me,
Ray
that's
Davis
one.
was 3-8.
This 1 QB.
Yeah.
Wow. Troy Franklin. Okay, we got a Troy Franklin 208. Let's pull up this board. And we also have, man, this one is, here's Troy Franklin, 208 in this one. Let's pull it up. There it is. Troy Franklin, 208. Before Jalen Wright, Malachi Corley, Blake Corum.
Give me that Tracy at 4.5. I'll take that. Flip it into something.
Yeah, give me that 4-3.
Braylon Allen in the
Brendan
fourth.
Rice.
Yeah. I think the fourth, there's a bunch of guys right there. Like there's the beans, Brendan Rice. 4-3.
Yep. Let's take a look at the one that we didn't. There's one more that we didn't do.
Right, Baltimore's pick is up after Casey's. Just so you know.
Baltimore's pick? Okay, cool. Troy
It's coming
Franklin,
close.
210. 80. Think about this, y'all. 80 Mitchell was still a top 50 pick, right? Wasn't Adnan
52.
Mitchell still a top 50 pick or right there?
52, yeah.
Is right in the
52?
French. Yeah.
52? He's
It's
being
like wide
selected.
receiver
he-
9 or 8.
He's being selected one spot in this mock ahead of Troy Franklin and Devontae Walker. 2-9 for
I don't
Adnan
understand that
Mitchell.
one. I just don't understand that one. I guess are we going to see something in camp that's really going to bolster his ADV? Is that what's going to happen there
What, too high or too low?
on AD Mitchell? I think it's too high.
You think 2-9 is too high for
Really?
AD?
Yeah.
That's too high of
Hours
a draft
before-
pick for me to say he's too
Josh,
high.
you're not in on 80 Mitchell, I'm assuming. You're not in on 80 Mitchell.
I'm not in on that profile. I'm not in that role in the Indy offense in the second round.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's just the concerning thing. It's nothing to do with AD himself. It's
Okay.
just that role.
But the capital was
that
good,
he's
though.
going-
Higher than
I
Josh
get
Allen.
that. I get that, but if he's not getting any more than like 13% targets per route run, like what is it doing for us? I just don't know where it's coming from.
Let me ask you
in
this.
that
What's more
spot.
concerning? This spot at 2-9 for 80 Mitchell or Roman Wilson at 2-3?
AD Mitchell.
Okay,
No, that-
I've got
man. There's
I've got to go back and just chill. I've got to go relook at Pittsburgh then, because I'm thinking, damn, Roman Wilson at 2-3.
But Ray, you're not looking at Pittsburgh. You have to look at Atlanta.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at Atlanta.
Yeah.
What,
Well,
what are the
I
wide,
brought it up when you guys
who
were on
was
the
the
stream.
wide receiver 2 in Atlanta last year?
I'll give you the numbers. Doesn't matter who he was.
Okay.
So you look, like when I did the pod on Atlanta, right? I talked about how there could be relevancy at wide receiver 2, but that was because the wide receiver 2 was Mac Hollins, right? And no one was talking about Mac Hollins. And so when I did this research prior to this year, it was 105 targets, 62 targets, 74 targets for the wide receiver 2 in this offense, right? And still, you're looking at totals of like nothing. 500, 400, whatever the case may be for receivers. But it's like the wide receiver 2 has never been relevant for fantasy football in an Arthur Smith offense. And so I think you're selling the hopium of Roman Wilson and what he could be instead of the reality of his situation that may not change for a year. And so do you draft this guy?
But my thing is, where's the hopium at with Roman Wilson now? Because it's still George
I don't
Pickens.
know.
There's still Freiermuth. They're still going to... 80 Mitchell, 108 here, Josh. This must be even more perplexing for you. He went 108 in this one.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I just don't get this role in Indy for fantasy purposes. So it's just.
But Josh,
Yeah, I would
are
be
you saying
taking-
you like the player and you like the team offense? Like, again, I think Alec Pierce being in a role and AD Mitchell at 52 overall being in a role could actually provide a shift in the offense slightly. So to say you don't like the role, I would push back a little bit and say, are you being a little bit short-sighted as to what this wide receiver 2
No.
role outside would be? Because in Philly, that's a great role.
He's a receiver 3 role. It's a 13% target share in Indy. Like
That's
I don't know
it
what we're.
was, though. That's what
It
was.
is. No, that's what it is. I mean, even with Downs there, it's a different role. Pittman's a different role. I mean, I'll go right back to they run the most RPO. Out of RPO, you are going for your first target read out of that. That
Or
is
run.
Pittman,
Or
right?
run.
Or run. It's one of the two, and that's what they're going to continue to pound. And so he's just not going to get the volume that you're going to want out of that role. I'm not saying Roman Wilson is either. I think they're both in a situation where they're in low volume roles, and the one that even has a possibility to me has even a chance is Roman Wilson. That's I don't see where the outcome is for AD to do that unless he replaces Pittman, I just don't understand how he can get there in that offense and the way that they play. It's a Pierce replacement. So I think 80's fine as a prospect. I'm not bullish or bearish on him, but it's just that role is just so non fantasy viable.
Fantasy viable
for what we can do. So and I'm not, I don't, I hear you. I hear you on the Arthur Smith thing, and I understand the Roman Wilson. I think that when we get into it, he's probably going to go lower, than where he's at. And I think they're all kind of similar bets. And if AD and Ladd are going to be, priced up a little bit higher, I think that's why I'm saying Roman in some of these situations is more of a cost thing than anything else.
Good conversation.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Good conversation. We got one right here. I prefer Troy Franklin to
Someone
Roman
DM
Wilson,
me this question, and I didn't know who to pick.
Given their situations, despite the draft capital, I am not. For me, I am not enthusiastic about Troy Franklin at all in Denver. Zero. I know there's going to be beans that he walks in and he's better than Marvin Mims. Sean Payton drafted Mims last year after trading up for him. This is a spot. This is where you sell those beans. I am going to be selling the shit out of Troy Franklin, Bo Nix, Denver bean connection. I am. This is one where I am. I've got little interest. Little.
Who would you draft if you were forced to make the pick, though?
Where at?
Between Wilson and Franklin.
Oh, Roman Wilson. I'll draft Roman Wilson over Troy Franklin. Yes. And to this conversation about Indianapolis, I hear both of you. JRich, you are absolutely right. If he replaces Alec Pierce, he'll be on the field running a whole bunch of routes.
Yeah, but not getting the ball.
Which is
Josh's point.
The volume and the opportunity is what is most concerning, because when you got a quarterback like Rich, normally it's first read, and if it ain't there, you might get to the number 2 option, and then he's either off and running or he's throwing to the tight end. So, Baltimore Ravens, the pick is in.
Pick is in.
Once the pick is in, we'll give away the MVP. We will give away the MVP. They've made the pick.
Sanusi Kane. I said that right. My apologies if not.
Sanusi Kane. All right. That is the safety from Purdue. Roll the music, JRich. We will give away the MVP, Lamar Jackson. And I just want to thank everybody who signed up with promo code Triple D to get in the draft stream. We've given away over 20 boxes, jerseys, jackets, roster reviews, memberships to the Discord, trading cards, fan experiences. Just follow and subscribe. Go sub to Hot Takes and Trending Topics. You'll get an opportunity to win a hat every single week on Monday Wake Up Show with me and JRich. Let's give Lamar away. Let's finish it out. What a stream. What a stream. God damn it. Come on. Shuffle it up. Here we go. The winner of Lamar Jackson is, oh boy. Man, I thought Danny was going to get another one. Ryan Whitman, the realtor.
Witty.
Congrats.
Witty. That's witty.
That is witty.
Who wins Lamar? That is witty. Lamar Jackson. All right, hit the music, Jay. Hit the music. That was the last jersey, but that ain't the last thing we got to give away. We got to give away the big dog, the 2 fan experiences. Hashtag DD 10K. DD 10K. Just got to keep it consistent in the comments, not in this chat, not in the chat, not in the chat. In the comment section, once we finish the stream, just
not this one though, right? Like the other 2. Because if they do it on this one, you're giving away 3 prizes.
We'll just collect. Just leave the damn hashtag. Just do it. We're giving away 2. We'll just combine. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because if they do it here, then Brandon can't run the thing. Yeah, go do it on the last 2 streams. The last 2 streams, round 1 and round 2. Just go hashtag DD10K. Hashtag DD10K on the last 2. Do it on this one too.
Are we running those tonight?
we can.
Or you wait until? Well, I was gonna say, or
We'll
do you
do it
want to
on
do it on Wake
Monday.
Up Monday morning? I was gonna say
Well, no,
Monday.
we could run it tonight to find out who won, but we're not going to announce it until Wake Up on Monday. Yeah, we're going to announce it on the Monday show. We'll announce the
Wake
fan
Up or-
experiences on.
Why don't you just give them till tomorrow at a certain time?
Yeah, give them
The end
because
of
some
the
people
contest,
are.
right? Yeah.
Let's
My
do this.
Korean
You got-
fam, who knows what time it is over there? Probably.
So you
I don't know.
got until Destination Chill, 7 p.m. tomorrow night. It's
Cool.
24 hours from now.
Cool. All right.
Is that fair?
My TV is asking me, am I still watching? That's how long we've been on. Are we still watching? All right. Tennessee is making the pick, 252.
Yeah,
Let's,
y'all stop doing it in the chat. Do it over in the other ones.
Yeah,
The other chats.
do it in the you could literally do it right now on the previous 2 videos. Clay, is there anything? Let's start to round this thing up. Let's start to wrap this thing up. We are down to the final few picks. I think we've got 5 picks left. We got LA Chargers, LA Rams, Green Bay, Denver, and the Jets, and that will be it. That will be it. So let's start to round this thing up. Clay, is there anything else we need to give away, talk about from a Trades in 5 perspective?
Yeah, I feel like we need to give out. Well, did Sandiford announce that we, Ty, you can speak to this. Did he announce that we gave out peer-to-peers yesterday? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to make
Yeah, he
sure
did.
that we had given away, peer-to-peers for Ty, because that's one of our stronger services, let's say. Let me think about this real quick in terms of the giveaway. I'll do one more on my end. Give me a sec.
Ray, those bread and rice magic beans have drowned Cornelius Johnson in town.
No shot he plays and makes the roster over Cornelius Johnson. There's no way.
I saw Patrick say, Brendan Wright, my beans are already just wilting. The stock is just
They're
wilting
oversaturated.
away. Yeah, I watered too much
The soil
beans.
is flooded.
That Puka take
Okay.
is not looking good. That next Puka Nakua ain't. Oh man, and it's Harbaugh's guy. Oh god.
Yeah, exactly. It's a
Just
Michigan
re-record
guy,
it.
right? It's even worse.
Re-record it now, Ray. Just volume this. Just re-record.
Man, Cornelius Johnson.
Nah,
Here,
well,
can I just
put
a quick one?
Cornelius Johnson in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, here's a quick one. You get not the hat. You get a fresh one of the hats on my head if you get this right. But let's see if we got some DTI 5 OGs in here who would know this.
Ooh.
You have to type it in the correct order. All right, so it's 3 cities. And picture where we are on the screen. Shane, myself, and then Scott, right? Left, center, right. Name our cities that we're out of in order.
Mm.
First one to do it
That's a
get this Richardson style Dynasty Trades in 5 hat. I think it's sick, man.
tough one.
It's a tough one.
That's a sweet hat though.
So
I
cities,
would
so
get it.
it's Shane
I would
Skitty.
get it.
Oh, nope. Shane's city, then my city, and then they're close. It's not Cincy, guys, and I'm not technically DC. Okay. Philadelphia. Oh, West Coast Jeepers so close.
Oh, that's really close.
Oh, it's so close. Yeah. So Shane, myself, and then Scott on the far right. They'll get there. We'll get there.
I get why this one. I get why this one's
Toledo.
confusing. No,
It's
I
those
get why
damn
this one's
Ohio State.
confusing.
It's
for
tricky
sure.
because Ohio, there's like 5
Ohio.
C's in Ohio. I feel like, almost. They're getting all of them. Oh, that's
Oh,
great.
now I know what city it is.
This is fun.
Boy.
That's great. Yeah. So one of these hats, and then, honestly, I have to make do on my outstanding ones. Oh, it's so close. McGonigal. That one was our. Oh, there it is. McGonigal
Did
got
we
it.
get it?
No,
Did we
no,
get it?
no,
Baltimore, Columbus.
There it is.
Columbus.
There it is. There it is.
Philly, Baltimore, Columbus.
There it is.
Okay. McGonigal.
Coop said Harlem.
Email
Scott ain't in no
email
damn
Clay.
Harlem. I'll tell you that.
Email Clay at dynastytradesin5.com and just
That's
say,
dope.
yeah, you won
Good
this
stuff. Good stuff, Billy. Good stuff.
Fun stuff. Oh, and I was laughing by myself. I got up, like, yeah, sure, whatever. I had to go to the bathroom, but I was geeking the hell out over here because that mix comment saying, "Did anyone else just notice that Clay fell out of his chair?" I very much did. So luckily there was a graphic like right across like the center of it, but I fell and I was like, I'm gonna call myself out, but I'm gonna keep an eye on the chat and see if nobody said anything. And then mix, dying.
Oh, they got you.
Yeah,
Chat misses
man.
nothing.
Can we wrap up? Ty DeClaire, you are doing a lot of different stuff. You know, you've been in the community now almost going on 3 years. I remember when you first joined the Heisman group, and you know, I told you, I was like, hey man, your ability to kind of analyze trades, I got big plans for you, man. And you've really taken over the trade show and started to own that, doing things with Trades in 5. Just wrap up your thoughts with the 2024 NFL draft. And, you know, just any advice that you want to give the people out here. We have more people now than we had at the start of this thing. 6,400 people. Like, if we stayed on for another hour, I'm fully confident we would hit 10K again. But we're not going to do that. But, Ty, just wrap up the draft quickly and advice for people watching the stream or about to sign off.
Yeah, no, I appreciate all the eyeballs and support that people have given me here. And like I said, I'm just a regular guy who likes to play Dynasty fantasy football, like to make some trades, like to talk some ball, and it's been a really fun draft. I think as compared to other years, especially like 2022, in my mind, these seconds, these thirds, we have choice, and that's something we haven't had in previous years. So I'm looking forward to making some choices, to selling some choices, but in all honesty, I'm just looking forward to planting and cultivating some beans, right?
There it is. There it is. Brandon, give us something, man. What do people need to be, just your thoughts this year and moving forward, advice for people watching the stream?
I appreciate everybody who's watched the stream, whether you've watched us for day 1, day 2, day 1, 2, 3, whatever. We appreciate you. I've been with Ray and JRich. Is it 4 years? Feels like
4
forever,
years
man.
now. Yeah, it's been a long time.
But just take in all the content. But there's something for everybody, whether you're redraft, whether you're dynasty, whether you're best ball, whether you're lineup, like DD and DTI5, we've got just about something for everybody. So really just find something that really speaks to you. You know, you're not gonna always agree with everybody on the stream, but there's so much content that there's a place for you, and there's a person that you're going to probably relate to. And so just
Appreciate
over
it.
the course of the summer, you know?
Thank you, Brandon. Josh, give us something, man. Give us something. What do you have to give to the people before we get out of here?
Well, Ray, I appreciate you inviting me up here to talk all day today. This is what I love to do. I love fantasy football. I love football. This is just a fun puzzle and game to play. The draft is a big part of that experience, so I'm happy to do this. And I think as everybody goes into their rookie drafts, just enjoy it. You know, like I don't want to rush it. I want to have fun. I want to, be smart, but go have your fun with your Magic Bean players. Take them appropriately, and enjoy, playing fantasy football. So whether it's your one dynasty league or BBM tournaments or, anything in between, just, enjoy this process and just savor the time you get to experience it.
Cody? Mute.
It's okay. Buttons on lag for me. I apologize.
Okay.
It took about 5 seconds for it to come off. But man, honestly, I just saw this message come through from the chat with Justin here, and this is what this group is all about.
I was reading that too.
This is an absolute family. It is a community. This is where literally my best friends in my life have been grown here over the last 2-3 years. This is what it's about. We can give Dynasty fantasy football analysis, and I think we do a damn good job at it. But at the end of the day, this is truly what it's about. Love being a part of this community. I don't have anything more from football perspective, man. This is what it's about.
Justin said the DD guys and community has replaced what I had with my dad. He passed away unexpectedly in 2013 at just 45 years old. I need this level of discourse that I had with him about fantasy football, man. And that is, if you've been here for 3 days, Like, honestly, 6,400 of y'all that are here right now, you're sick. You are sick to hear us talk about the Cornelius Johnsons and the Michael Pratts of the world. But you know what? Like, that's okay. If being a part of a community where we talk about sports and fantasy football is the worst thing that I can do, like, I'll take that any day of the week. I love this community. Football has been a big part of my life since I was a child. So to see shit like this and have people in here and to talk about this crazy shit that we do in fantasy football with this level of passion, like, this is what it's about. Justin Brooks, man, shout out to you, my guy. You're getting a box, dog. You're getting a box.
For sure.
And in your box, this is rest in power to Pops, man. I know it's been a long time, but you're going to get the box. Every box has a hat in it, but you're going to get a box that has one hat that's going to have the other black trucker hat. That's also going to have the all gas hat, and is also going to have the black rope DD hat. So you're getting all four in this box. This is for you. Shout out to you. Thank you for this comment. Thank you for being here all 3 days, Justin, and rest in power to your Pops. And thank you for being here, man. Thank you. Clay, wrap up what this means to you and just advice moving forward besides staying locked into what we do.
Yeah, I mean the community. We say it all the time. Content and community. That's what got us here. and like I always say too, I get emotional when I start talking about the channel. So the community definitely got us to where we are right now. We like to think that we're just regular guys. I mean, I think everybody on this screen, we're hopefully very relatable, and so we do what we say we're gonna do. We're not just up here talking shit. And Ray likes to say that all of us like to teach people how to fish. You know, that's the key. If we can get you to think about Dynasty differently, then that's a win for us. So, and then outside of that, in terms of how like to consume and what to take away from this, I think we should just still again be conscious of format. And if these wide receivers or whatever are even relevant, or if we're better off just taking running backs, but also let's be active. Even if we don't end up doing anything, let's make sure we're active, because there's going to be a lot of movement after this. So we'll rest up and let's smash, man. Let's smash these drafts.
JRich, what you got, baby?
Man, I think for me, it's just to stay consistent in the things that you do. But for me, honestly, this draft being over, now it's like Josh is saying, we have to dive deep into the data. We have to figure out what are the good situations, the bad ones. And it's really just getting off those player takes and making them informed. You know, you have rookie drafts. Don't just take a player because this analyst said he was good, that guy said he's good. Like, do your own research too. And that's one of the biggest things I've learned in fantasy football. You can know as much as you want, listen to whoever you want, trust their opinions, but please do your own research, because ultimately that's going to make you a better Dynasty player every single year. And with our fourth stream, Ray, I think we learn something every single year. So definitely going to take lots of stuff that we did this year and apply it to have a better stream, better process, better everything next year as well.
Now he's on mute. Nice.
Dude, damn. Hit it, JRich. Hit it.
Poetic.
No.
Womp womp.
No, womp womp. Yeah, it's trash. I just want to say thank you. Draft is over. Mr. Relevant just went. Kalen Key, safety from Alabama, just off of the board to the Jets. This concludes our program. Hit the music, Jay. I don't really have anything to say. I really don't have
7 hours today. 7 hours.
7 hours
of commercial-free football.
Commercial-free football.
We've been thanking the community a lot too, but thank you to the community for making us on this screen tighter too. I think that we did a lot of bonding on our end between DD and DTI5. So
hey, Clay, look, when that music comes on, Clay, you gotta shut it down. This is me, baby. You had your time. This is me. You gotta shut that shit down when the music comes on. But no, thank you to everybody on the screen. Thank you to everybody in the chat. I ain't got nothing to say, but y'all know when it comes to 2025 in the NFL draft, there is no place that's going to give you a better show, a better product, more entertainment than Destination Devi. My only thing, subscribe to all of our podcast feeds. Subscribe to the YouTube channels. Follow Cody and Chase and Gene and Ike and Scott and Shane and Sanford and Clay and Josh and Ty and Brandon and JRich. And y'all better be locked into your boy Ray GQ, because y'all know what it is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And y'all sponsors out there, damn shame on y'all. Bring y'all ass on up over here. Let's go. This show needs to be sponsored, powered by the biggest and the best, because ain't nobody doing what we do. Nobody. Big name fantasy sites, come get at me, baby. We got the gas. We got the juice. And if you want that free smoke, come get at me. Crushing everybody in fantasy football right here at Destination Devi. That's it. We out of this thing. See y'all tomorrow night. We out. Peace.